Envy. A Theory of Social Behavior by Helmut Schoeck. Helmut Schoeck was born in Austria in 1922. He was a student of medicine and psychology at the University of Munich from 1941 to 1945. He received his doctorate in philosophy from the University of Tübingen in 1948. In 1950, he came to the United States and taught at Fairmont State College in West Virginia. From 1953 to 1954, he was a postdoctoral fellow at Yale. From 1954 to 1965, he was a professor of sociology at Emory University. Since 1965, he has been a professor and the director of the Institute of Sociology at the University of Mainz in the Federal Republic of Germany. He became a naturalized United States citizen in 1956. Man the Envier. Throughout history, in all stages of cultural development, in most languages and as members of widely differing societies, men have recognized a fundamental problem of their existence and have given it specific names, the feeling of envy and of being envied. Envy is a drive which lies at the core of man's life as a social being, and which occurs as soon as two individuals become capable of mutual comparison. This urge to compare oneself invidiously with others can be found in some animals, but in man it has acquired a special significance. Man is an envious being who, were it not for the social inhibitions aroused within the object of his envy, would have been incapable of developing the social systems to which we all belong today. If we were not constantly obliged to take account of other men's envy of the extra pleasure that accrues to us as we begin to deviate from a social norm, social control could not function. Man the envier can, however, overshoot the mark and arouse or release inhibitions, which have a retarding effect on the ability of a group to adapt to new environmental problems. Envy can also turn man to destruction. Almost all the fragmentary literature which has hitherto dealt with envy, essays, belles lettres, philosophy, theology, psychology, has constantly seen its destructive, inhibitory, futile and painful element. In all the cultures of mankind, in all proverbs and fairy tales, the emotion of envy is condemned. The envious person is universally exhorted to be ashamed of himself. And yet his existence, or the belief in his ubiquity, has at the same time always provided enough latent apprehension of other people's views to allow a system of social controls and balances to evolve. Although some schools of modern psychology have practically deleted the word envy from their vocabulary, as if it simply did not exist as a primary source of motivation, the available evidence leaves no doubt whatever of its universality. In almost all languages, from those of the simplest primitive peoples to those of the Indo-European group, in Arabic, Japanese, and Chinese, there is invariably a term to indicate envy or the envious person. Proverbs of the most varied cultures deal with it in hundreds of different forms. Aphorists and philosophers have touched on it. For instance, envy had a particular significance for Kierkegaard, who even attributed envy to those who aroused envy in others. In fiction, envy often plays a role and sometimes a major one, and every one of us has encountered envy in his own life. It is the great regulator in all personal relationships. Fear of arousing it curbs and modifies countless actions. Considering the key role played by envy in human existence, and that nothing new in the way of conceptual apparatus was needed in order to recognize it, it is truly remarkable how few works have dealt exclusively with it. They include an essay by Francis Bacon, a short book by the Frenchman Eugene Riga, written in the late 1920s, and a Russian novella, Envy, of the same date. Besides these, there is a novel by the almost forgotten 19th-century French author, Eugene Sue, several aphorisms in Nietzsche, and a study by Max Scheler which in fact deals more with the special case of resentment than envy proper. This book may disturb many readers, including those with widely differing opinions on social and political issues. I believe, though, that I can demonstrate two things. First, that envy is much more universal than has so far been admitted or even realized, indeed that envy alone makes any kind of social coexistence possible. Secondly, however, I believe envy as the implicit or explicit fulcrum of social policy to be much more destructive than those who have fabricated their social and economic philosophy out of envy would care to admit. That our fellow man is always potentially envious, and the probability as well as the degree of his envy increases in ratio to his propinquity, is one of the most disturbing, often one of the most carefully concealed yet most basic facts of human existence at all levels of cultural development. the inadequacies, the historical limitations of so many respected social philosophies and economic theories, become obvious when it is realized how much they depend on the assumption that human envy is the outcome of arbitrary, haphazard, and purely temporary circumstances, in particular that it is the result of gross inequalities and may disappear once these are removed, in other words, that it can be permanently cured. Most of the achievements which distinguish members of modern, highly developed and diversified societies from members of primitive societies, the development of civilization, in short, are the result of innumerable defeats inflicted on envy, i.e., on man as an envious being. And what Marxists have called the opiate of religion, the ability to provide hope and happiness for believers in widely differing material circumstances, is nothing more than the provision of ideas which liberate the envious person from envy, the person envied from his sense of guilt and his fear of the envious. Correctly, though Marxists have identified this function, their doctrines have remained blind and naive when faced with the solution of the problem of envy in any future society. It is hard to see how the totally secularized and ultimately egalitarian society promised us by socialism can ever solve the problem of the residual envy latent in society. However, it is not only the determining philosophical and ideological content of a culture but also social structures and processes, themselves in part supported by or derived from ideological factors, which exert an influence on the part played by envy. The world from the viewpoint of the envier. We must begin by looking at the world as seen by the envious man. A certain predisposition to envy is part of man's physical and social equipment, the lack of which would, in many situations, simply result in his being trampled down by others. We use our latent sense of envy when, for instance, we examine social systems for their efficiency. Before joining an association or firm, we try to discern whether it has any intrinsic structure which might arouse strong envy in ourselves or in others. If so, it is probably an organization which is not very well adapted to particular functions. In the recent past, a few American colleges and universities have tried to attract able academic celebrities as professors by offering salaries perhaps twice as high as those earned by the standard full professor. I know of several cases of a man being unable to bring himself to accept the offer because, as he told me, he could not bear the thought of being the object of so much envy in the faculty. Further, potential envy is an essential part of man's equipment if he is to be able to test the justice and fairness of the solutions to the many problems which occur in his life. Very few of us, when dealing with employees, colleagues, etc., are able to take a position which consciously ignores the existence of envy, such as that adopted by the master in the biblical parable of the toilers in the vineyard. No matter how mature, how immune from envy a personnel manager or plant manager may himself be, when he has to deal with the taboo subject of wages or staff regulations, he must be able to sense exactly what sort of measures are tolerable, given the general tendency to mutual envy. The phenomenon described by the word envy is a fundamental psychological process which of necessity presupposes a social context, the coexistence of two or more individuals. Few concepts are so intrinsic a part of social reality yet at the same time so markedly neglected in the categories of behavioral science. If I emphasize envy as a pure concept representing a basic problem, I am not claiming that this concept, or the theory of the role of envy, explains everything in human life, in society, or in cultural history. There are various related concepts and processes, as there are various other aspects of man's social existence, which cannot be explained by reference to his capacity for envy. Man is not only homo invidiosus, he is also homo ludens and homo faber, but the fact that he is capable of associating in lasting groups and societies is primarily due to his being subject to a constant, frequently subliminal urge to be envious of all those deviating from a norm. If we are to recognize the role of envy, this phenomenon must be unmasked, as sex has been unmasked by psychoanalysis. I do not wish to give the impression, however, that I consider the tendency to envy as a universal ultimate cause. Envy does not explain everything, but it throws light on more things than people have hitherto been prepared to admit or even to see. Envy has the advantage of other modern terms such as ambivalence, relative deprivation, frustration or class war, in that as a concept it has a pre-scientific origin. For centuries, indeed for millennia, countless people who have never regarded themselves as social scientists have consistently and unanimously observed a form of behavior, envy, which they described in words that were often the etymological equivalents of the same words in other languages. An exhaustive study of envy in its active and passive roles in social history is important not only because this emotion and motivational syndrome are crucial in individual human life, it is also relevant to politics, since the right or wrong assessment of the phenomenon of envy, the under- or overestimation of its effects, and above all the unfounded hope that we can so order our social existence as to create people or societies devoid of envy, are all considerations of immediate political significance, particularly where economic and social policies are concerned. If envy were no more than one of many psychological states such as homesickness, desire, worry, disgust, avarice and so on, one might be prepared to admit that on the whole most people know what envy is and what it involves. It would still be a rewarding task, and one of great importance to many fields of study such as child psychology, educational science, or psychotherapy to classify systematically all that we know about envy and to develop it methodically into a theory. This book is also an attempt to do that. But a proper appraisal of man's potential for envy, a realization of its universality and persistence, could in years to come determine how much common sense is exercised in the domestic social and economic policies of parliamentary democracies, as well as in their dealings with the so-called developing nations. As we shall show, we are least capable of acting sensibly in economic and social matters when we face, or believe we face, an envious beneficiary of our decision. This is true especially when we mistakenly tell ourselves that his envy is a direct consequence of our being better off, and will necessarily wane when we pander even to unrealistic demands. The allocation of scarce resources, in any society, is rarely optimal when our decision rests on fear of other men's envy. The loneliness of the envious man. The extent to which envy is a social form of behavior, i.e., necessarily directed at someone else, is also apparent from the fact that without the other person the envier could never envy. Yet as a rule, he specifically rejects any social relationship with the envied person. Love, friendliness, admiration, these approaches to another person are made in the expectation of reciprocity, recognition, and seek some kind of link. The envier wants none of this, he does not, exceptional cases apart, wish to be recognized as envious by the object of his envy, with whom, given the choice, he would prefer not to associate. The pure act of envy can be described thus: the more closely and intensively the envier concerns himself with the other person, the more he is thrown back on himself in self-pity. No one can envy without knowing the object of envy, or at least imagining him, but unlike other kinds of human emotional relationships, the envier can expect no reciprocal feelings. He wants no envy in return. As people have always realized, however, the envier has little interest in the transfer of anything of value from the other's possession to his own. He would like to see the other person robbed, dispossessed, stripped, humiliated or hurt, but he practically never conjures up a detailed mental picture of how a transfer of the other's possessions to himself might occur. The pure type of envier is no thief or swindler in his own cause. In any case, where that which is envied is another man's personal qualities, skill or prestige, there can be no question of theft. He may quite well, however, harbor a wish for the other man to lose his voice, his virtuosity, his good looks or his integrity. The motives for envy, the stimuli of envious feelings, are ubiquitous, and the intensity of envy depends less on the magnitude of the stimulus than on the social disparity between the envier and the envied. The kind of maturity achieved by an individual which enables him to conquer his own envy does not seem to be a universally attainable attribute. The reasons for the varying role or effectiveness of envy in different societies must be sought, therefore, in the ethos of the respective cultures. Both the envier, who must somehow come to terms with observed inequalities in his life, and the envied person in trying to ignore the other's envy, and both these emotional processes can sometimes occur simultaneously in one and the same person, will make use of creeds, ideologies, proverbs, etc., which will tend to reduce the power of envy and thus allow daily life to proceed with a minimum of friction and conflict. Good luck and bad luck. It is not true, as many social critics would have us believe, that only the more fortunate people in this world, those with inherited possessions or chance wealth, have a vested interest in an ideology that inhibits envy. Such an ideology is in fact much more important to the envy-prone person, who can begin to make something of his life only when he has hammered out some sort of personal theory which diverts his attention from the enviable good fortune of others, and guides his energies towards realistic objectives within his scope. One of the beliefs capable of repressing envy is the concept of the blind goddess Fortune. A person is either lucky or unlucky, and whatever number he draws in life's lottery is unconnected with the good or bad fortune of his neighbor. The world has, as it were, an inexhaustible supply of good and bad luck. The most envy-ridden tribal cultures, such as the Dabuan and the Navajo, do not in fact possess the concept of luck at all, nor indeed the concept of chance. In such cultures no one is ever struck by lightning, for instance, without a malignant neighbor having willed it out of envy. It is not easy to conclude from the general nature of a culture its degree of development or its economic institutions, e.g., which of its elements are generally regarded as immune from envy and which most vulnerable. Almost everywhere it is felt that universal values, such as personal health, youthfulness, children, have to be protected from the evil eye, the active expression of envy, and this is evident in the proverbs and the behavior patterns that are employed by so many peoples to ward it off. It can, perhaps, be safely assumed that between individuals within a culture there is relatively little potential for envy in respect of those values and inequalities which serve to integrate their society, e.g., the formal pomp and luxury exhibited by a head of a state, such as that still displayed by some of the remaining monarchies in Europe. The capacity for envy is a psychosocial datum, not infrequently accompanied by marked somatic epiphenomena. Envy, as an emotion, can be treated as a problem of individual psychology, but there is far more to it than that, for it is also a sociological problem of the first order. How is it that so basic, universal and intensely emotional a constituent of the human psyche as envy, and the fear of envy, or at least the constant awareness of it, can lead to such different social consequences in various cultures? There are cultures which are obsessed by envy, virtually everything that happens is attributed to it. Yet there are others which seem to have largely succeeded in taming or repressing it. What causes such differences? Is it perhaps the varying frequency of certain types of personality and character? A considerable amount of research points in this direction. It may well be that certain cultural patterns encourage the envious or the less envious to set the tone, but this still does not explain what originally produced that tendency in a particular culture. Although envy exists in our language as an abstract noun and is used as such in literature, there is, strictly speaking, no such thing as envy. There are people who envy, even some people habitually prone to envy, and we can observe emotional stirrings in ourselves and others which would be defined as feelings of envy, yet it is impossible to experience envy as an emotion or as a mood in the same way that we can feel anxiety or sadness. Envy is more comparable with being afraid. We envy something or someone in the same way that we are afraid of something or someone. Envy is a directed emotion, without a target, without a victim, it cannot occur. A susceptibility to envy exists to a much greater degree in man than in any other creature. A prime cause of this is the duration of childhood, which exposes the human individual far longer than any animal to the experience of sibling jealousy within the family. On rare occasions, as in certain poems, envy is invoked as a stimulant, as something sublime or constructive. In such cases the poet has made a poor choice of words, he is really referring to emulation. The really envious person almost never considers entering into fair competition. Envy as such no more exists in a concrete sense than do grief, desire, joy, anxiety, and fear. It consists, rather, of a set of psychological and physiological processes occurring in the individual which indicate certain qualities and which, if interpreted as the constituents of a whole, correspond to the meaning of one of these abstract words. In the most diverse languages the term envy is sharply differentiated from other similar phenomena, yet it is remarkable how seldom envy has been personified in art. Grief, joy, and fear obviously lend themselves much more easily to representation. Nor can envy or an envious person be shown without some other point of reference. We can depict a person who is woebegone or joyful, but it is practically impossible to represent a man by himself in such a way that anybody who looks at the picture will instantly grasp that this man is envious. To do so requires a social situation, or symbols whose connection with envy is common knowledge to everyone within the particular culture. The case is different in regard to the institutionalization of envy in a social structure. Envy can become more easily institutionalized than, say, desire or joy. We hold days of national mourning or rejoicing, but it is hardly possible to give to any emotion other than envy the status of an institution. As examples of envy manifested in social forms one might perhaps cite instances such as steeply progressive income tax, confiscatory death duties, and corresponding customs among primitive peoples, such as the Emuru Raida of the Maoris. Envy represents an almost entirely psychological and social phenomenon. Conceptually, it can be differentiated much more sharply from other or similar psychological processes than can the processes deriving from it, which the behavioral sciences today employ as conceptual substitutes for envy. Aggression, ambivalence, hostility, conflict, frustration, relative deprivation, tension, friction, all these terms are justified, but should not be employed to mask or conceal the basic phenomenon of envy. Until the end of the 19th century, indeed in occasional instances up to about a generation ago, most authors who had cause to deal with this side of human nature were quite familiar with envy as a clearly defined phenomenon. Not all cultures possess such concepts as hope, love, justice, and progress, but virtually all people, including the most primitive, have found it necessary to define the state of mind of a person who cannot bear someone else's being something, having a skill, possessing something, or enjoying a reputation which he himself lacks, and who will therefore rejoice should the other lose his asset, although that loss will not mean his own gain. All cultures, too, have erected conceptual and ritual mechanisms designed as protection against those of their fellow men who are prone to this condition. Most of the concepts and conceptual sequences by which we modern members of large, complex societies regulate our public affairs are inexplicable to a member of a primitive tribe, but our anxiety not to arouse envy and the situations which give rise to envy are immediately comprehensible to him, and he can sympathize with our concern. This is quite clear from an abundance of ethnographical data. Repression of the concept of envy. It is most curious to note that at about the beginning of this century authors began to show an increasing tendency, above all in the social sciences and moral philosophy, to repress the concept of envy. This I regard as a genuine instance of repression. The political theorist and the social critic found envy an increasingly embarrassing concept to use as an explanatory category or in reference to a social fact. In isolated cases, and then only as a rider to other remarks, some modern authors have referred to envy as to something obvious, but even then they have almost invariably played down its significance. It may be invoked to explain a localized problem, why, for instance, some over-specialized critics refuse to find anything good to say about a book intended for a general readership. But the concept of envy is avoided if its recognition as an element of social reality would lead to the fundamentals of social policy being questioned. The indexes of relevant periodicals in the English language during recent years have been remarkably unproductive for the study of the concept of envy. There is not a single instance of envy, jealousy, or a resentment in the subject indexes of the following periodicals: American Sociological Review, Volumes 1, 25, 1936, 1960, American Journal of Sociology, 1895 to 1947, Rural Sociology, Volumes 1, 20, 1936, 1955, The British Journal of Sociology, 1949 to 1959. American Anthropologist and the Memoirs of the American Anthropological Association, 1949 to 1958, Southwestern Journal of Anthropology, Volumes 1, 20, 1945, 1964. It is true that individual articles may be found here and there in these periodicals over the course of the years in which short and very penetrating observations are made concerning envy, clearly attributing significance to the term. But to the people who made the indexes, terms such as envy, resentment, and jealousy were so remote that they disregarded them. Under terms as vague as aggression, a few contributions may be found in which envy sometimes makes an appearance. In the anthropological journals it was not difficult to find phenomena which, conceptually speaking, should properly be termed envy by looking under witchcraft or a sorcery in the index. But oddly enough, the term evil eye, which is the concomitant of envy, is, without exception, again omitted from the aforementioned indexes. Now and again we find envy and its problems mentioned under veiled or misleading titles, or as part of a treatise on something else, yet it is quite remarkable how often scientists have evaded this emotional syndrome. Why is it that for well over a generation writers have avoided tackling this subject, affecting as it does every human being? In such cases, depth psychology has long since taught us to suspect that repression is at work. The subject has been felt by many writers well equipped to handle it to be distasteful, unpleasant, painful, and politically explosive. Many remarks that will be cited in this book support this interpretation. Much as I should like to agree with all those authors who for millennia have consistently described and condemned the negative and destructive aspect of envy once it has become an end in itself, data will be presented to show that man cannot exist in society without envy. The utopia of a society free from envy, and in which there will no longer be any grounds for envy, is unlikely to be replaced by the totally utopian plan of eradicating envy from human nature by means of education. Although so far in the history of social experiment people have been rather more successful when attempting to create the second sort of society than when striving towards one composed of unenvious equals. Every man must be prone to a small degree of envy, without it the interplay of social forces within society is unthinkable. Only pathological envy in the individual, which tinges every other emotion, and the society entirely designed to appease imagined multitudes of enviers, are socially inoperative. The capacity for envy establishes a necessary social warning system. Here it is remarkable how seldom the vernacular forms of different languages permit one to say directly to another person, "Don't do that. It will make me envious." Instead, we tend to talk in abstract terms of justice, saying that something or other is intolerable or unfair, or we relapse into sour and bitter silence. No child warns his parents against taking an ill-considered step by saying something like, "If you do/give/allow that, I shall be envious of Jack/Jill." The taboo against an open declaration of envy is effective even at this level, although it is true that in both English and German one may say, "I envy you your success/your property," i.e., one may only speak of one's own envy when the actual situation between the participants, at least the official version of it, excludes the possibility of genuine, destructive, malicious envy. Oddly enough, in German one cannot even say, "I resent you." There is no such verb, and the alternative construction, literally, "I have a resentment against you," sounds so clumsy and pompous that no one is likely to use it. In English one frequently hears and reads the expression, "I resent that," or "I resent your action, your remark," etc. This does not indicate resentment so much as a feeling of indignation or annoyance at a piece of thoughtlessness or carelessness on someone else's part, an unreasonable suggestion or an impugnment of our motives. Acting as though there were no envy. To anticipate one of the main theses of this work, the more both private individuals and the custodians of political power in a given society are able to act as though there were no such thing as envy, the greater will be the rate of economic growth and the number of innovations in general. The social climate best suited to the fullest, most unhampered deployment of man's creative faculties, economic, scientific, artistic, etc., is one where accepted normative behavior, custom, religion, common sense and public opinion are more or less agreed upon, an attitude which functions as if the envious person could be ignored. This represents a conviction shared by most members of such a society, enabling them to cope realistically and relatively unconsumed by envy with the evident differences that exist between people, the attitude, in effect, which enables legislators and governments to offer equal protection to the unequal achievements of the members of the community, while on occasion even offering them unequal advantages so that the community may benefit in the long run from achievements which initially, perhaps, only few are capable of attaining. In reality, these optimal conditions for growth and innovation are never more than partially reached. On the other hand, many well-meant proposals for the good society or the completely just society are doomed because they are based on the false premise that this must be a society in which there is nothing left for anyone to envy. This situation can never occur because, as is demonstrable, man inevitably discovers something new to envy. In the utopian society in which we all would have not only the same clothes but the same facial expressions, one person would still envy the other for those imagined, innermost feelings which would enable him, beneath the egalitarian mask, to harbor his own private thoughts and emotions. Envy in language. Both in literature and in discussions with a number of people as to what they understand by envy, I have been struck by the tendency to use the word jealousy instead of envy, the former no doubt being more tolerable to those who confess to it than the latter, which is an ignominious sentiment. The jealous man has been defeated in a struggle for power or in competition, he is not inferior in relation to the asset under contention as, by definition, the envious man is. Yet even the behavioral sciences often shirk the phenomenon of envy and of envious behavior as though it were taboo, disguising the motive of envy with concepts such as ambivalence, aggression, tension, rivalry, jealousy, and similar indirect descriptions. The primary role of envy in human society and the comparatively unproblematical nature of common jealousy, or what is usually meant by the term, are apparent both from language and from proverbs. Envy and jealousy in English. The Oxford English Dictionary treats envy and envious as jealousy and jealous. About 4 columns are devoted to both terms. Envy and envious in modern English are derived from the Latin invidia and invidiosus, which have the same meanings. The verb to envy corresponds to the Latin invidere. In Spanish, Portuguese and Italian there are similar derivatives from the Latin to denote the same states of mind. Early English examples are, there be others that be envious to see other in greater degree than they. No lawful means can carry me out of envy's reach. It is much more shame to have envy at other for money, clothing, or possessions. Definitions emphasize the feeling of hostility, spite, and ill will. According to these, envy is present when there is mortification and ill will occasioned by the contemplation of superior advantages. On the other hand, envy may simply mean that one wishes one might do the same as someone else. The first definition of envy as a verb is most specific, to feel displeasure and ill will at the superiority of another person, in happiness, success, reputation, or the possession of anything desirable. It is also called envy when a person withholds a thing from someone else out of spite. Further on we shall have to consider the phenomenon of avarice and its relationship to envy. Thus in England at the beginning of the 17th century it was said of the peacock that he so envied men their health that he would eat his own droppings, then used for medicinal purposes. Incidentally, the modern English words of Latin origin for envy and envious have practically the same meaning as those in modern German deriving from ancient Germanic words, which express the same states of feeling and of mind. Jealous and jealousy are given detailed treatment by the Oxford English Dictionary. Obviously a jealous at first denoted simply an intense or highly excited emotional state, and then came to include a craving for the affection of someone else. Later it came to designate the fear of losing another person's affections, just like jealous, in the modern sense. Sometimes a jealous has the sense of envious, as in, it is certain that they looked upon it with a jealous eye. Earlier there was also an English term jealous glass, meaning the frosted glass used for ground floor windows, analogous to the French jalousie. But the principal meaning of jealousy remains the passionate endeavor to keep something that is one's own by right. In complete contrast to the envious man, therefore, one may postulate a man of jealous disposition whose mind is at rest once he knows that he is free of rivals. In 1856 Emerson wrote, "The jealousy of every class to guard itself is a testimony to the reality they have found in life." Where jealousy acquires undertones of mistrust or hatred, what is meant is generally the suspicion that somebody is seeking to take something from us which we have hitherto enjoyed in tranquility. In some cases jealousy may even represent the pugnacity of the rightful defender holding his own against the envious miscreant. More precisely, the jealous man can never normally become a spontaneous, primary aggressor. His hostile behavior begins only when a rival appears on the scene to give him specific reason for anxiety. This rival may be genuinely striving for an asset, or he may be driven by envy. Everyone is familiar with the type, often described in fiction, who wants to seduce his friend's fiancée, not because he wants to marry her, but only because he begrudges the other his happiness. In contrast to the envious man, who usually knows exactly what provokes him, the jealous man is often in doubt as to the nature of his antagonist, whether he is a genuine, honorable rival on his own level or an envious man, ostensibly a rival but in fact intent merely on destruction. The envious man, on the other hand, may have hostile feelings towards a person who may actually be ignorant of his existence. Sociologically, therefore, envy and jealousy represent basically distinct social situations, for in jealousy two or more persons must confront each other in a relationship that is avowedly reciprocal. The fully revised edition of the most comprehensive dictionary of American English, Webster's Third New International Dictionary of the English Language Unabridged, which appeared in 1961, devotes very little space to the terms envy and envious. Two examples of contemporary usage are cited, The Sterile and Envious Principle of Artificial Equality, from Time magazine, and Examining the Tire with Envious Appreciation. Envious is defined as a disgruntled emotional state arising from the possessions or achievements of another, a spiteful wish that the other should lose them. By contrast, the word jealous is used when we observe or imagine with mistrust or dissatisfaction that someone is acquiring something which is really our due or which belongs to us. Thus the decisive difference is evident. Jealousy is only directed against a definite transfer of coveted assets or their removal elsewhere, never against the asset as such. Envy very often denies the asset itself. Further, jealous may be used with no critical implications at all, as when John Galsworthy writes, conscious of their duty, and jealous of their honor. Webster's examples of envy eliminate this fine distinction and give samples of contemporary English, or more especially and significantly of American English, according to which one says, I envy you, when it should in fact be, I am jealous of your. Thus Hollis Alpert writes, I have a wild envy of the man in the taxi with her, while V.S. Pritchett writes, I often envy the writer who works in a university. The emphasis, in the definitions of envy and envying in Webster's third edition, is laid on the desire to possess what belongs to the other, not to see it destroyed. Indeed, this shift in emphasis corresponds almost exactly to the present American view of envy. Thus an American advertisement is able to declare that one should buy this or that in order to be envied, that is to say, so that the other man should at once do his utmost to get the same thing, not, as in earlier cultures, that he should try to damage it out of spite. Jealousy as compared with envy is defined by Webster principally as fear of unfaithfulness or rivalry, but the dictionary also mentions that a jealous can be used in the sense of envious, as in, jealous because her coat isn't as nice as yours. Jealousy has rather the meaning of hostile rivalry, and we believe that, as opposed to genuine envy, it does not anticipate the downfall of the rival. Webster's example of this is, intense local jealousies among existing villages. Envy and emulation. A masterly definition and description of envy is found in the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, published in 1912. Therein, William L. Davidson, professor of logic at the University of Aberdeen, has this to say. Envy is an emotion that is essentially both selfish and malevolent. It is aimed at persons, and implies dislike of one who possesses what the envious man himself covets or desires, and a wish to harm him. Graspingness for self and ill will lie at the basis of it. There is in it also a consciousness of inferiority to the person envied, and a chafing under this consciousness. He who has got what I envy is felt by me to have the advantage of me, and I resent it. Consequently, I rejoice if he finds that his envied possession does not give him entire satisfaction, much more, if it actually entails on him dissatisfaction and pain, that simply reduces his superiority in my eyes, and ministers to my feelings of self-importance. As signifying in the envious man a want that is ungratified, and as pointing to a sense of impotence inasmuch as he lacks the sense of power which possession of the desired object would give him, envy is in itself a painful emotion, although it is associated with pleasure when misfortune is seen to befall the object of it. The writer of the article also quotes Dryden. Envy, that does with misery reside. The joy and the revenge of ruined pride. The article compares envy with jealousy. They have much in common yet represent completely different emotions. Jealousy differs from envy in being infinitely more spiteful, as well as more impassioned and less restrained. Jealousy arises out of an opinion as to what is one's due, it is not purely a sense of inferiority, as is envy. For the jealous man, furthermore, there is a twofold source of irritation and uneasiness, since three people are involved. He is not engaged with one rival only, but with two, individuals or groups. If I am jealous of somebody, this is because he has won someone else's affections, to which I think I have a right. Thus I hate not only the usurper but the person he has seduced. Next, envy is compared with emulation, a term that has been equated with it. Americans, for example, prefer envy to the obsolete use of emulation, but are quite unaware of the shift in meaning. They have forgotten envy's spiteful, destructive aspect. The article rightly considers emulation to be very different from envy. He who emulates, who seeks to do what another has done, is neither self-seeking, spiteful, nor filled with hatred. Emulation requires a rival, a competitor, but the latter does not have to be seen as an enemy. He may even be a friend whose example stimulates our own powers and talents. Behavior that reveals emulation is observable in many animals and is also apparent in the simple games of young children. Again, the article draws a distinction between ambition and emulation. While ambition may be laudable, it may also degenerate into a ruthlessness leading ultimately to methods of harming a rival very similar to those of the envious man. Emulation may turn into envy as when, for instance, shortly before the end of the race a runner realizes that he will not be able to outpace the winner and so tries to trip him up. The article cites the following distinction drawn by Joseph Butler in one of his sermons, Sermon 1, Note 20. Emulation is merely the desire and hope of equality with, or superiority over others, with whom we compare ourselves. To desire the attainment of this equality or superiority by the particular means of others being brought down to our own level, or below it, is, I think, the distinct notion of envy. John Gay, 1669–1745, philosopher and Fellow of Sidney Sussex College, Cambridge, gives a brilliant analysis of the phenomenon of envy in his study of the fundamental principles of virtue or morality. He regards envy as a diabolical passion and concurs with Locke in believing it possible for some people to be completely devoid of it. Moreover, Gay rightly observes that most people, were they to give the matter some consideration, would remember the first time they ever felt themselves to be under the influence of envious emotions. This he sees as being especially important, since the ability to remember the first active experience of envy indicates the series of fundamental motives that leave their stamp on the personality. Because the most important experiences of envy cannot easily be forgotten, Gay believes, those people who think they have never been affected by it are probably right. He could not, of course, have been aware of such a factor as repression. To begin with, Gay keeps to the common definition of envy as the anguish that besets us when we observe the prosperity of others, but this he at once qualifies with the statement that it is not the prosperity of all and sundry but of specific persons. What persons? As soon as we look around us to discover who it is we might envy, we will, Gay maintains, find the source of this passion. The objects of envy invariably prove to be persons who had formerly been the envious man's rivals. Gay rightly comments on the importance of social proximity in envy. It is usually directed only towards persons with whom it has been possible to compete. But to restrict envy to genuine and factual rivalry is to go too far, for it blurs its distinction from jealousy. There is no doubt that envy may occur where competition has been only imagined, or even where it is inconceivable. What is decisive, however, as we shall see repeatedly, is the envious man's conviction that the envied man's prosperity, his success and his income are somehow to blame for the subject's deprivation, for the lack that he feels. Now if the capacity for envy derives from the experience of sibling jealousy, this aspect of envy becomes explicable, for within a family the favoring of one child, even if this be purely imaginary, will necessarily involve discrimination against the other, or will arouse a sense of injury. According to Adam Smith, envy, malice and resentment are the only passions which could bring someone to injure another's person or reputation, yet few people succumb frequently to these passions, and the worst scoundrels only on occasion. And even if one does give way to such feelings, little is gained. Therefore, Smith opines, in most human beings envy is restrained by rational reflection. The evidence for Smith's confident assumption is, of course, the fact that it would not be possible to imagine any kind of orderly coexistence if the prevailing society had not succeeded in largely suppressing mutual envy. Causal delusion in envy. Schiller is responsible for a very important conceptual clarification. He sees envy, in the ordinary sense of the word, as the product of the feeling of impotence, which inhibits the striving after a possession that belongs to another. The tension between such striving and such impotence only leads to envy, however, when it is discharged into an act of hatred or vindictive behavior towards the owner of the possession, when, that is, owing to a delusion, the other with his possession is experienced as the cause of our painful failure to have the possession. This delusion, whereby what is in fact our impotence to obtain the possession appears to us as a positive force opposing our striving, has the effect of somewhat reducing the initial tension. Genuine envy is no more possible without the particular experience of such impotence than it is without the causal delusion. Now it is significant that, as we shall show, many primitive peoples, e.g., the Dabuans and the Navajo Indians, as well as some village communities in more developed societies, e.g., in Central America, bring about the kind of causal delusion described by Schiller, not unconsciously or subconsciously like our contemporaries in modern societies, but with intent. My neighbor's harvest can only have turned out better than mine because he has somehow succeeded in reducing mine by black magic. It is this view of the world, the magic thinking of the primitive man within us, also discernibly at work in many other forms of superstitious compulsive behavior, which provides the dynamic of envy in modern, enlightened society. Schiller declares explicitly, mere displeasure at the fact that another possesses the thing which I covet does not constitute envy. It is, indeed, a motive for acquiring in some way the desired object or a similar one, e.g., by working for it, by buying it, by force or by theft. Only when the attempt to obtain it by these means has failed, giving rise to the consciousness of impotence, does envy arise. A definition in German. As early as the 19th century, Grimm's German dictionary had a definition of envy comprising all the essential elements we need for our inquiry. Today, as in earlier language, envy expresses that vindictive and inwardly tormenting frame of mind, the displeasure with which one perceives the prosperity and the advantages of others, begrudges them these things, and in addition wishes one were able to destroy or to possess them oneself, synonymous with malevolence, ill will, the evil eye. We shall now examine the elements of the definition. 1. Vindictive, inwardly tormenting, displeasure. These represent a feeling of aggression already conscious of impotence, so that from the start some of the aggression and a good measure of anguish and torment are somewhat masochistically turned back upon the subject. Later we shall examine the possibility that the intensely and chronically envious man may indeed be a person possessed by the desire, from whatever cause, to destroy himself, yet unable to tolerate that others who enjoy life, or at least courageously endure it, should survive him. 2. It is anguish to perceive the prosperity and advantages of others. Envy is emphatically an act of perception. As we shall see, there are no objective criteria for what it is that stimulates envy. And herein lies the error of political egalitarians who believe that it is only necessary to eliminate once and for all certain inequalities from this world to produce a harmonious society of equals devoid of envy. Anyone who has a propensity for envy, who is driven by that emotion, will always manage to find enviable qualities or possessions in others to arouse his envy. Experimental proof of this is not lacking, as shown inter alia by child psychology. 3.1 Begrudges others their personal or material assets, being as a rule almost more intent on their destruction than on their acquisition. The professional thief is less tormented, less motivated by envy, than is the arsonist. Beneath the envious man's primarily destructive desire is the realization that in the long run it would be a very demanding responsibility were he to have the envied man's qualities or possessions, and that the best kind of world would be one in which neither he, the subject, nor the object of his envy would have them. For instance, an envy-oriented politician regards a lower national income per capita as more tolerable than one that is higher for all and includes a number of wealthy men. In the Bible, Genesis 26 verses 14 to 15, we read, "For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged, the Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth." In this respect, human nature has changed little since Old Testament times. Envy of a neighbor's herd of cattle and an assault on his water supply are the order of the day in many a village community in present-day South America, for example. Would many of our contemporaries, on hearing the word malice, be likely to think at once of envy? The word malice still plays a part in English law today. In certain lawsuits, for instance, there has to be evidence that the slanderer or wrongdoer acted out of malice aforethought. That malice underlies envy is understood. At Oxford in 1952 a prize was awarded for an essay on the subject of malice. The writer, F. George Steiner, by the use of quotations from a large number of sources, shows how closely envy is linked with malice and to what extent both are the result of social proximity. A Flemish proverb has it that malice is born of familiarity, and when Grotius proposed that there are no men malicious in a state of nature, he had in mind the lonesome creatures of a golden age. Malice is created by low garden fences, or in narrow streets, where men unceasingly rub shoulders, and this man's orchard casts a blighting shade over that man's vineyard. It is an elixir brewed by close contact. Indifference yields no malice. Steiner quotes passages from the Anglican liturgy and from the Latin poet Persius to demonstrate that envy is a universal human ailment. He regards as one of La Rochefoucauld's most terrifying maxims that in which the moralist remarks that there is something in us that warms the heart at the spectacle of a friend's misfortune. This is the hidden malice which generates envy. Envy in Proverbs. A 19th-century dictionary of Proverbs contains 136 proverbs on the subject of envy, and a further 76 comprising words such as to envy and envious. In these 200 or more German proverbs, many of which have Latin, Danish, Russian, Hungarian, Polish and other equivalents, most of the general observations that can be made about envy are stated with surprising accuracy. Let us advance some theses on the phenomenon of envy, in each case citing a popular saying. 1. Envy is above all a phenomenon of social proximity. American sociologists use the term invidious proximity, or in other words, proximity that arouses envy. Envy is always between neighbors. The envious man thinks that if his neighbor breaks a leg, he will be able to walk better himself. 2. It is not the absolute differences between men which feed envy, but subjective perception, the optics of envy. In other words, the envious man sees what confirms his envy. Envy turns a blade of grass into a palm tree, a bush of broom, in envy's eye, grows into a palm grove. The Russians say, envy looks at a juniper bush and sees a pine forest. In the eye of the envious man, a toadstool becomes a palm tree. Envy sees faults sooner than virtues. A number of Russian proverbs express the thought that the envious man sees only what is enviable in the other, and not his countervailing handicaps. Envy can see the ship well enough, but not the leak. Envy sees the sea, but not the reefs. Envy sees only the bridge, not the swamp it crosses. Envy may see the bearskin but not the moths. Envy looks at a swamp and sees a sea. To envy, bad duck eggs will hatch out swans. To envy, the pike in the fish pond is a golden trout. The envious eye makes elephants of midges. And the Russians say, the envious man sees with his ears as well. These proverbs explain, too, why in all cultures it is not just good taste but virtually a compulsion never to mention one's own advantage, new possession, or good luck to others unless in conjunction with a lack, a disadvantage or a mischance. Thus the owner of a new car will at once mention his long, wearisome journey to work. The sweepstake winner or recipient of an unexpected windfall immediately discovers 100 commitments. The man who has been promoted at once reminds us that this now makes him more liable to a heart attack. In many societies, and notably among primitive peoples, this compulsion is so extreme that on principle no one can ever announce favorable news about himself or any member of his family. 3. Envy is a very early, inescapable and unappeasable drive in man, which induces the envious man constantly to react to his environment in such a way that his envy cannot be assuaged. Hence it is utterly hopeless to strive for a society which could be freed of envy by social reform. Envy looks out even from the eyes of little children. Envy is a beast that will gnaw its own leg if it can't get anything else. Envy is inborn. Envy is at home everywhere. Envy never dies. Envy and jealousy are immortal, but friendship and love brittle. None lives in this world without envy. Were envy a fever, the world would have been dead long since. There are German, Danish, Italian, Latin and Swedish versions of this proverb. If envy were an illness, the world would be a hospital. He who would be without envy must not tell of his joy. The envious die. Envy is inherited. The more kindness is shown to an envious man, the worse he becomes. This latter observation is particularly important because psychopathology has repeatedly confirmed it. The more one seeks to deprive the envious man of his ostensible reason for envy by giving him presents and doing him good turns, the more one demonstrates one's superiority and stresses how little the gift will be missed. Were one to strip oneself of every possession, such a demonstration of goodness would still humiliate him so that his envy would be transferred from one's possessions to one's character. And if one were to raise him to one's own level, this artificially established equality would not make him in the least happy. He would again envy, firstly the benefactor's character, and secondly the recollection retained by the benefactor during this period of equality of his erstwhile material superiority. For the envious man is perfectly prepared to injure himself if by so doing he can injure or hurt the object of his envy. Many criminal acts, in some cases perhaps even suicide, become more comprehensible if this possibility is recognized. Envy stews in its own juice. The envious man will often suffer injury himself so as to bring it on his fellow man. 5. Proverbs in many languages agree that the greatest damage done by the envious man is to himself. Envy is described as an utterly destructive, uncreative and even diseased state of mind for which there is no remedy. Envy has never made anyone rich. Envy cuts its own throat. Envy will eat nothing but its own heart. Envy envies itself. Envy brings suffering to the envious man. Envy devours its own master. Envy is its own scourge. Envy flogs itself. Envy makes life bitter. The envious man injures no one so much as himself. 6. Like primitive peoples, whose fear of their fellow tribesmen's black magic invariably ascribes to them the motive of envy, proverbs repeatedly indicate how easily the passively envious man can become an aggressive criminal. For the envious man it is not enough to wait until fate overtakes his neighbor so that he can rejoice. His schadenfreude is attested by countless proverbs. He lends fate a helping hand. No sooner is envy born than he consorts with the hangman and the gallows. Envy never laughs till a ship founders with its crew. Envy makes corpses. In Islamic literature, most proverbs are ascribed to the Prophet himself, to one of his companions, or, with the Shiites, to one of their imams. Islam's ethics and wisdom in Proverbs regard envy, a hasad, as one of the greatest ills. Al-Kulaini writes, "Envy devours faith as fire devours wood," the Prophet is held to have said. "Fear Allah, and be not envious among yourselves" is a saying ascribed to Jesus. The plagues of religion are envy, vanity, and pride. Moses is held to have said, "Men should not envy one another what I give them out of my fullness." And another imam declared, "The true believer is he who wishes others well and who does not molest them, while the hypocrite is a man who is envious and who does not suffer any other to be happy." Imputation of envious motives. Nowadays we are generally reticent and inhibited when it comes to the imputation of envious motives. Sociological and political publications of the period from about 1800 to 1920 investigated the effects and the nature of envy far more freely and thoroughly than is done today. Nevertheless, a few contemporary quotations will indicate the kind of context in which envious motives are discussed today. The Time essay, February 21, 1969, discussing May-December marriages, declared, "Envy as well as enmity is aimed at Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, 70, veteran of 2 other alliances with pretty young things, and now married to 26-year-old Kathleen Heffernan." In 1964, a woman journalist explained the partial failure of the Ford Foundation's Artists in Residence project in Berlin, namely, the isolation of the visitors and the remarkable reactions, amounting to pure envy, of local artists, and quoted the revealing comments of a Berlin artist. "No one rolls out the red carpet for me when I arrive in London or Paris, and my studio is much smaller than the Ford artists' studios." Much envied, too, were the monthly stipends, up to $1,250, of these people. No one but Americans, who so often cultivate a blind spot so far as envy is concerned, could conceivably have attempted such a project. Thus, from time to time advertising copy in the United States presents envy as an emotion not at all to be feared, and one that the man who responds to the advertisement will arouse in his neighbors and colleagues. If you've never been a Waldorf guest, you could, unthinkingly, believe it to be expensive. It then continues, the admiration, if not envy, of the folks at home is included in the room rate. German advertising copy, too, has now begun to adopt this allusion to the fact of being envied, which is used as a selling point for a product. Thus, at the end of 1965, huge posters on the sides of streetcars in Mainz promised the lucky owners of a washing machine that they would be envied by others. And a truck manufacturer's advertisement in the German daily papers, in 1966, showed a picture of an upholstered seat in one of their trucks with the caption, "You will be envied for sitting in this seat." In 1968, the same slogan was used by IBM in ads to recruit workers for its plants in Germany. In American business life, however, the inhibiting and destructive aspects of envy are sometimes recognized and mentioned. In the monthly publication of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, there appeared in 1958 an article on the 7 deadly sins of management, dealing explicitly with the role of envy in business. Envy was said to be found sometimes in superiors towards their more talented and efficient subordinates or among colleagues who, from envy, band together in cliques against an efficient man. And in 1966, a German daily paper, on the subject of the training period of college graduates destined to become executives in big concerns, recommended that the intended future position of the man should not be made public so early lest the trainee be deliberately misled. As a result of the envy this would arouse. Its motive, many of the firm's employees would themselves have liked to have a period of training that was equally comprehensive and well paid. A study made in 1961 of social conflict in modern business revealed widespread envious feelings, with particular reference to possible envious feelings resulting in loss of production. The study even revealed minor acts of mutual sabotage to the detriment of the firm, the motive being given unequivocally as envy. The manager of the production planning department said, "There are envious foremen. When the foreman sees that someone is earning a great deal, he tries to curry favor by telling us, we can cut down the piece rate, then." Confessing one's envy. There can be no doubt that we have the rarest and also the most unequivocal evidence for the role of envy when the envious man ultimately admits publicly to his own envy and confesses that he has harmed another person from that motive. So far I have read only one such admission. the author of a biting review, wrote in 1964. I was, looking back on it now, jealous because he, with his background of mathematics in which I was always weak, had found rational thinking easy. Must I now say in so many words that I take back everything I wrote? But significantly, this man still hides behind the less painful, and here conceptually false, term jealousy. The only public discussion of envy that I know of in which both participants spoke of their own envy took place during an unscripted talk on the BBC, between Arnold Toynbee and his son Philip. Philip, the ex-communist, as it transpired during the broadcast, in the course of a discussion on the progress of morality, declared, "What about envy? Envy and covetousness have always seemed to me to be very much the same thing. A.T. I notice how much American businessmen talk about the wickedness of envy. P.T. Meaning how wicked of the poor to want to have more money? A.T. Yes. I think that to feel envy is unfortunate for the person who feels it, even if the person he feels it against justifies the feeling by deserving it." The father overlooked his son's naive insinuation of class warfare and considered envy rather in the traditional sense in which it is depicted here. Both Toynbees next told of their own experience of envy. The son envied authors praised by critics, especially when he himself was adversely criticized. The father thought he had not often been envious. Both saw envy as an obstacle that prevented people from engaging in worthwhile activity. The father suggested that neither of them had suffered unduly from envy, not through any merit of their own but through good luck, both having jobs, for instance, which they had chosen for themselves. Finally, Arnold Toynbee recalled his envy of the French for being able to go on with their writing even under German occupation. The envious man and his culture. No system of ethics, no religion, no popular wisdom recorded in proverbs, no moral fables and no rules of behavior among primitive peoples have ever made a virtue of envy. Quite the opposite, in fact, by means of the most diverse arguments, human societies, or the men who have to live in a society, have persistently sought as far as possible to suppress envy. Why? Because in any group the envious man is inevitably a disturber of the peace, a potential saboteur, an instigator of mutiny, and, fundamentally, he cannot be placated by others. Since there can be no absolutely egalitarian society, since people cannot be made truly equal if a community is to be at all viable, the envious man is, by definition, the negation of the basis of any society. Incurably envious people may, for a certain time, inspire and lead chiliastic, revolutionary movements, but they can never establish a stable society except by compromising their ideals of equality. The history of early human thought on the subject of social relations has never, so far as is known, shown evidence of any illusions about the nature of envy. Most communities have developed or adapted customs and views that enable individual members of a tribe to be unequal in one way or another without being harmed by the envy of the others. Ethnological material shows how inescapable is the problem of envying and being envied in every aspect of human social existence. The member of a certain social class at a certain stage of his country's economic or political development, the individual in a certain group situation, every person in a private capacity will, when confronted by the imagined envy of others towards himself, be inclined to see it as a special case. He may console himself, it is the nature of things in the society in which he lives. Given certain conditions, feelings of envy will manifest themselves. But if one is to realize how little envy depends on specific classifications of difference in status, or on cultural or political stages of development, a thorough and detailed examination of ethnographical material is required. Envy is one of the inevitable accompaniments of human social life, and no anthropology that evades this problem can be regarded as complete. 30 years ago Richard Thurnwald wrote, "Among primitive peoples we find the same kinds and the same proportion of dispositional types of temperament as there are among ourselves. They influence each other, fit in together, or repel one another. In the play of personalities individuals gain ascendancy and respect as successful hunters, skilled dancers, imaginative singers, effective magicians, cunning killers, or impressive orators. Among tribally related families who meet each other on equal terms, individual excellence may be greeted with displeasure and envy. Aversion is shown towards the emergence of a strong leadership. It was not rare for men such as dread magicians to be killed or compelled to flee by their communities, a primitive form of ostracism. This attitude is, indeed, responsible for the slow rate of cultural growth because it resists innovation. Are any societies devoid of envy? Wherever in a certain culture we do find institutions which appear to take no account of envy or jealousy, they are exceptions which do not invalidate what has been said above. Many African tribes, for example, which practice polygamy, have a norm prescribing that the husband must show strict impartiality, sharing his favors equally between all his wives. The Kriges clearly demonstrated this in the case of the Lovedo, among whom the wives, who have their own individual huts arranged in a semicircle around their husbands, always keep a careful watch to see if he spends just a little too much time in one of them, or singles out one particular wife. If a wife enjoys only 2 to 4 hours in the day of a husband whom she shares with others, she guards these as jealously as a monogamous wife who can lay claim to her husband against other females for the whole 24 hours. Polygamy does not exclude susceptibility to sexual jealousy, which is universal among human beings. It is equally false to speak of a relatively unenvious society because, for instance, it has no salary taboo as a device to obviate envy. The Swedes regard themselves as an envious people, and there is an expression royal Swedish envy. Yet in Sweden anyone is allowed to examine any other citizen's tax return. There is, in fact, a private firm which yearly produces a much consulted list giving the incomes of all families where these are more than about $3,600 a year. Institutions of this kind may represent a deliberate exploitation of democratic envy for the purpose of enforcing honesty in taxation matters. Thus, if data which are kept secret in some societies in order to obviate envy are made public in another society, this does not mean that its attitude is less envious. In the United States, secrecy is generally assured in the matter of tax returns. Yet between 1923 and 1953, in the state of Wisconsin, there was a law permitting anyone to inspect any of his fellow citizens' tax returns, with all details and particulars. Not until 1953 was the right of the inquisitive or envious man curtailed by a new law which required of him a fee of $1, entitling him only to be told the total tax paid by another person. And in some states democratic vigilance demanded that every civil servant's emoluments and expenses, together with his name and place of residence, should be recorded annually in a book available in every public library. Anyone hearing of this institution might conclude that Americans were little plagued by envy, for if they were, they could not afford thus to publicize salaries. But as may be observed, the frankness shown by the Department of Finance not infrequently leads to personal conflicts such as the salary taboo elsewhere seeks to avoid. The more data comparative cultural anthropology provides, the more evident it becomes that we cannot infer, from the lack of certain institutions and typical practices, a corresponding absence of any one basic human drive. This applies especially to envy. Individual cultures have evolved various, sometimes of course rather weak, mechanisms to enable their members to get along with each other despite envy. It is not easy to test a theory about envy. The existence of the motive of envy can, of course, be proved, where there is express mention of envy or of concern about it, and most languages have a word for it. Again, if a person wants other people to have less than he has or nothing at all, instead of granting others the right to have more, or if he inflicts damage on another without himself benefiting thereby, envy can at least be assumed. It is more difficult to find evidence for the absence or minimal role of envy in a culture or in a given social situation. At best, it could be said that someone had been able to suppress his envy and hence to accept the other's privilege or advantage with good grace. But it is virtually impossible categorically to declare that in a given social situation or custom none of those involved feels envy. Yet we are fully justified in believing a man who, at an interview, spontaneously admits to being envious. He would be generally much more likely to conceal the fact. But we cannot implicitly believe anyone who maintains that this thing or that would not arouse his envy. Nor are we any the wiser if we conclude from the existence of certain social institutions such as primogeniture or polygamy that there is no envy or jealousy. Not infrequently these very customs give rise to black magic or other modes of behavior which show that anyone who is injured by the institutionally tolerated behavior of, say, father or spouse, is in a favorable position to react enviously. Again and again in ethnographical literature we come upon accounts of sons who killed the brother favored by primogeniture, or of a first wife who killed a second or third wife, despite the general custom of polygamy in her tribe. Social life would be impossible if cultures did not succeed within reason in forcing those who have real cause for envy or jealousy to cooperate. For after all, a society in which there was never cause for envy, a society of total and constant equality, would not be workable even as a theoretical experiment. Thus in some tribes a father, especially if he is a medicine man, will bequeath his magic tricks to the eldest son only, much to the jealous anger of the others. And yet as long as such a tribe finds it essential to believe in magic in order to endure the threat of adversity, it is clearly good sense for that power not to be diffused throughout the group. Magic which is common knowledge is not magic at all. Thus all we can ask is how well or how badly a society has eliminated, deflected or restricted envy in certain spheres of life. We can never say that in such and such a culture and such a social situation none of the participants is envious or jealous. Rather, some cultures may successfully attempt to achieve a condition in which much social activity can proceed as if there were no envy. Every society and every culture may lend such esteem to a certain position, achievement or spiritual state, e.g., ecstasy, that there will inevitably be some individuals who believe they have been hard done by. Distinctions and differences which arouse envy are the concomitant of all social existence. In some societies, prestige accrues from the possession and manipulation of property or wealth, in others from formalized scholarship, in imperial China, and in Hindu and Buddhist cultures from spiritual perfection. But it is not only differences in prestige that are a source of envy and resentment. Most cultures, as the anthropologist H.G. Barnett emphasized, provide opportunities for one man to excel, thus becoming a cause for envy even when his achievement as such has little or nothing to do with the society's general system of prestige. The potential causes of resentment are countless. The Navajo are the largest Indian tribe still to survive in the United States. The existence they lead on their reservation is wretched. The Navajo has nothing to correspond to our concept of personal success or personal achievement. Nor can he have good or bad luck. Anyone who prospers or, according to their notions, grows rich, can only have done so at someone else's expense. Hence the Navajo who is better off feels himself to be under constant social pressure to be lavish in hospitality and generous with gifts. He knows that if he fails in this, the voice of envy will speak out in whispers of witchcraft, which would make his life in society strained and unpleasant. Again, the primitive fisherman, even when he has had only one lucky catch, has to reckon with his comrades' envy. Raymond Firth, an expert on the island peoples of Polynesia, describes relations among a group of fishermen. If a man catches only one or two fish while no one else has any success, then he will give them to other members of the crew and not keep any. If he did retain his fish, allowing the others to go away empty-handed, then he runs the risk of slanderous talk. One man may go and not say anything, another man may go and criticize, that fish which he brought in, he did not give it to me but kept it for himself. There is no ritual reason why a man should not eat of his own catch, a reason which sometimes obtains in other communities. The custom is explained on a rational, social basis. If a man catches fish with his net in the lake, for instance, it is quite legitimate for him to keep them for himself because he is alone. It is when he is a member of a crew that the former custom operates. It is described directly as the blocking of jealousy. A practice that serves to obviate envy may be openly prescribed by tribal custom for that very purpose. In other cases, an unexplained taboo attempts the same thing. Thus it was observed that a Siriono Indian hunter in Bolivia might not eat any part of the animal he had killed. Were he to break the taboo, the same kind of animal could never again fall to his arrow. Originally this taboo meant that the quarry was spared. About 20 years ago, however, Holmberg remarked that the rule was already being frequently broken. The Siriono, a tribe leading an excessively meager existence in subunits of 15 to 25 people, show a few remarkable behavioral traits explicable as an attempt to avoid the envy of their tribal associates. The individual generally eats alone and at night, because he does not wish to share his quarry with others. If he eats by day, a small crowd of people outside his immediate family gathers round him. They stare at him enviously. Although he hardly ever gives them anything, he is nevertheless disturbed. Even Alan Holmberg, an American anthropologist, while living with them, eventually adopted this practice of eating alone. For the most part, the Siriono give proof of extreme individualism, though they will conform, often reluctantly, to some norms of the group. A man who has given food to a relative can expect some in return, but he nearly always has to demand it. Food, meat being especially scarce, is hardly ever shared with anyone in the subunit who does not belong to the nuclear family, wife, or perhaps the favorite wife and children. The Siriono accuse each other of hoarding food, but cannot do anything to stop this. They are constantly denouncing each other for stealing food. Topically, every man hides anything edible. Females may even hide morsels of meat in their vagina rather than share them. A returning hunter will hide his quarry outside the camp and join the group with every sign of dejection. Not until nightfall will he return, perhaps with his wife, to the hiding place and eat the animal he has killed. There is nothing to be seen here of the close community which allegedly exists among primitive peoples in pre-affluent times. The poorer it is held, the greater the sense of community. Sociological theory would have avoided many errors if those phenomena had been properly observed and evaluated a century ago. The myth of a golden age, when social harmony prevailed because each man had about as little as the next one, the warm and generous community spirit of simple societies, was indeed for the most part just a myth, and social scientists should have known better than to fashion out of it a set of utopian standards with which to criticize their own societies. Envy and black magic. For most people, the first association of the word a witch is with fairy stories, with Macbeth, or with witch burning. Before we examined primitive thinking on the subject of witches, the expression of the general fear inspired by the envious fellow tribesmen, a few concepts will need clarification. In Europe as elsewhere, which originally meant something like a vagrant, a threatening, ill-intentioned person. The connection with the evil eye, the eye of the envious man, appears early. From time immemorial suspicion of witchcraft or black magic has fallen upon those who have had cause to be envious of someone less ugly than themselves, of lucky parents, or the peasant with a good harvest and healthy cattle, etc. After all, bad luck can befall only those who have something to lose, good health, beauty, possessions, family. In the attempt to come to terms emotionally with the problem of misfortune, it seemed reasonable to look around for people who might be envious. During the witch trials in Europe, the accused were precisely those persons who had somehow aroused the suspicion that they were envious and hence desirous of harming others. Gradually, however, the envious man himself became the accuser, the accused being people who were good-looking, virtuous, proud and rich, or the wives of wealthy citizens. This double role played by envy in witchcraft is again apparent among primitive peoples. The outsider, the cripple, anyone at all handicapped, is suspected and regarded as responsible for damage. Yet the same primitive man is capable of asserting that another member of his tribe is only rich, powerful, a good dancer or hunter because he has gained by black magic something that should have belonged to his fellow tribesmen. Accounts of primitive peoples in all parts of the world offer a wealth of evidence as to belief in witches and the practice of witchcraft. It is a constant aspect of primitive existence. Some tribes, such as the Navajo of North America, the African Azanda and the West Pacific Islanders, the Dobuans, seem to have a particularly strong belief in witchcraft, but basically the picture is the same wherever the investigation is made. In his analysis of resentment, Max Scheler has already compared the incurably envious person with the witch figure. He maintains that resentment can never develop without the mediation of a specific feeling of impotence. There are types of social situation, he says, in which, quite aside from their individual character, the people concerned are particularly liable to resentment. Scheler sees a connection between the female sex and the figure of the witch. The woman, because she is weaker and hence more vindictive, and by very reason of her personal, unalterable qualities is forced to compete with other members of her sex for man's favor, generally finds herself in such a situation. Small wonder then that vengeful deities, such as that sinister serpent's brood, the Eumenides or Furies, first grew up within a female-dominated matriarchy. This may also account for the fact that there is no male counterpart to the figure of the witch. Rightly though Scheler has observed and explained the peculiar affinity between the second sex, as Simone de Beauvoir resentfully called it, and the envious figure of the witch, the deviations found in other cultures are equally remarkable. Although English has masculine nouns such as sorcerer and a wizard, English-speaking ethnographers nearly always select the female noun witch when they wish to designate such persons. Yet among primitive peoples the witch is by no means confined to the female sex. For instance, the Navajo Indians believe that both men and women can become witches, but that there are far more male witches. Out of 222 cases of accusation of witchcraft, Cluckhone discovered that 184 involved adult males, 131 of these being of great age. All the females accused were also very old. The Navajo are usually so afraid of the sorcery of old people that they do their best to propitiate them with lavish hospitality and the like, even though the person concerned may be extremely unpleasant. Cluckhone explains this by, among other things, the high value set by the Navajo on a long life. Those who achieve it seek to keep it, often at the cost of younger people. These Indians are generally suspicious of all persons in extreme positions, the very rich, the very poor, the influential singer, the extremely old. They believe that only dead relatives can become hostile spirits. A person must belong to the dead man's clan to be able to see his spirit. The extent to which Navajo life is overshadowed by the ubiquity of witches is matched only by their unwillingness to discuss it. White men have often spent years among them without obtaining any exact idea of the seriousness and extent of this cultural feature. Even those Navajo who have completely emancipated themselves from all the other aspects of their tribal religion are still subject to the fear of witches. Some anthropologists see in witchcraft beliefs a useful safety valve, an understandable and desirable institution whereby intersocial tensions are regulated. Cluckhone, however, maintains that the destructive and inhibiting effect of these ideas has been grossly underrated, and that they are much more likely to give rise to timidity and to restrict social relations than to bring about a healthy abreaction of aggressive feelings. Envy and suspected witchcraft. Cluckhone leaves no room for doubt as to the immediate connection between envy and suspected witchcraft. Among the Navajo, a person becomes a witch, having inherited the craft from one of his parents, in order to wreak vengeance, in order to gain wealth, or simply to injure wantonly, most often motivated by envy. A special kind of witchcraft, frenzy witchcraft, is black magic directed principally against those who are prosperous. A Navajo described this to Cluckhone as follows: "That's when they see you got the best of goods all the time, good children, good wife. That man from over there, that bad man might think, will break up that home." Another Indian tribe, the Hopi, are reputed to be very peaceable. In their culture, social harmony is prized as the highest good. But when a Hopi seeks to explain illness, death, and similar misfortunes, he believes, like the Navajo, that there are witches in his immediate neighborhood. The Hopi Indians know the danger of envy. Their principal rule is never to brag or boast. People may steal the boaster's things and begin sorcerous operations. The ideal Hopi, as revealed by several informants, condemns envy as a useless emotional state. He is supposed to banish envious thoughts. The same things are regarded by the Hopi as enviable as is the case elsewhere, a man being envious of someone else because he has more money and a better house. Or, your heart aches for a person who has more than you have. You say, I ought to have that. The Hopi language has the word unangtatutwika, meaning in fact, he is sick at heart, and translated by American ethnologists as envious, jealous. The Zuni Indians share with the Hopi a distaste for competitive behavior and open aggression, and sacrifice individuality to the collective. But this does not eliminate envy. Both very poor and particularly rich Zuni can be suspected of witchcraft. The constant threat of an accusation of witchcraft serves to maintain social conformity. The similarity between European stories of witchcraft and Zuni stories has been remarked upon. A deceived husband or a jilted lover is described in Zuni legend, not as feeling vengeful and filled with hatred of his rival, but as a man to whom it is intolerable that he alone should be unhappy. The whole tribe, all its members, whether guilty or not, must likewise be destroyed. Zuni folktales state expressly that the husband deprived of happiness desires no one else ever to be happy. And when a Zuni who thinks he has been deceived or unfairly treated indulges in daydreams, what he generally longs for is that others should suffer as he does. The deserted wife may wish that the tribe's archenemy, the Apaches, will come and destroy the village. In North America there were some Indian tribes among whom ethnologists discovered remarkably little general fear of witchcraft, but who nevertheless regarded the central values of their existence as under threat. The Comanche of the open prairie, for example, were courageous people, and the role of aggressive warrior was reserved for men between 20 and 45. If an old man failed to adapt himself with good grace to the role of peaceable old age, he was suspected of envious magic. He might even be killed by the relatives of someone who suspected him of being a witch. Understandably, the Comanche generally revered as chiefs those men who had not especially distinguished themselves as young warriors, and who were therefore unlikely to regret their lost youth. It is also generally true of the Central American Indian cultures that envy and covetousness are regarded as anomaly or crime. The Indians know a kind of illness which is produced by magic, called by them invidia, and which is invoked by an envious person. The victim has the undeniable right, recognized by the community, to kill his enemy if he can be discovered. For this reason it is inconceivable that anyone should admit his envy. Edward Evans Pritchard's work on witchcraft and black magic among the Azanda in Africa is regarded as being among the most accurate studies of such phenomena. His observations and conclusions are in complete agreement with the general theory of envy we have outlined in this book. Repeatedly he describes the constant preoccupation of the Azanda with the envy of others, and their resultant behavior. The Azanda system of values, their culture, their popular beliefs, all condemn the envious man. Like us, they have the concept of a gentleman, a man who is respected, upright and trustworthy. He stands up for himself, and may take ruthless action against all those who in any way harm him, his family and his friends, nor does he have to evince false modesty. But an important feature is that he does not envy those around him. The proverbs of this tribe are very similar to those of Europe: envy and jealousy kill the strongest man. Malice leads the way, black magic follows. First there is covetousness, next there is witchcraft. These and other moral failings are always cited as the prelude to mangu, envious black magic. Azanda parents warn their children over and over against being malicious, envious or jealous, or delighting in the sorrows of others. Probably few primitive peoples are so conscious of the danger of envy as the Azanda. Whoever speaks ill of his neighbor without apparent reason is at once held to be envious. Not every envious person, indeed, becomes a witch. A lesser form of mangu is feared in forms of envy too mild to lead to punishable misdeeds. But anyone who is held to be envious is shunned, and is no longer invited to join the others in communal events. The Azanda draw a very clear distinction: mangu as such is not the cause of crime, but only the power to satisfy an envious disposition by doing harm to others. They believe that anyone may become a witch. No one can ever be quite sure of anyone else. And since no one can know whether or not he is suspect, envy must always be restrained in public. Evans Pritchard considers this belief to be socially most beneficial. Since the Azanda look upon every neighbor as a potential witch, the envious man can avert suspicion only by controlling his envy. But on the other hand, those of whom he is envious may also be witches who wish him ill. For this reason, too, he has to be careful. Not only are physically deformed people regarded as witches, but also those who are habitually unfriendly, bad-tempered, dirty, quarrelsome and secretive. The spells of the Azanda, designed to protect him against magic, always refer to the envy of some other person, and it is in general quite plain to him that no matter in what way he excels or how he prospers, there will always be those who will envy him his possessions, his descent, his appearance, his skills as hunter, singer or orator, and will therefore seek to destroy him. Evans Pritchard compares the Azanda idea of envy magic with our concept of good and bad luck. If there is nothing we can do about a misfortune, we console ourselves with the impersonal, it was just bad luck. The Azanda ascribes it to mango, which originates from a certain person. The enemy in our midst. In his study, The Enemy Within, dealing with sorcery among the Amba in East Africa, E.H. Winter draws this distinction, that whereas witches exist only in the imagination of the Amba, the European observer can be in no doubt that there are individuals among them who do in fact practice black magic, who engage in magic practices, that is, in order to harm their fellow tribesmen. For the Amba, the basic distinction between witch and sorcerer lies in the motivation underlying their activity. Sorcery is practiced as a result of ordinary motives, envy, jealousy, and hatred. It is provoked by the occurrences of daily life, by social situations in which feelings of hatred arise. For this reason the Amba find it understandable if someone takes to magic, although they do, of course, condemn it. Witches, on the other hand, bring down upon men every conceivable kind of misfortune, driven by their lust for human flesh, a desire incomprehensible to the normal Amba. Winter then suggests the following analogy: the sorcerer who kills a relative for his inheritance corresponds to the murderer in our society, while the witch corresponds to the pathological murderer whose motives we cannot discover. We find this analogy unacceptable because the whole of the literature on the subject of African sorcery shows that the envious man, sorcerer, would like to harm the victim he envies, but only seldom with any expectation of thereby obtaining for himself the asset that he envies, whether this be a possession or a physical quality belonging to the other. As we can show again and again, every culture sees the envious man's reward either as the pleasure of having deprived the man he envies of something, or else of it punishing him for owning the coveted asset, supposing this to be indestructible, fame won by heroic deeds, for instance. Yet the Amba and their interpreter, Winter, may very well be right in believing that someone becomes a sorcerer only if his envy is specifically aroused. In certain circumstances, a man may resort to magic only once in his life. He is not, like the witch whose cannibalism is a threat to everyone, a constant and universal danger. No one can protect himself against him. In theory, at least a person can protect himself against the sorcerer, envious man, by avoiding any occasion to provoke the annoyance or the jealousy of others, or, as we would put it, by the avoidance of envy. In his study of sorcerers in North Sukumaland, Tanganyika, East Africa, Artke S. Tanner has occasion to refer to the specific dynamic of envy in witchcraft. The Sukuma regard black magic as a planned, deliberate crime. The sorcerer is in no way seen as an evildoer who arbitrarily strikes out at mankind in general, rather, he is preoccupied with his greed, his envy. He hopes for material gain from his magic. Again, the degree to which the sorcerer is suspected of being a man whose envy is unappeasable is evident from the fact that, by completely ostracizing him, the community sometimes forces him to leave the district. At times, anxiety over what such a man may perpetrate out of envy may even lead to his being lynched. Similar instances have been reported in other cultures, in Central America, for example, where persons suspected or convicted of envy magic are driven out. The Sukuma word for magic, bulogi, derives from the verb to fear. Tanner stresses that the Sukuma community is not sorcerer-ridden. But if someone suffers misfortune, he always wonders what cause a relative or neighbor may have to practice sorcery on him. Among the Sukuma, as elsewhere, sorcery is practiced only in situations of proximity and close association. They have a noteworthy tendency to accuse successful or prosperous men of sorcery. In one such case, Tanner explains, the magician and chief cooperated in making and substantiating the accusation, something that was, in fact, a political act based on jealousy. Thus in every society there are at least two possible tendencies and manifestations of envy to be reckoned with. The man who is not well off, or only moderately so, may be seized with envy against relatives or neighbors and practice destructive magic and arson. The victim and other more or less interested persons may attribute to him the motive of envy. As suspicion grows, everyone in the community, whether rich or only fairly prosperous, is driven to fear the incurably envious man. Eventually he may be expelled. The danger to the group lies in the destructive envy of an individual, the sorcerer. This situation can also be reversed, in which case social tension arises from the envy felt by several persons against one who may be richer, more popular, or more successful than they. The majority then spread the rumor that the happy man owes his success to illicit sorcery. Tanner mentions a notorious case in Sukumaland. A chief was suspected of employing the spirits of dead fellow tribesmen for the cultivation of his fields, as the number of people to be seen working there was not enough to explain their excellence and yield. Tanner rightly describes this as a manifestation of envy of success or superior work rather than the expression of occult ideas. In common with most other individual field studies, Tanner's work fails to offer us a theory based on the phenomena he describes. The universality of such sorcery cannot be founded merely on sporadic hatred. The writer expresses his agreement with the currently popular theory of pent-up emotions without legitimate, e.g., orgiastic, outlet. Hence it is suggested that before contact with Europeans and European jurisdiction, there were far fewer evil sorcerers than there are today. Escape into destructive magic is therefore explained almost apologetically as a reaction to the pressure of white administration and colonization. Yet the increase in envy-based magic, which is vouched for solely by the memory of old members of the tribe, might, I believe, only be connected with the arrival of Europeans insofar as it was in fact their colonization that, for the first time, brought to the tribes a rule of rational law and thereby created a socio-economic situation in which individual success, and thus reason for envy, became possible in any degree. The love-do. In his description of the love-do in Africa, more especially in a chapter on witchcraft and black magic, Craig presents many observations in which the element of envy is clearly distinguishable. If a man in that tribe falls sick, his thoughts turn at once to the possibility of witchcraft, especially if he has been in conflict with someone or knows he has an enemy. A person who is known to be resentful or someone who is generally unpopular will be the first to be considered responsible for any ill that may befall a man. A person with an unpleasant face very often earns the reputation of being a witch. A very old person, too, is apt to be thought a witch. His long life is attributed to his bartering the lives of younger relatives for his own. Just as people with grievances are suspected of witchcraft, so successful ones are thought to be especially liable to being bewitched. Those who reap better crops than others, successful hunters, those favored by their European masters. Craig regards it simply as projection if their success is also liable to be attributed to witchcraft on their part. Here, perhaps, one may introduce a generalization, evidently primitive man, and the love-do can be regarded as representative of hundreds of similar simple peoples, considers as the norm a society in which, at any one moment of time, everyone's situation is precisely equal. He is possessed by the same yearning for equality as has for many years been apparent in political trends in our modern societies. But reality is always different. Since he has failed to grasp the empirical causes of factual inequalities, he explains any deviation upwards, or downwards, from the supposedly normal, i.e., emotionally acceptable, society of equals as having been caused by the deliberate and malicious activity of fellow tribesmen. The suspicion increases with the closeness of the relationship. Craig analyses 50 of the witchcraft cases he observed. The motives that predominate are envy and jealousy. Only 15 of those cases took place between unrelated persons. Of these, only 5 involved sexual jealousy, e.g., the abandoned girl seeking revenge. The other 10 had to do with jealousy and resentment arising out of economic and social differences. Any conspicuous gadget, such as a sewing machine acquired in town by a neighbor, is especially calculated to cause envy and hence black magic. The witch's envy was also aroused by another's ability to drive a car, to find work in a town, or to dance particularly well. Very often complex jealousies were at work, involving sexual and economic motives. Causes of envy mentioned by Craig are position, prestige, personal attractiveness, bride prices, the distribution of possessions, and the yield from herds of cattle. The whole of pre-scientific literature, as for example Proverbs, concerning the phenomenon of envy, invariably lays stress on social proximity between the envious man and the object of his envy. This factor is also apparent from Craig's material. Not only are relatives and neighbors those most often involved, but it is regarded as exceptionally difficult to bewitch a stranger with any success. The love-do believe that only a mother can never harm her children with witchcraft, just as they can never harm her. And this is precisely the very relationship in which envy would appear least probable. Exaggerated modesty, the understatement so typical of the Englishman, which occurs in Chinese culture too, is also a convention of the love-do. When a man comes back from a visit to another district, the neighbors greet him with the question, "What do they eat over there?" Or, betraying envy, "What are they keeping from us, the people you've been with?" To which the invariable answer is, they're just about starving, even when they have everything in plenty and have shown regal hospitality. It is even feared that to be overzealous will arouse suspicions that a man is striving for success. If one passes a field where a loved man or woman is working and remarks, "Working hard," they will always answer, "We're hardly working at all." A bright child who matures early is regarded by the love-do as a future witch. Life is spent in perpetual fear of envy. Possessions bring no prestige. And there is no socio-economic stratification in love-do society. The culture, that is, the total system of norms, of this Bantu tribe shows deeply rooted inhibitions of all kinds which can be traced back directly to intensive mutual envy, and which plainly show, too, how they specifically restrict development. Competition is impossible. Craig was especially impressed by the impossibility of exploiting competition between craftsmen. Often one potter will commend to a customer another potter's wares. It is pointless to attempt to make a craftsman work faster by threatening to give the job to someone else. Even if a love-do urgently needs money to pay his taxes, he shies away from lucrative occupations. He is also extremely reluctant openly to compare himself with others. Indeed, his language does not provide expressions, comparative forms, for example, with which to make distinctions. It is difficult to extract from him any expression of opinion as to the relative merit of manufactured articles, individual achievements, or other cultural attributes. In regard to the articles of everyday life, the aim is equality with others, as Kreitsch stresses. A common expression is, "What are you keeping from me?" Kreitsch interprets this as meaning, "Aren't I entitled to the same share of your generosity as the others?" Even when they implore their ancestors for help or for some favor, they must say, "But only in the same measure as the rest." Where the inhabitants of one village recover from smallpox while those of another village die, a loved whose only explanation is witchcraft on the part of the survivors. In a culture incapable of any form of competition, time means nothing. The word for slowness, for the absence of any bustle or hurry, is the same as that for what is good, or virtue. It is, however, imperative that primitive man's superstition should not be equated with his chronic state of envy of his fellow tribesmen, or one be used to explain the other. A self-pitying inclination to contemplate another's superiority or advantages, combined with a vague belief in his being the cause of one's own deprivation, is also to be found among educated members of our modern societies who really ought to know better. The primitive people's belief in black magic differs little from modern ideas. Whereas the socialist believes himself robbed by the employer, just as the politician in a developing country believes himself robbed by the industrial countries, so primitive man believes himself robbed by his neighbor, the latter having succeeded by black magic in spiriting away to his own fields part of the former's harvest. However, man's envy motive may already permeate the individual act of cognition at every historical stage of his understanding of the world and emphasize those manifestations which lend support to the envious man's suspicions. But unless every person had a basic tendency to make envious comparisons, envious black magic would not necessarily arise, even in the case of primitive man, out of magic ideas. The envious man creates the means to revenge himself on the object of his envy. He will always seek to order his world so as to nourish his envious feelings. It cannot be proved, from the nature of the means chosen to impair another's prosperity, that these were employed out of envy. Primitive man, when he makes use of black magic because someone has injured a member of his family, is acting from a legitimate feeling of outrage. The government advisor who successfully suggests to the legislature a special tax on certain luxury goods or on envy-provoking forms of income may himself sincerely believe in the economic reasonableness of his policy. It would therefore be false to imagine that wherever black magic is used, whether by primitive man or by a peasant in a tolerably advanced country, in order to harm his neighbor and quite manifestly out of envy, what is involved is merely the unfortunate consequence of superstition that enlightenment could exorcise. The false premise that one man's gain necessarily involves the other's loss is still indulged in by some modern economic theorists. While these do not make use of black magic, they often have recourse to methods no less absurd, such as, for instance, a special kind of tax which ends up by damaging the very people it was supposed to help. On the one hand, there is an inadequate grasp of environmental factors which consists in immediately seeing every inequality of the other as diminishing one's own prosperity, with resultant envy, resting at least in part on a false understanding of the causes of inequality. On the other hand, the primitive man, too, may be envious of his neighbor without misinterpreting the circumstances in terms of magic. Sorcery is simply his most immediate means of putting someone down out of envy. Both the primitive man who seeks to harm the object of his envy by means of irrational ritual, helped along, perhaps, with poison, and the senior official in a bureaucracy who quietly sabotages the promotion of a subordinate because he secretly envies the man to be promoted, are acting from the same motives. They differ only in their methods. Black magic versus persons unknown, envy of the other's easier future. The primitive man, and sometimes also the less primitive man, who uses black magic to make things equally unpleasant for others, the wealthy father or trustee who is tight-fisted so that the next generation shall, as students, have as hard a time as he did, the factory manager, the departmental head, the board of directors who oppose the acquisition of air conditioning plant or labor-saving machinery because that wasn't the way things were when they joined the firm, all these irrational embodiments of a Spartan complex have fundamentally the same object. Someone they know, and often enough someone they don't, has to suffer on equal terms the lot that was theirs in the past. True, the proverb says that sorrow shared is sorrow halved. But the true companion in sorrow is the one who, through no action on our part, either voluntarily or as a result of external circumstances, endured the painful situation at the same time as ourselves. If, merely to appease his own recollection of having suffered a disagreeable experience, a difficult examination, say, or a repellent task, someone takes it upon himself out of a sense of schadenfreude to burden another person's future with the same difficulties, he is elevating his envy to the status of a goddess of fate. But a case like that of an older person, for objectively convincing educational reasons not serving merely to disguise envy, imposing something difficult upon a younger person either to test him or to temper him physically or mentally does not come under this heading. Again, one may still sympathize with genuine mountaineers who try to sabotage a scheme for a funicular to the finest peaks, because in their opinion only the man who has braved the dangers and difficulties of the climb deserves the view at the end of it. There might be a suggestion of jealousy about the mountain itself, but hardly of envy. Yet the person, often designated typical by the natives themselves, who practices sorcery against the stranger, only because the latter might otherwise have an easier life than himself, is found in the most diverse parts of the world and within the framework of widely differing cultures. His persistent recurrence gives rise to the fundamental question as to what human drive or motive is involved, especially as traces of it are on occasion perceptible in some of our affluent contemporaries. In our opinion, this is typical of the fundamental attitude from which the more complex processes of envy are built up. The evidence of such a basic impulse in man, independent of his absolute material situation and directed towards someone who may be a stranger, or may indeed be a purely hypothetical person, leaves room for doubt whether it is ever justifiable to state the principle that the object of envy is responsible for the envy, rusto, among others. The vandal, in our own society, who, for instance, strews nails over the road because he cannot stand people who drive cars, may still be impelled by a specific experience of envy. It is meaningful to imagine oneself owning a nice car and saying, well, if I can't have it, at least I can spoil the pleasure of people who can. But the primitive man who has just experienced a deprivation or escaped a danger and wishes to inflict it magically on others has in no way been provoked by his victims. He wishes to drag down others, who may, of course, be personally known to him, to that level of existence to which he has been temporarily reduced. While there are some forms of envy having at least a certain progressive element, this particular action bears the mark of retaliation. Since I cannot revenge myself on fate and often there is no such concept in a culture for my painful lot, I shall look for some other person upon whom to wish the same suffering. A truly classic description of envious black magic is that of Karsten, drawn from his observations among the Javaro Indians. When the Indians try to produce rain by magical means, they nearly always do so merely out of wickedness, that is, to cause their fellow tribesmen harm or annoyance, especially when they are traveling on the river. When in 1917 I came from my long river expedition down to the Ichwares on the Middle Pastasa, I was surprised by heavy rains, which lasted for weeks, caused the Babaneza to swell, and made the ascension of the river extremely trying for my Indian crew. When at last we approached Canelos, one of my Indians said that he would make the rains continue so that other travelers would have the same difficulties as we had had. There is, perhaps, no case of envy so pure as that directed against others who, we believe, are about to experience less privation, fear, etc., than we ourselves have just endured and finally left behind. In this instance, the envious man's own future course of life can in no way be compromised by the other's gain, by the alleviation of their circumstances. It is only the memory of his own disagreeable past that makes him begrudge others anything better. This kind of envy, which greatly impedes all progress in a society, also occurs between generations in a family. Fathers are annoyed because nowadays things are much easier for their sons. Angry outbursts of this kind may be observed in families in Western industrial nations and in the most primitive tribes where the younger generation has enjoyed certain advantages through contact with Europeans. Envy between generations. Tradition asserts, with a fatal effect upon deliberate innovations, that what was good enough for the father is good enough for the son. Here we have the conflict between generations. Older members of a group will generally adopt a negative attitude towards innovations which younger people try out or initiate. Their feeling arises from comparison, accompanied by envy or jealousy. Where the son follows the same profession as his father, or is a partner in the same firm, the term jealousy might apply. Where the innovation is concerned with increased comfort or prestige and is attempted by the son or a member of the younger generation in a field in which the fathers can in no way assert themselves, the terms envy would be more appropriate. That in some cases a father's envy of his children's educational opportunities has to be reckoned with has come to light in recent studies of unused educational opportunities. There have, of course, been older people, including fathers, who have smiled benevolently on a younger man's innovation, and have encouraged or even promoted it. Had there been no such exceptions to social control by tradition, there would have been fewer innovations. But sometimes, even in cases of an older man objectively helping his junior to put through an innovation, undertones of resentment are discernible. Everyone will understand the impediments which the older generation puts in the way of the younger through envy of its renown. Similar motives come into play when the innovation proposed by the younger man, its discovery or merely its adoption, conceals an imagined reproach to the older man for not having thought of it himself. We are, however, penetrating into deeper layers of emotional life when we seek to understand why the older generation, in keeping a Spartan hold on the younger, tries to forbid or disparage those objects or institutions which represent increased comfort. Incidentally, the cruel initiation rites that are customary in a wide number of primitive tribal societies, and which close the stage of adolescence, might conceivably be understood as the expression of general existential envy which members conscious of their age feel towards those whose life still lies before them. The envy barrier of the developing countries. The future, the only field where the fruits of any development are to be reaped, lends itself to a cooperative approach to exploitation by men able to exchange and coordinate their ideas, knowledge, and desires. But this is conceivable only when fear of the other's envy, of his possible sabotage or malicious sorcery, has to some extent been overcome. No one can even begin to have rational aspirations for the future unless he has a realistic view of what that future may be, but no such prognosis can be made so long as each member of the group carefully keeps hidden his view of the future. Nor can a view that is conducive to social and economic development be formed within a group until its individual members are able, in frank discussion, to compare, weigh and synchronize all their different pictures of the future. It is precisely this, however, which more than anything else is impeded by the ever-present fear that basically everyone, more especially our near neighbor, is potentially envious and that the best defense against him is to pretend complete indifference about the future. A ruthless, charismatic leader may, in certain circumstances, force his own view of the future on others, over a short space of time and when threatened by danger from without, although there have been cases where even the most obvious danger was not enough to overcome the inhibition of communal action by envy. Since the leader cannot do everything himself, however, the undertaking suffers in its execution precisely from mutual suspicions among his followers. Institutionalized envy. An expert on South American peasant cultures and village communities, Eric Wolf, singled out the phenomenon mentioned above. He speaks of institutionalized envy, which manifests itself in phenomena such as backbiting, the evil eye and the practice or fear of black magic. Wolf cites other experts on these societies, Oscar Lewis, John Gillen and Clyde Kluckhohn, in his refutation of the romanticism according to which the close communal spirit of village communities and the great measure of equality between their inhabitants lead to a pervasive feeling of goodwill. Institutionalized envy. So far as I know, Wolf is the only one to have used this concept, or the ubiquitous fear of it, means that there is little possibility of individual economic advancement and no contact with the outside world through which the community might hope to progress. No one dares to show anything that might lead people to think he was better off. Innovations are unlikely. Agricultural methods remain traditional and primitive, to the detriment of the whole village, because every deviation from previous practice comes up against the limitations set by envy. Identical observations, using the terms envy, resentment, and schadenfreude, are found in some articles by American cultural anthropologists who in 1960 addressed themselves to the subject of personal relations in peasant societies. Soltax attributes the unprogressiveness, the slowness of change towards economically productive and rational behavior patterns that he observed among the Indians of Guatemala, to the facts of life in a small community where all neighbors watch and where all are neighbors. Specifically, Tax thought, it is impossible to rule out envy and the fear of envy, or accusations of greed, and the fear of such accusations. In Haiti, G.E. Simpson found that a peasant will seek to disguise his true economic position by purchasing several smaller fields rather than one larger piece of land. For the same reason he will not wear good clothes. He does this intentionally to protect himself against the envious black magic of his neighbors. The social sciences have put forward numerous theories on the assumption that the normal man seeks a maximum in production and in property. All men today, including those of the so-called developing countries, ostensibly desire the greatest possible progress. These theories, however, overlook the fact that in a great many situations the object of human activity is a diminution, that regularly recurring modes of human behavior have as their object the lessening of assets, not just their replacement by other assets. Everyone who has attempted to describe envy has pointed out the purely negative character of the phenomenon. No one is to have anything and no one is to enjoy himself. A tribe of North American Pueblo Indians showed the beginnings of division of labor. The various magic and cult tasks such as rainmaking, fertility magic, exorcism of witches, etc., were delegated to certain societies in the Pueblo. At times, however, the other villagers imagined that the magic powers of these specialists were chiefly used for such people's personal gain. Steps were taken, therefore, to liquidate them, and those individuals who in any way seemed better off were brought into line by the destruction of their property or, in slighter cases, by official warnings. How little mutual envy, in a relatively simple society, depends upon objectively ascertainable differences in the standard of living of its members is apparent from a study of personal relations in a Jamaican village, carried out between 1950 and 1951. This mountain village is inhabited by 277 English-speaking Negroes. The descendants of former slaves, they are now independent, competitively minded peasants who take their various products to market. The accumulation of money and land is among their principal motives. About 80% of the inhabitants earn a tolerable livelihood, and only 3% of the adults are in need of assistance. Yet we read in the study, no matter how independent and wealthy a person might be, he generally believes that everyone else, no matter how obviously poor, is better off and has accumulated more money. One of the worst things a man can do is to inquire into someone else's financial circumstances. There can be no doubt that this attitude is a protection against envy. But everyone is filled with insatiable curiosity regarding such information. Imaginary personal poverty is generally blamed upon another, presumed or believed to be richer. The frequent damage to crops caused by hurricane or drought is still usually attributed to some evil sorcerer at work on behalf of an envious neighbor. Nearly every villager is convinced that his neighbor dislikes him and is excessively envious of him. These feelings are, of course, mutual. It is impossible for several families to pool resources or tools of any kind in a common undertaking. It is almost equally impossible for any one man to adopt a leading role in the interests of the village. The problem of envy is again brought out clearly in William Watson's study of social cohesion in an African tribe in northern Rhodesia, whose members, through working in the copper mines and in the towns, are gradually adopting a money economy. These are the Mambwe, whose cohesion as a tribe in village communities has been far less impaired than might be expected by the industrial wage labor of many of its members. Watson made his observations in 1952 and 1953. There was an ever-present cause for ill feeling in the fact that competent men, not belonging to the nobility of a chief's family but having been educated in a mission school, were able to attain wealth by personal work in the market economy of their district. The outward sign of wealth is usually a brick house. A decisive factor in the success of such people seems often to have been the resolve to leave the area of the chief where they were born in order to seek their fortunes in some other district, since the social controls inhibiting an individual's financial success and the community's redistributive claims are then not so great. Watson records one case of a self-made man of this kind, a commoner, who, by marrying into the royal family of another chief, was able to obtain permission to take an eminent political position within the tribe in keeping with his wealth. This can sometimes succeed. But Watson describes another man whose success story clearly shows not only how one who is economically superior in a primitive society is suspected of supernatural machinations, but how the effectiveness of his powers is believed to be in direct proportion to his ability to damage his neighbor. Adam was 41 years old and had been educated as a carpenter at a mission school. He now owned, after various excursions as a wage earner, the only brick house in the village. He also did a great deal for his relatives. But, like all successful men, Adam is supposed to know something, i.e., to possess magical knowledge. He is said to know how to tame crows through magic, so that they take maize from other people's gardens and grain bins and bring it to his own. Watson also describes some successful farmer traders who live under considerable social pressure, not only because they have to reckon with competition in a limited market, but also because they are constantly suspected of black magic. The Mombwe accuse all successful men of practicing sorcery. Exactly like the Dabuans in the Pacific, the Mombwe are convinced that if the field a man has sown regularly produces a crop better than his neighbors, this is not the result of better methods of cultivation but of sorcery, which has inflicted a corresponding degree of damage on other fields. Successful men are regarded as sinister, supernatural, and dangerous. A contributing factor is that they do not live like the rest of their tribe. Their brick houses isolate them from the others, and if the village community migrates they stay behind. Fear of the evil eye. One of today's best experts on the village culture and mentality of the lower classes in Mexico, Oscar Lewis, gives an interesting account of the way in which, in one village, fear of other people's envy determines every detail of life, every proposed action. A safety zone is secured by extreme secretiveness, by the anxious concealment of everything private. Men withdraw into themselves and avoid all intimacy. The man who speaks little, keeps his affairs to himself, and maintains some distance between himself and others has less chance of creating enemies or of being criticized or envied. A man does not generally discuss his plans to buy or sell or take a trip. A woman does not customarily tell a neighbor or even a relative that she is going to have a baby or make a new dress or prepare something special for dinner. Here, clearly apparent, is the fear of envy, the evil eye of the other, which threatens all our prospects, all the assets to which we aspire. To some extent this fear still persists in many enlightened people. We are reticent about many prospects for which we hope or strive until they are realized or fully secured. But it is difficult to envisage what it means for the economic and technical development of a community when, almost automatically, and as a matter of principle, the future dimension is banned from human intercourse and conversation, when it cannot even be discussed. Ubiquitous envy, fear of it and those who harbor it, cuts off such people from any kind of communal action directed towards the future. Every man is for himself, every man is thrown back upon his own resources. All striving, all preparation and planning for the future can be undertaken only by socially fragmented, secretive beings. In contrast to the enthusiasm of the 18th and 19th centuries for the communal spirit of unspoilt, simple societies, reality has a very different aspect. If, in this Mexican village, an accident befalls or threatens a man's property, few hasten to inform the owner, who may not discover it until it is a total loss. In one case, a widow's pig was killed by a bus. Although it was known that she was the owner, no one told her about the accident. By the time she learned of it, most of the meat had been cut away by nearby residents, and she was left with only the head and tail. This, too, is significant. Very often the envious man, while not indeed acting so as to harm another, will not voluntarily do anything out of what is called humanity, a feeling of decency, concept still incomprehensible to the vast majority in this world, to avert another's harm. There are innumerable situations in which envy can vent itself by the mere fact of remaining passive. And that envy is responsible for the remarkable behavior of the people in this Mexican village becomes quite evident from the following passage. There is a greater readiness to commiserate in another's misfortune than to take joy in his success, resulting in a more widespread sharing of bad news than good. There is an almost secretive attitude toward good fortune, and boasting is at a minimum. People do not ordinarily advise each other where a good purchase or sale is to be made, how an animal can be cured, or in what ways a crop may be improved. Whoever helps me is my enemy. It can well be imagined what effects a basic attitude of this sort can have upon the well-meaning, optimistic programs of development advisors who work on the assumption that a few tricks, a few technical or agricultural skills, having been demonstrated once or twice, will automatically spread like wildfire from family to family and village to village. Lewis further observes, articles and market baskets carried through the streets are kept carefully covered from prying eyes. In general, there is an absence of altruism, generosity, charity, and the spirit of sharing. These qualities, which show a positive attitude towards one's fellow men typical of Americans, are effective enough in their country of origin. Since 1949, however, they have contributed largely to encouraging American optimism in regard to the so-called developing countries, where the existing cultures make it difficult for the natives to comprehend them. The development aid politicians could have learned a great deal by reading studies such as those referred to here. Doing favors for others is rare and creates suspicion. Favors are generally associated with people de cultura who, it is said, do favors to get favors. When young people or children show kindness or pity to outsiders, they are frequently corrected by their mothers. Children are scolded for giving things to their friends or for being trusting and generous in lending articles to persons outside the family. In the early 50s, the husband and wife team, Gerardo and Alicia Reichel-Dalmatov, spent more than a year doing field work in the mestizo village of Aratama in North Colombia. In this culture, too, they found the envy motive, fear of mutual envy, being a determining factor. The individual performance of magical practices intended to be harmful to other people is one of the most dominant aspects of supernatural beliefs in Aratama. Every individual lives in constant fear of the magical aggression of others, and the general social atmosphere in the village is one of mutual suspicion, of latent danger, and hidden hostility, which pervade every aspect of life. The most immediate reason for magical aggression is envy. Anything that might be interpreted as a personal advantage over others is envied: good health, economic assets, and so on. All these and other aspects imply prestige, and with it power and physical appearance, popularity, a harmonious family life, a new dress, authority over others. Aggressive magic is, therefore, intended to prevent or to destroy this power and to act as a leveling force. As a system of social control, black magic is of tremendous importance, because it governs all interpersonal relationships. The buyer is a thief. There is only one explanation for all unforeseen events: the envious black magic of another villager. Although some persons are particularly suspect, every adult is a potential enemy armed with black magic. The inhabitants of Aratama do not believe in the possibility of natural death. Every illness is caused by a personal enemy. Economic loss, a poor harvest, cattle disease, and even the sudden emergence of undesirable characteristics, drunkenness, violence, impotence, laziness, unfaithfulness, all these are regarded as the product of someone else's hostile, envious intentions. If somebody suddenly decides to leave the village either temporarily or permanently, the decision is always assumed to have been brought about by the magic of an enemy who wants to be rid of the other man. When a family has to sell some property, house, cattle, or land, the new owner regards it as self-evident that he will be hated and envied because he has taken over the property. And it is especially believed of the vendor of a house that for the remainder of his life he will vindicatively pursue the buyer with black magic. The fact, in itself remarkable, that the vendor of property hates the buyer, whom he seeks to damage, is probably explicable by his persisting claim on the property. Even where the sale was genuine and paid for in good money, the vendor envies the buyer his superiority, which lies in his ability to pay, that is, in an active quality. What we have here is, I believe, a very widespread human reaction. The buyer is never quite safe from the envy of the seller, who himself retains a faint suspicion that he has been cheated of something, in return for something so transient as money. We are familiar, too, with the craftsman and artist who is by no means prepared to sell his products or works of art to just anyone. But here the benign effect of modern anonymous mass production of all imaginable goods becomes apparent, for it enables us to purchase virtually anything without having to reckon with the envy of the producer. The romantically inclined, who still continue to regret the days when nearly every commodity had to be purchased from an individual maker, have no idea how subtly the relations between producer and customer strangled the free circulation of goods. In modern society there is evidence of similar limitations on the free market in many fields. They are based on snobbery rather than on envy, though both may be involved. A conceited architect or painter will not sell his work to anyone just because he has enough money. Some car manufacturers, indeed, even seek to ensure that their products do not go to those whose position is not in keeping with their wealth. And when the Princeton University Press published a difficult mathematical work on the theory of games, the many professional gamblers who ordered a copy had their checks returned with the remark, "You wouldn't really understand it." Evidently it was thought undesirable that the small edition of this specialized work should be cast before swine, that is to say the gamblers of the American underworld. The salesman-employee may also envy the customer when he has not himself produced the article but is not able to buy it, as has been observed of American salesgirls. This is not a case of simple envy connected with a particular object, such as that of the maker of an article who pursues its buyer with feelings similar to those of a mother-in-law towards her son's wife. The Reichel-Dolmatovs show emphatically the extent to which literally nothing in Aratama is safe from the villagers' envy and from their black magic. If one member of a group works faster and better than the rest, his place of work is marked with a cross before he arrives the following morning. The envious man then says 3 paternosters and 3 Ave Marias. This is supposed to make the good worker slow, tired and thirsty. Agricultural implements, such as machetes, are very vulnerable to damage by sorcery. The same applies to all hunting and fishing gear, to traps, guns, hooks and nets. According to the Reichel-Dolmatovs, even a hunting dog's keen scent can be destroyed forever by the machinations of an enemy who is envious of the dog's owner. In Aratama, as almost everywhere else, the evil eye is an important and special form of malevolent magic. It can cause sickness, drought, and decay. Significantly, economic assets such as houses, crops, domestic animals, or fruit trees are said to be much more exposed to the evil eye than people themselves. The reason, envy. From this the merciful effect of private property is evident, though it is seldom recognized. It is not the cause of destructive envy, as the apostles of equality are always seeking to persuade us, but a necessary protective screen between people. Wherever there have ceased to be any enviable material goods, or where these have for some reason been withdrawn from envy's field of vision, we get the evil eye and envious, destructive hatred directed against the physical person. It might almost be said that private property first arose as a protective measure against other people's envy of our physical qualities. In the village of Aratama, where everyone trembles before everyone else's envy, Reichel-Dolmatov discovered only the following degrees of relationship where black magic could not be practiced, hence those in which a large measure of envy can evidently be suppressed, between father and son and between mother and daughter, although even here there may be considerable tensions. Between husband and wife, among siblings, and in any other form of kinship, on the other hand, there are very frequent cases of malicious witchcraft. Outside the family, anyone and everyone is suspect. In some tribes, for instance, the African love-do, envy-motivated sorcery takes place almost entirely among relatives, while there is little to fear from strangers. This again testifies to the importance of social proximity in envy. In Aratama, on the other hand, suspicion is so general that no one will say of a clearly innocuous person that he does not practice black magic, but rather, that he is not known to do so. Todav anoa silu. Ha! Sabido. Loss of face in China and avoidance of envy. Again, the Asiatic's proverbial fear, especially evident in imperial China, of a losing face, is basically nothing more than a ritualized attitude designed to avoid envy, and more especially a form of self-training to avoid the schadenfreude of others. This was clearly demonstrated by Hu Xinqin, an anthropologist, in a study of the Chinese concept of face published in the United States in 1944. The degree of loss of face, lean, depends upon the situation of the subject. Public opinion takes account of extenuating circumstances in the lives of the poor and underprivileged and allows such persons to retain face after actions which would cost better situated people theirs. The holder of a strong economic position may use it only in such a way as not to infringe moral tenets. The description of the process of social control in China reminds one of the other directed person, as portrayed by David Ziesman, who Xinqin wrote. The consciousness that an amorphous public opinion is so to say supervising the conduct of the ego, relentlessly condemning every breach of morals and punishing with ridicule, has bred extreme sensitivity in some people. This is particularly obvious where the taking of the initiative may incur failure. A young person who fails to pass an examination will sometimes feel the shame so keenly as to commit suicide. From this it is already apparent how fear of losing face inhibits individual actions and modes of behavior such as are necessary for economic progress. The explanation that follows brings to light the motive of envy. The Chinese anthropologist believes that Western observers are wrong in attributing the excessive modesty with which the Chinese seek to disparage their achievements or their positions to hypocrisy, humbug, or lack of self-confidence. Rather, he says, it is a case of a carefully institutionalized attitude designed to avert envy. Anyone setting too high a value on his abilities or his stamina perpetrates the social sin of regarding himself as better than his fellow men. As physical violence is discountenanced, so is every action that might call forth unpleasant feelings, such as envy and dislike, in other people. A person given to boasting will not have the sympathy of his group when he fails, rather will he incur ridicule. For the Chinese, however, it was not necessary to see himself confronted by public opinion or by an actual group in order to restrain his behavior. The maxim, behave so that the result of your actions will arouse the minimum of envy in your fellow men, imprinted upon him as a commonplace from childhood onwards, equipped him with the knowledge of how to act so as to retain lean. And to make absolutely sure that no one would be envious, self-deprecation, as in mutual forms of address, was taken to what Westerners regarded as absurd extremes. Habitual avoidance of envy and the inhibition of development. Reichel Dalmatov described a common method of avoiding envy in the village of Aratama. In this suspicion-ridden atmosphere, any calamity is immediately attributed to the magic of an enemy who, through ill will and envy, caused the trouble. The best prophylactic measure an individual can take, in all cases, therefore, consists in not appearing enviable in the first place and in pretending to be poor, ill, and already in trouble. In his study of the Dabuans, one of the most envy-ridden of cultures, Fortune raises the question, difficult but justified, as to whether such a community is poor because inhibited by mutual envy, or whether envy is a consequence of the general frugality of their existence. Fortune generally uses a jealousy but quite evidently means envy. In this society, it is not possible to say that the attitudes of the social organization are created by the attitudes of the magical outlook, or that the attitudes of the magical outlook are created by the attitudes of the social organization. It is, however, possible to show a unity of feeling throughout. Jealousy of possession is the keynote to the culture. In social organization, this jealousy is found in a conflict between the kin and the marital groupings. In gardening, this jealousy obtains between gardeners. All illness and disease and death are attributed to jealousy, and provoke recrimination. It is also possible to show that poverty and a great pressure of population upon land accords well with the prevalent tone of jealousy of possession. But here again it is not possible to say whether poverty has created the jealousy or vice versa. Either point of view could be put forward. Accordance is all that can be demonstrated, and in truth it is probable that the more accordance there is in the elements of a culture, the stronger an intensification of the mutually agreeable elements will result. They will react upon one another. Sometimes even primitive peoples realize that because some of their fellows are courageous enough to defy the envious eye, they prosper. The Tiv are a pagan people numbering some 800,000. They inhabit the Benue Valley in northern Nigeria and eke out a meager agricultural existence. 10 years ago an anthropologist gave an account of their economic system. Tiv are very scornful of a man who is merely rich in subsistence goods, or, today, in money. They say, that jealous kinsman of a rich man will bewitch him and his people by means of certain fetishes in order to make him expend his wealth in sacrifices. A man who persists in a policy of converting his wealth into higher categories instead of letting it be dispersed by his dependents and kinsmen is said to have a strong heart. He is both feared and respected. The word sav indicates the magic substance of the heart which fends off envy. Not everyone has it. Is a person in any way outstanding, if only as a singer, dancer, hunter? He has some sav, though perhaps only a little. Is a man healthy, possessed of a large family and prosperous farms? He is a man of sav, or he could not have warded off the envy of others either in its physical or mystical expression. The Tiv, like many other primitive people, do not recognize natural death. If someone dies, it is always attributed to the envious magic of another. As long as the anthropologists remained in the area, one of their informants felt safe, but afterwards he hoped to survive by doing as little as possible to attract envy. The envy barrier to vertical mobility in ethnically stratified societies. About 20 years ago, a group of American anthropologists studied a small mountain township in the south of Colorado, founded about 1870 and having some 2,500 inhabitants, partly of Spanish and partly of Anglo-Saxon descent. They were especially interested in the Anglo-Saxon upper stratum and the Spanish-speaking group below it. Special attention was paid to the ways in which a capable person could climb from the Spanish group, 58% of the population, into the dominant, English-speaking stratum. The majority of the Spanish-speaking inhabitants did not arrive until 1920, principally from Spanish villages in northern New Mexico. They comprise the lower occupation groups. A very few own land or other commercial property, most depend on wage labor in local agriculture. Why is it so difficult for individuals to rise out of this group? The study gives 4 main reasons. 1. Traditional behavior patterns which do not sufficiently prepare a Spanish person for contact with Anglo-Saxon culture. 2. The goals for social advancement are determined by the model of the Anglo-Saxon group, which therefore involves the unlearning of the goals prescribed by Hispanic culture. 3. The English-speaking group, in spite of a certain caste spirit, is sufficiently open to absorb really able members of the Spanish community, thus depriving their original group of leaders. 4. The most revealing factor for our thesis, however, is that concerned with the envy, inhibiting advancement and success, shown by the Spanish towards all those of their own kind who appear to be on the way up. Success is equated with betrayal of the group. Whoever works his way up socially and economically is regarded as a man who has sold himself to the Anglo-Saxons, Anglos, who climbs on the backs of his own people. Those Spanish Americans who have attained a modest economic position just above the Spanish stratum are called orgullosos, the arrogant. A feeling of contempt for others less successful is falsely attributed to them. This is expressed even more plainly by the word coined for them, agringados, meaning Americanized. Many of those using these words at once admitted that their people were envious e envidiosos, and for that reason neither could nor would follow, seguir, those already assimilated. The discovery of these motives led the authors to believe in a circular system of inhibitions. The more gifted among the Spanish-speaking people are reluctant to take a leading role because they know how much they will be envied and suspected. The majority, however, keep their distance from potential leaders because they believe the latter have no use for them. Thus, while some remain in the Spanish ghetto, the few economically ambitious ones migrate as soon as possible into non-Spanish society. The writers even believe that discrimination by the Anglos is insufficiently clear-cut for the good of the Spanish group. Aspiring members of the Spanish group can only climb upwards separately and individually, and are not cast back into their group as embittered leaders who might be able to do something for their own people in the collective. The crime of being a leader in the community. Even those societies which have not been successful in neutralizing the envy of the majority towards the unequal few, of course, need chiefs and men in authority, that is, persons exercising the functions of a leader. But in many cases the effect of envy and the leader's fear of provoking it, which determine his actions, are clearly discernible in the description of the leader's role. Thus Cyril S. Belshaw describes how, among the southern Mosim, an island people in Melanesia, the pressure of envy so restricts the leader that, whether in the interests of equality or from the fear of too evidently profiting himself from an innovation, he sometimes refrains from the very undertakings that would further the progress of the whole community. The Mosim value administrative ability and organizing talent in their leaders, like most Melanesian peoples. Formerly these men were chiefly concerned with the production and exchange of ceremonial goods. Such a man's technical success may be ascribed to his good magic or supernatural gifts, whereas all the European observer sees is his altogether worldly talent for organization. In any case, the high esteem accorded to managerial talent has served to prepare this society for modern commercial behavior. Yet many undertakings come to a halt. Somehow the leaders prematurely drop a project on the very eve of success. Why? Firstly, the leader in this culture must show great discretion. Were he to display impatience, his men might desert him. He must not shout, nor may he show annoyance, and he must court public opinion at every decisive step, and just because he has been chosen leader, he must constantly ask himself, what does my life look like, seen through the envious eyes of my followers? A leader does not openly set himself above other people. There is a reinforcement here to the prestige which accrues from sharing wealth, bringing the leader face to face with the necessity of increasing the level of living of those about him, through sharing, almost pari passu, with his own. Belshaw demonstrates here what harm envy, or its institutionalized consideration, can do to the process of economic and technical growth. It is virtually impossible to undertake innovations in a society, to improve or even to develop an economic process, without becoming unequal. But when can a leader or innovator ever be sure that he will not incur the ill will of those who do not immediately benefit from his activity? The leader hemmed in by envy may choose a course such as Belshaw describes in detail, whereby he directs his ambition towards a high level of consumption of goods which he cannot easily share. The demand for sharing may also defeat a well-intentioned scheme for expansion by which the whole village would ultimately profit. Among the Mosim there was a half-caste who gave up various independent undertakings because he could not stand the envy of the others, finally preferring to work as an employee in a European firm. Sometimes an ambitious man is able to further his own cause by moving with a few selected relatives to another community where they may participate fully in his economic advancement. Should he not wish to move away, yet still be unable to stand the envious hostility of his own village, the following procedure applies: he attempts to live as close as he possibly can to the customary level. He may permit himself and his family minor, inconspicuous luxury articles, or food with a higher protein content, but his wealth is silently hoarded or is shared out in lavish ceremonies. However much respect such behavior may earn him, it contributes little to the economic progress of the population as a whole. A leading expert on undeveloped countries, Herbert Frankl, demonstrated in 1958 how great is the influence of envious and tyrannical relatives upon the individual who wishes to get ahead in Africa. A characteristic of wide areas of that continent is the small community with a meager subsistence and embedded in a rigid culture. The community looks askance at any man who is in process of advancement. Frankl compared this mentality with the extreme egalitarianism in some developed countries where the exceptionally able, hardworking and successful man is often regarded as the kind of fellow one would rather not have around and who should be taxed with a special severity. Frankl describes the difficulties of an important Ghanaian tribal chief. This man had worked for 30 years as a clerk in the offices of a number of European export firms. He knew that the only way to political influence lay in the accumulation of savings with which to finance a political organization. For him, this was enormously difficult. Whenever his relatives supposed him to have saved anything, they applied the thumbscrew of family obligations. Frankl noticed how people in West Africa hung about at the entrances of banks and fell upon their relatives when the latter emerged after drawing out a sum of money. The chief in question had to transfer his account from bank to bank because his relatives succeeded in eliciting information from the bank clerks about his savings. He began to build a house which he purposely left unfinished so that he could tell his relatives, "You see, I have no more money, I am a poor man." At last, they believed him and he was able to prosper without interference. Fear of success. Whether from zeal, from the joy of discovery, or out of curiosity, innovators, like explorers or inventors, may ignore the inhibiting social controls of their environment. Generally speaking, however, every innovation must be adopted by a large number of individuals to make itself felt in any culture. Yet anyone who wants to play the role of innovator is typically subject to a twofold social control. The agent for a private or public agricultural development program in an Indian village advises one of the peasants to use specially prepared seed or a new kind of fertilizer for the next harvest, advice which is seldom followed. When we asked why this was so, an elderly Indian with long experience as a missionary in Indian villages, and knowing nothing of our theory replied, should the innovation, as promised, produce an especially good harvest, the man would go in fear of Nazar Lagna. This is an Urdu word of Arabic origin meaning to look or eye, not normally used in that sense, but only in relation to the malevolent, destructive, envious look of another person or of a demon. He fears both the envy of his fellow villagers and that of some kinds of spirit. Nazar Lagna is, of course, also to be feared if anyone in an Indian village regards himself as healthier, better looking, blessed with more children, more prosperous, etc., than his neighbors. Understandably, this fear is much increased where a man anticipates his being conspicuous among the villagers as a result of some innovation which he has voluntarily adopted. So far as I can ascertain, there seems today to be no Hindi word for the evil eye. Rather, the Hindu uses the Urdu term Nazar Lagna. Urdu is the language of the Mohammedans who lived among the Hindus as a minority from about AD 1100 up to the partition of India. Among Arabs and other Islamic peoples, fear of the evil eye is particularly marked, manifesting itself, among other things, in the use of the veil and the method of building houses facing inwards. It is easy to see how the dynamic of a minority problem led to the borrowing by the Hindus of the corresponding word for someone else's malevolent, envious magic from a minority of a different faith. In Urdu, nazar means look and is also used in this neutral sense. Nazar lagna means evil eye, and is used by Hindus only in this form. In confrontation with a proposed innovation, there is, on the one hand, fear of its success. At the same time, as my informant explained, the peasant thinks of the possible consequences of failure. Far more than its discoverer, the man who applies an innovation proposed by another unfailingly lays himself open to the most heartless schadenfreude and ridicule if he fails to produce results. This dilemma, which for the individual arises in its most extreme form in a tradition-bound culture, is also to be found in advanced cultures and represents one of the worst inhibitions to processes of development. But the motive, the emotional and social dynamic, for the twofold social control undeniably arises, as can be shown again and again, out of an immediate awareness of potential envy in the social environment. The unsuccessful innovator is assailed by mockery and ridicule because he dared to risk something for which the majority had neither the courage nor the drive. But again, he is threatened by the silent danger of Nazar lagna if he succeeds. It is pertinent to reflect at this point that nearly all primitive religions, but also some of the more developed peoples, have the idea of an envious supernatural being, sometimes even a being who can ridicule man. It must have been one of Christianity's most important, if unintentional, achievements in preparing men for, and rendering them capable of, innovative actions when it provided man for the first time with supernatural beings who, he knew, could neither envy nor ridicule him. By definition, the God and saints of Christianity can never be suspected by a believer of countering his good luck or success with envy, or of heaping mockery and derision upon the failure of his sincere efforts. The psychology of envy. Observations drawn from a wide variety of simple tribal cultures show conclusively, then, that envy, and especially fear of being envied and hence bewitched, is independent of the size of the object and of its qualities. Frequently, mere trifles are involved. However, it may be objected, and justifiably so, that these are trifles only in our own view and that, to the man in the primitive society, they represent real values which one person has and the other has not. This is true up to a point. But again, there are other clear instances of acute envy being focused on assets other than those of the material values of a particular village or tribe. To this can be added our observations of the stimuli that induce envy in modern, developed, industrial communities. And these, too, support the hypothesis that envy is not directly proportional to the absolute value of what is coveted, but very often concentrates upon absurd trifles to such a degree that, in some situations, the best means of protection against the envy of neighbor, colleague or voter is to drive, say, a Rolls-Royce instead of a car only slightly better than his, or, if Brighton is his resort, to choose a world cruise rather than a holiday in Sicily. In other words, overwhelming and astounding inequality, especially when it has an element of the unattainable, arouses far less envy than minimal inequality, which inevitably causes the envious man to think, I might almost be in his place. Child psychology, drawing on the experience of sibling jealousy, may help to explain why envy concerns itself with small differences rather than with really big ones. Insofar as the propensity for envy is chiefly acquired through experiencing and suffering sibling jealousy, what is involved is almost a conditioned reflex naturally oriented towards stimuli of low threshold values. Within a family or sibling group, the coveted possession is generally similar to that already possessed, often it is, indeed, exactly the same, and it is only in the resentful child's imagination that it appears finer, newer, more expensive, bigger and better. Unconsciously, the envious one almost expects, so to speak, that his emotion will be aroused by minimal differences between himself and another, just as it was during his childhood and adolescence. The Viennese psychiatrist Viktor E. Frankl, with the intention of establishing a basis for existential psychotherapy and drawing upon his experience in a concentration camp, has in his writings shown repeatedly how relative is the degree and extent of human suffering. The more uniformly oppressive and destructive an environment appears to the outside observer, the more its victim, in the course of his daily suffering, is able to discover and fasten upon what is positive among those qualitative differences which are perceptible to him alone. Now the fact that there is no stage of environmentally caused human suffering at which those involved are unable to sense, at any given moment, perceptible inequalities in their respective lot, permits, Frankl says, the existence of reciprocal envy even in this situation. He recalls the feeling of envy aroused in him by the sight of a squad of ordinary prisoners, presumably able to have baths and to use toothbrushes. But there was something else to envy among the inmates of the concentration camp. The frequency with which prisoners were beaten up varied according to the particular guard supervising their work. Again, those prisoners were found enviable whose work did not necessitate their wading through deep, soft clay, etc. Yet Frankl also shows that even the most appallingly maltreated and handicapped person is able, in the interests of his psychological well-being, to extract new strength for the future from this very experience of impotence. Comparative ethnology leaves no room for doubt as to the universality of sibling jealousy. While in a particular culture it may be subdued to some extent, most primitive peoples are acutely aware of this problem, often resorting to remarkable taboos so as to avoid its worst consequences. Among the Sioux Indians of the North American prairies, an adult Sioux was heard to vaunt the number of years his mother had allowed to elapse between his birth and that of her next child, thus showing how greatly she had preferred him as a child to the delights of sexual intercourse. A tribe of Dakota Indians in Canada went to great pains to counteract jealousy between twins. These were considered to be one person. They had to be treated with absolute equality, for otherwise sibling jealousy would assume such immoderate proportions that one twin might do away with the other. A ritual performed by some Indians of Guatemala, when a new child is born into the family, consists in beating a fowl to death against the body of the previously born child. This is held to absorb, as it were, the hostility which would otherwise be directed against the newborn child. A fieldworker reports the belief held in an Arab village that an elder child's jealousy might be so intense as to cause the death of the younger. Among the Dabuans, in the Pacific, whom we have already encountered as an envy-ridden society, the avoidance of sibling jealousy plays a special role. From puberty onwards, brothers are not allowed to sleep side by side. It is believed that poisonous blood would pass from one to the other and thus lead to fratricide. In point of fact, as fortune supposes, the brothers' incompatibility springs from jealousy over primogeniture. The Dabuan father never passes on his magic powers and methods to more than one of his sons. If he has 6 sons, 5 receive nothing. But the right of primogeniture may be overridden on the grounds of preference. Hence brothers are violently jealous of each other because of the unpredictability of inheritance and are therefore kept apart by the norms of their culture. It would, however, be false to see the constellation within the nuclear family, that is, sibling jealousy and a certain rivalry with the parent of the same sex, as the only cause or source of the capacity of envy. It is, indeed, the immediate family of each individual, as depth psychology and innumerable examples from all types of culture show beyond doubt. That is the primary field where people learn to play each other off and where nearly everyone undergoes his first painful experience of envy. Yet we ought rather to envisage the history of envy in terms of phylogenetic aggressive drives, found also in animals without siblings, which are already inherent in the organism and which, in man, as a result of his exceptionally prolonged childhood within the social field of his family and the circle of his siblings, are sharpened and modified in an acute way to produce the typical phenomenon of the capacity for envy. It would be quite in keeping with present-day ethology to assume that there are physiological differences in the strength of individual aggression which are virtually if not completely independent of social factors and therefore of early social experiences. These differences cause one man to become violently envious as a result of sibling jealousy, and another to manage very much better, that is, with less envy, similar experiences within the family. Sigmund Freud's view of envy. So far as I have been able to ascertain, Freud's most detailed treatment of envy appeared in some considerations entitled Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego. Freud attempts to reach a conclusion on the ontogenesis of the herd instinct. Nor is the child's fear when it is alone pacified by the sight of any haphazard member of the herd, but on the contrary it is brought into existence by the approach of a stranger of this sort. Then for a long time nothing in the nature of herd instinct or group feeling is to be observed in children. Something like it first grows up, in a nursery containing many children, out of the children's relation to their parents, and it does so as a reaction to the initial envy with which the elder child receives the younger one. The elder child would certainly like to put his successor jealously aside, to keep it away from the parents, and to rob it of all its privileges, but in the face of the fact that this younger child, like all that come later, is loved by the parents as much as he himself is, and in consequence of the impossibility of his maintaining his hostile attitude without damaging himself, he is forced into identifying himself with the other children. So there grows up in the troop of children a communal or group feeling, which is then developed at school. This reaction formation, as Freud calls it, leads in the first instance to a clamor for a justice, for equal treatment for all. If one can't be the favorite oneself, at all events nobody else shall be the favorite. Freud admits that such a transformation of jealousy and its replacement by mass emotion or group solidarity might seem improbable were it not repeatably discernible even in adults. He cites as an example the fan club, though at the time that particular expression was not known to him, an instance being the banding together of a popular singer's female admirers, all of whom, though they would far rather scratch each other's eyes out, yet delight in their idol through communal action in the ecstatic group since none can have him for herself. Freud then gives a penetrating analysis of the idea of social justice. What appears in society in the shape of Gemeingeist, esprit de corps, group spirit, etc., does not belie its derivation from what was originally envy. No one must want to put himself forward, everyone must be the same and have the same. Social justice means that we deny ourselves many things so that others may have to do without them as well, or, what is the same thing, may not be able to ask for them. This demand for equality is the root of social conscience and the sense of duty. In this connection, Freud recalls the story of Solomon's judgment: if one woman's child is dead, the other shall not have a live one either. The bereaved woman is recognized by this wish. Next, Freud endeavors to combine his theory of the sense of solidarity and of egalitarianism with the leader principle. Incidentally, his observations and their interpretation together form an astonishingly illuminating sociology of National Socialism in Germany under Hitler, when the leader principle was carried to absurd lengths while at the same time being combined with an almost equally fanatical attachment to the principle of equality. Freud writes, "Thus social feeling is based upon the reversal of what was first a hostile feeling into a positively toned tie in the nature of an identification. So far as we have hitherto been able to follow the course of events, this reversal seems to occur under the influence of a common affectionate tie with a person outside the group. We do not ourselves regard our analysis of identification as exhaustive, but it is enough for our present purpose that we should revert to this one feature, its demand that equalization shall be consistently carried through. Do not let us forget, however, that the demand for equality in a group applies only to its members and not to the leader. All the members must be equal to one another, and a single person superior to them all, but they all want to be ruled by one person. The sporadic outbursts of hostility encountered by anyone who questions the principle of the idea of equality might, on the basis of Freud's finding, be partly explained by the fact that people harbor this idea all the more unconditionally and fanatically for having repressed and transformed into a feeling of solidarity their original sibling jealousy or other form of envy. As it happened, many of Freud's followers, and especially those in the Anglo-Saxon countries, were politically committed people, to whom the literal implementation of the concept of equality meant a great deal. This may explain why no one really seemed to have wanted to pursue the implications of Freud's initial grasp of envy for questions of social policy. In 1950, the psychoanalyst Franz Alexander, however, directly questioned Karl Marx's theory in the light of Freud's view of envy, pointing out that if class struggle is the essence of social life, it must be based upon human psychology. Why should the dictatorship of one of the groups lead to a millennium of social justice? Obviously, it can be achieved only by a miraculous change of human nature. Alexander then explored the origin of the sense of social justice, along the lines of Freud, and left little hope that this change of human nature, to fit a social theory, is likely to be forthcoming since envy and competition are deeply rooted in early family life and are latently present in the adult and influence his relationship to other members of society. Abram Gardner gave a very plausible explanation of the fact that Freud did not fully recognize sociological problems, and more especially that he barely considered the large number of phenomena connected with social envy in the adult world. It was Freud's basic thought that in many groups the corporate identity of their members is imposed upon the individual, who is forced at the same time to suppress his jealousy of the others and to replace it with the demand for justice and equality. This desire for equality is, as it were, the ransom paid by the group for the renunciation of the jealousy that endangers it. The urge for equality in its turn gives rise to a social conscience and the sense of duty. Solidarity is thus obtained by a specially enforced mutation of the original hostility or jealousy. With this theory we can agree. However, Freud's error originates, as Gardner has pointed out, in the fact that he sees aggression as an instinct. He cannot regard inequalities in distribution of wealth and goods as a source of aggression, a tendency which already shows itself in the nursery. Gardner believes that he and Linton, relying upon the Marquesan and Tan Allen societies, have shown that Freud's instinct theory is inappropriate as an explanation of the origin of intragroup hostility and of vandalism and the increasing severity of the superego. Thus it was possible to show clearly that, in the Tonalabetsilio culture, both aggressive and masochistic forms of vandalism, possession by spirits and the use of black magic, always increased whenever a food shortage began. To Gardner and Linton, therefore, the only aspects of Freud's sociology which empirical methods of comparative cultural analysis prove to be false are those based on the instinct theory and those derived from parallelism between phylogeny and ontogeny. He comes close to discarding the latter at several points in his sociology, but ends by including, with the old, a new orientation, which he does not develop and which is inconsistent with the old. All these factors conspired to prevent Freud from examining current social realities, and from reconstructing the reactions of man to his effective social environment. Some psychoanalytical studies that have the terms envy either in their titles or in their indexes have somewhat remarkably confined their accounts to mutual envy between the sexes relating to each other's sexual organs. It is a decisive assumption in much psychoanalytical thinking. To me it seems astonishing, however, that writers trained, or interested, in psychology should have allowed themselves to be so taken up with mutual envy between the sexes over a small anatomical feature as to pay not the slightest attention to the immeasurably greater role of envy in the totality of man's existence. The psychoanalyst Phyllis Greenacre speaks of a Medea complex which she claims to have found in women who suffered in childhood a traumatic experience consisting principally in prepubertal feelings of envy, comparisons and anxiety relating to primary and secondary sexual characteristics in both sexes. A basic situation especially conducive to this experience was one in which another child was born into the family of a patient, herself then not 16 months old and therefore not yet able to talk. The sight of the newborn child at the mother's breast filled the little girl with unverbalized oral feelings of extreme intensity. Similar jealousy can sometimes be observed in domestic animals on the arrival of a new baby. The duration and intensity of sibling jealousy in many cases are recorded in a book by the psychiatrist Emile A. Goethals on the language of dreams. However, he tends to use the term envy, where a jealousy would in fact be applicable. Thus he writes of a patient. Contrary to his conscious state of mind, this patient offers dreams full of activity, dreams carrying strong emotions, which however are of a distinctly antisocial character. It is his criminal envy, his intolerance towards single members of his family along with his emotional fixation to his family which cause the symptom of an apparent emotionlessness. A 19-year-old girl envies her younger brother, who had received a greater share of her parents' attention. She wished she might be as young as he and told of a dream in which she imagined herself back inside her mother. I am in a bed with my brother. We have rolled ourselves up like embryos. Goethals gives accounts of several other of his patients' dreams from which it is usually apparent that in waking life inhibitions against work, or similar difficulties, are caused by envy of a more successful friend, brother-in-law or sibling. The material obtained from dream analysis does at least provide evidence for my thesis that the feeling of envy and jealousy is experienced and learnt primarily in the sibling group and that these feelings, on reaching a certain intensity, have an exceptionally inhibiting and destructive effect upon the personality. Ian D. Suddy, a psychiatrist, in his book on the origins of love and hate, speaks of ecane jealousy. The need to control this he sees as providing the ethical leitmotif of mother cults. This sibling jealousy is the earliest and most powerful in the development of the individual. Suddy also mentions primitive peoples, for example the Bantu, who take elaborate measures to counteract cane jealousy. He tells us that among the Aborigines of Central Australia, the mother eats every second baby, sharing it with the older child. Suddy explains this as follows: not only can the child go on eating the mother, but she even lets it eat the younger baby. This use of cannibalism to attenuate sibling jealousy recalls the custom recorded above in which, on the birth of another child in the family, a fowl is beaten to death against the body of the older child. Suddy emphasizes that sexual jealousy must be regarded as the main source of all controls, whether these be social controls, taboos, or endopsychic ones such as inhibition and repression. He sees cane jealousy as providing the most important motive for socialization. Sibling jealousy is biologically unavoidable, with the exception, perhaps, of the youngest child, and is a very early experience. The social function of sexual jealousy. Next to sibling jealousy comes sexual jealousy, which is connected with it and may exceed it in intensity. But in contrast to the problem of sibling jealousy, most societies have succeeded, thanks to the universal institution of incest taboos, in eliminating at least enough sexual stimulus situations within close groups to ensure the basic unit of human society, the family. Murdoch examined the nature and scope of the incest taboo in 250 tribal societies. He came to the conclusion that presumably only those societies, tribes, have survived, and thus become the object of research, which had succeeded in producing, through their rational and irrational beliefs on the subject of incest, effective inhibitions that reduce to a minimum conflicts within the family. No society has ever succeeded in getting along without the social unit of the nuclear family, parents, and children. Every attrition of that unit weakens and endangers the whole society. As Murdoch emphasizes, however, there is no more destructive form of conflict than sexual rivalry and jealousy. The incest taboo alone makes possible the cooperative and stable family group. Without totally neglecting other causes, Murdoch places the functional theory in the foreground. Both the interest of the individual and the whole function of society demand internalized social controls or inhibitions, supported by the strict norms of the culture concerned which, from the start, prevent the feeling of jealousy at the most critical points of interpersonal contact in a society. Murdoch cites Freud in support of his theory. From him he gets the fruitful theoretical proposition that every social phenomenon as widespread and as deeply imprinted as, for instance, the horror of incest, must have its origin in the nuclear family. But Murdoch's theory then goes beyond Freud's far too simple Oedipus theory. For, after all, most of the Freudian mechanisms and their products, projection, sadism, regression and so forth, are rarely tolerated or encouraged by society. In the case of the incest taboo, however, we have an inhibition which, without exception, is embedded in valid forms of culture. Murdoch supplements Freud's theory with that of the sociological function of the incest taboo, of which he points out the economic and technical advantages. Every family has its own individual culture wherein many discoveries, improvements, and linguistic innovations initially evolve and, through adoption by other members of the family, become patterned and are stabilized. Now insofar as incest taboos enforce marriage outside the family, they contribute to the spread of these new cultural elements. Murdoch suggests that a society with incest marriage might succumb in conflict with other societies having incest taboos, because of the inadequate diffusion of important cultural elements, or at least because of excessive differences in family custom. We too make use of a similar argument to demonstrate the positive function of those social and psychological processes and institutions which reduce envy within a society. Finally, Murdoch seeks to answer the question of why the universal incest taboos are extended so regularly to distant relatives and to quite different kinship categories in individual societies. Since theories of psychoanalysis and sociology supply no answer, Murdoch turns to the principle of stimulus generalization in behavioral psychology, particularly as developed by C. L. Hull. According to this principle, every habitual reaction learned in connection with a stimulus or constellation of stimuli can also be aroused by similar stimuli or stimulus situations. Avoidance behavior in conformity with the incest taboo is said to follow this principle. The mother's sister will generally resemble her. Yet this alone would not explain the scope of the incest taboo. Hence Murdoch adds to this the sociological theory of conflict avoidance. Within the kinship, the clan and the community, generalized incest taboos contribute to social peace. Recently, however, D. F. Aberle and others have objected to Murdoch's purely sociological theory of incest taboo on the grounds that it is also observable in animals. Further psychoanalytical aspects. A few years ago a group of American psychiatrists tried to create a scale by which to measure the degree of hostility in clinical situations. 30 male and 30 female patients were questioned exhaustively, and any signs of hostility were assessed by 3 observers in accordance with the following aspects of hostility: resentment, verbal hostility, indirect hostility, physical attack, mistrust, general hostility, and strength of hostile impulses. It is revealing, in the light of our investigation, that this particular study totally disregards envy, mentioning only resentment. This is said to be a feeling of annoyance over actual or imagined ill treatment. The writers begin by discussing the various meanings of the term hostility in the literature of psychiatry. Basing themselves upon an investigation by Grayson, they find that hostility signifies, among other things, a negative emotional state, b. destructive impulses, c. aggressive behavior, and d. a reaction to frustration, thwarting of a desire. While they realize that hostility is made up of a number of sub-concepts, they do not once advance the phenomenon of envy. A very penetrating and useful distinction between envy and jealousy was drawn by the American psychoanalyst Harry Stack Sullivan, based upon the 2 or 3 group model. Before going further, let me discriminate my meaning of the terms jealousy and envy, which are often tossed around as synonyms. There is a fundamental difference in the felt components of envy and jealousy, and there is also a fundamental difference in the interpersonal situation in which these processes occur, for envy occurs in a 2 group, with perhaps a subsidiary 2 group made up of the person suffering envy and his auditor, while jealousy always appears in a relationship involving a group of 3 or more. I define envy, which is more widespread in our social organization than jealousy, as pertaining to personal attachments or attributes. It is a substitutive activity in which one contemplates the unfortunate results of someone else's having something that one does not have. And envy does not cease to be envy when it passes from objects to attributes of another human being, for envy may be an active realization that one is not good enough, compared with someone else. Although it involves primarily a 2-group situation, one of the 2 may be a more or less mythological person. Jealousy, on the other hand, never concerns a 2-group situation. It is invariably a very complex, painful process involving a group of 3 or more persons, one or more of whom may be absolutely fantasized. Jealousy is much more poignant and devastating than envy. In contrast with envy, it does not concern itself with an attribute or an attachment, but, rather, involves a great complex field of interpersonal relations. While data are hard to get, apparently jealousy occurs frequently in adolescence. Again, Sullivan rightly recognizes the relationship between self-pity and envy. Though he in no way sees envy itself as self-pity, the latter may sometimes take its place. Self-pity may arise in the most diverse situations in which a person already having a low opinion of himself may get into difficulties. Self-pity eliminates envious comparison with others, which might endanger our self-esteem. In his account of the phenomenon of resentment, Sullivan indicates its psychosomatic components. Thus resentment is the name of the felt aspect of rather complex processes which, if expressed more directly, would have led to the repressive use of authority. In this way resentment tends to have very important covert aspects. In the most awkward type of home situation, these covert processes are complicated by efforts to conceal even the resentment, lest one be further punished, and concealing resentment is, for reasons I can't touch on now, one of our first very remarkable processes of the group underlying the rather barbarously named psychosomatics field. In other words, in the concealing of resentment, and in the gradual development of self-system, processes which preclude one's knowing one's resentment, one actually has to make use of distribution of tension in a fashion quite different from anything that we have touched on thus far. Guilt and shame. Starting from psychoanalysis, Gerhard Piers distinguishes between feelings of shame and feelings of guilt, both as regards their origin and their dynamics, thus creating a pair of terms which enable him to distinguish 2 kinds of envy. Of all the more concrete forms or states of emotional tension, guilt and shame are 2 of the most important, not only in the pathology of emotion but also in character formation and the socialization of the individual. The painful inner tension termed a feeling of guilt always occurs when the barrier set up by the superego is reached or exceeded. By contrast, the feeling of shame arises out of the conflict between the ego and the ego ideal. In more simple terms, we feel guilt when we have undertaken or attained something which, though desired by the elemental driving forces within us, we know to be incompatible with the official norms of our group, incompatible, that is, if we seek its realization. Guilt is therefore the consequence of trespass. Shame arises, on the other hand, if we have not been able to do or to attain something which, according to the ideal we have set ourselves, we should have been able to achieve. Hence shame is indicative of failure. Piers prefers the wider term of shame to that of the inferiority feeling, because the latter presupposes comparison with some outside, other person. In the case of being ashamed, the comparison is between the actual self and the perfect, or at least adequate, self to which we aspire. For the man who is tormented by feelings of inferiority has no potential which he has failed to exploit. The man who is ashamed knows or believes that what he has done is below the level he should have attained. Peirce next observes that envy is often suppressed or restrained by a feeling of guilt at being envious. This type of envy is usually rooted in the oral aspect of sibling jealousy. The unconscious train of reasoning is more or less as follows: the other gets more than I. I must take it away from him or kill him. This type of envy, as Peirce remarks, is generally accompanied by resentment, which may be so strong that it will color the whole personality. This resentment, resulting from impotence in the face of authority, is directed against the parents, who, consciously or unconsciously, are accused of favoritism towards the sibling. Resentment can also be turned against a mere image of parental authority, ultimately against God or fate. Peirce then draws attention to another type of envy. This he believes to be the consequence of the maturation process and the non-oral aspects of competition with parents and siblings. In this case, the unconscious syllogism runs, the other is so much bigger and better than myself. I am so small. I can never be his equal. This form of envy, invidious comparison, in contrast to the other, is held in check by shame and not by a feeling of guilt. Peirce also mentions that these two types of envy correspond to the two forms of sibling jealousy for which Franz Alexander suggested the terms regressive and progressive, the first being ascribed to the oral, the latter to the phallic, stage of child development. Do animals seek to avoid envy? About 30 years ago, at his laboratory in Florida, Yerkes observed among his chimpanzees signs of some kind of social conscience. This he sometimes calls altruism. Consideration of another, and a bad conscience about him, not just fear, leading to inhibition of action, are among the most important results of evolution, and Yerkes believed he had found indications of the history of this feeling among these same anthropid apes. For in man a large part of its formation remains buried deep in the unconscious or subconscious, or is concealed out of modesty and shame. Yerkes may have been thinking of motives such as envy when he wrote, "For in these matters we are not honest, frank, and straightforward even with ourselves, much less with the prying scientist." Next, Yerkes describes an experiment with isolated chimpanzee couples, each consisting of male and female, from which it was hoped to observe whether a chimpanzee could be inhibited in spontaneous action, of taking as much food as he could seize, by a feeling for the other animal's disappointment. A tasty item, a banana, apple or orange, was offered to the chimpanzee couple at a fixed point in the cage wall. One of the two could take it. The small size of the titbit meant that it could not be shared. In the first series of experiments, the box method, the food was placed in a wooden container with a lid. This box was made available at short intervals throughout the day. It was rare for both chimpanzees to try to get hold of the titbit. In the second and more prolonged series of experiments, the researchers used a wooden chute which was fixed to the side of the cage at a certain time every day. During the daily period of experiment, the experimenter let the titbit roll down the chute into the cage at 10 or 30-second intervals. A signal drew both the chimpanzees' attention to the fact that they were about to be fed. During the first series of tests, the male, Pan, first came and took the titbit. The female, Josie, sat contentedly by, obviously assenting to Pan's right to take everything he wanted. Pan, on the other hand, according to Yerkes, was quite obviously not at ease over this one-sided taking of the food. He talked low and questioningly to himself in a manner never before noticed. Pan went on asserting his precedence until the 7th experiment. But then Josie snatched the titbit out of the chute before Pan's outstretched hand reached it. Without show of resentment he left the chute and she took possession. He neither returned nor gave sign of restlessness or dissatisfaction. Upon which Yerkes asks, the aforementioned conversation-like vocalization may have been an intimation of conscience or of deference toward a consort. Was it? The following day the female was able to take the food out of the chute without interference from Pan, although he evidently wanted it. On the third day the picture was different. Both chimpanzees approached the chute expectantly. Josie took control and Pan quietly walked away. After taking one bite, however, Josie left the chute, hurried across to the male and brought him back to the feeding place where she presented herself to him sexually, but without success. But with the female beside him, visibly eager to have the food, Pan stood in front of the chute and took the next bits of banana that came down. At the third experiment, however, she again forestalled him. Pan immediately went away and did not return to the feeding place. That day Josie got 9 of the 10 portions presented during the experiment. The next day the male tried once more to take a titbit. Josie screamed at him, and during the following days she took the food almost always alone and without interference from Pan. When the female's period of heat was over, the pair's social behavior changed. At the signal, both animals at once approached the chute, their hands ready to snatch the food. Now Pan asserted his precedence, taking the food as it arrived without regard for Josie, who looked annoyed. Pan took no notice of this, seizing the food but remaining friendly towards Josie. The following day Josie accepted happily and with good grace the priority claimed by Pan to the titbit. On one of the subsequent days, however, Yerkes and his colleagues noticed a new form of behavior in Pan which they held to be very significant. During the feeding period, Pan suddenly ran into the corner of the cage and tried to attract the attention of two females in another cage about 40 feet away. Neither was in heat. Yerkes interpreted this behavior as an attempt on Pan's part to find a pretext for abandoning the chute with its periodic descent of food to Josie, his companion, who in fact made use of the opportunity. The next day Pan left the feeding place without the pretext of interest in other females, but this time he ran to the other side of the cage and stared into the distance without there being anything the observers could see that might be attracting his attention. A minute later Pan returned to the chute where Josie was engaged in taking out the food. But before reaching her, he changed course, sat down to one side and quietly watched her. When Josie had finished, Pan's appetite was tested with an extra feeding. He was quite evidently eager to eat. Yerkes believed that these observations gave evidence of a kind of conscience or social consideration towards the female to whom Pan wanted to give another chance. It should be emphasized that these experiments were made in connection with additional titbits at a special time of day and did not involve the animal's regular feeding. Special significance accrues to these experiments from the fact that human psychiatry and psychology make use of the concept of food envy, Futternade. It is easy to see how food, the most important commodity in the living being's environment, was decisive, from the point of view of developmental psychology, in the formation of envy and envy-avoiding conduct. The decisive nature of food envy in human conflict and in resentment is apparent from the fact that conflicts within small groups that have long been dependent on their own resources can be lessened by giving every one of its members uninterrupted access to large amounts of food. During the Second World War, for example, the crews of submarines were kept relatively free of conflict by every member of the crew being allowed constant access to food. Further ethological studies in aggression. John Paul Scott, a zoologist, in his short monograph Aggression, from 1958, which is concerned mainly with neurological, genetic and animal psychology data, does at least discuss jealousy, particularly between siblings. He bases himself upon unspecified clinical studies according to which the motives for aggressive behavior often originate in the situation of close family life. Scott believes that these causes do not arise with animals because they do not have the prolonged relations, typical of man, between members of a family or of kinship. Scott mentions that not only the deposed elder or eldest child may have reason for hostile feelings, but also the younger child who believes the elder to be privileged. Scott does not think it possible for parental behavior ever to have any effect upon sibling jealousy, of which a certain measure is actually beneficial for the development of the personality. Incidentally, he also discusses other forms of jealousy, such as that of the neglected husband who believes that because of their young child his wife has no time for him. Scott does not, however, go on to the subject of envy. He goes no further than the concept of aggression, which he defines as the act of starting a fight. He attempts a theory of multiple causation for this form of behavior. Some of the observations reported by Scott from the animal world have a certain significance for our knowledge of the early stages of envy. Hungry mice fight over food when they are able to carry it away, but not if it is fastened down or is offered in powdered form. While male mice never fight over females, there are sexually motivated fights among many apes, baboons, dogs, stags, buffalo, and mountain sheep. The occurrence among animals of fights over territory is perhaps of greater note for a theory of envy. Mammals and birds show this behavior. Scott cites a study of prairie dogs according to which groups of the wild animals in the western prairies of the United States each possess a certain territory and leave other prairie dogs alone so long as they do not cross the frontier. Konrad Lorenz has also given detailed accounts of territorial fighting among animals. According to Scott, all these situations which stimulate aggressive behavior also apply to man. On the basis of a few experiments, he then concludes that aggression is learned behavior, and that children therefore could be brought up to be non-aggressive people by being denied the chance to fight. A happy and peaceful environment would automatically allow a child to grow up completely accustomed to consort peacefully with friends and relations. Here again we have the limitless optimism of the American experimental psychologist. However, Scott does remind us that aggression is caused by other things than learning. It is noteworthy that Scott mentions various experiments and observations which considerably restrict the time-honored frustration theory of aggression. Frustrated animals can be driven into forms of behavior other than attack. Other animals again, e.g., mice, become even more aggressive the more successful they are in battle, when, in fact, they are not thwarted. The pecking order. In 1951, Edward Baumgarten had already stressed the fact that certain forms of behavior in animals can be seen as envy-like types of response. As an example of the fight for rank among animals, the farmyard pecking order has recently been much discussed. The rankling impulse in envy would appear to be an analogy on the one hand with the merciless and irrevocable classification of an individual in the precise rank ascribed to it within such an animal society, on the other hand with the possibility every animal has of moving up to a higher rank by engaging in a fight for it. This possibility nags at the envious man's heart, along with the feeling of humiliation that weakness, either of constitution or position, actual inferiority of rank, should prevent him from attempting the fight. It is not, however, altogether clear what Baumgarten means by this. We cannot know whether the lowest-ranking animal in a pecking order experiences anything corresponding to human envy. The only indication that this was so would be behavior aimed unequivocally at harming the group, and/or his superior in the pecking order, which would not procure for the creature any sort of material gain, e.g. by food. An experiment would be needed in which the supposedly resentful animal could in fact destroy or remove from reach the food of others, without however, as it is aware from the start of its destructive action, itself getting the food, or even more significantly, doing this at the cost of its own meal. Konrad Lorenz, in a letter to the author, agreed that this would indeed be the crucial experiment to show the presence of envy in an animal. But to date, as far as I have been able to ascertain, this experiment has not been carried out by any ethologist. However, Baumgarten may perhaps have had in view something in the nature of royal envy. The man of higher rank does not wish his subordinates to enjoy the same privileges. He is niggardly with supplies, which he rations so that none of his subordinates may be too comfortable. This, too, is envy, but exercised from a position of effective power. Behavior has sometimes been observed which would be interpreted as revealing this kind of envy. The higher-ranking animal, although itself unable to eat any more, or satisfied sexually, denies both food and partner to lower-ranking animals. It is as if it were saying, if I've got to stop, there's no reason for you to go on enjoying yourselves. This behavior, seen from the point of view of developmental psychology, certainly contains an element of envy. Baumgarten also mentions vindictive acts among animals provoked by envy. An especially rankling form of envy respecting undeserved differences in rank also has its prototype in animals. A relatively low-ranking female may, in favorable circumstances, advance by several degrees to the status and power which the relatively high rank of her mate happens to confer. The same applies to the offspring. The rank she has thus secured without a fight may be respected while her lordly consort is about. In his absence, female and young experience every refinement of persecution. The finest nuances of human squabbles over rank are foreshadowed here. Everyone is familiar with the refined sarcasms of, say, a superior assistant, servant, or subordinate on the subject of his master's privileged ineptitudes, or perhaps the analogous sarcasm of the man whose work is dull, slow, and commonplace about the men of rank and power who may be favored by a trend, a fashion, or a technical or theoretical system, which they either brought to flashy effect themselves, or adopted skillfully amid a blaze of publicity. For instance, we regard it as the expression of a sense of social justice when a strong man spontaneously goes to the assistance of another who is being attacked by somebody stronger than the victim, but weaker than the rescuer. Such ignoble behavior can be observed notably in school playgrounds, in groups of children and among siblings, but also in certain groups of adults and among strangers. Now where the case is one of defending the weakest in the group so that he may not go short of food, it is even more applicable to the matter under investigation. Why does the stronger one, who is in any case well provided for, bother about securing enough for the weaker or weakest one, who is not even a member of his own inner group? Before considering pretentious terms such as a sympathy, egalitarian justice, compassion, or a nobility, it might be worth taking a look at animals. Many years ago Konrad Lorenz mentioned behavior on the part of animals that was analogous to moral conduct. For instance, he describes the strict order of precedence that obtains in all jackdaw colonies. If any two jackdaws quarrel, a third, their superior in rank, intervenes with reflex-like authority on behalf of the lowest-ranking combatant. In the jackdaw colony those of the higher orders, particularly the despot himself, are not aggressive towards the birds that stand far beneath them. It is only in their relations towards their immediate inferiors that they are constantly irritable. This applies especially to the despot and the pretender to the throne, number 1 and number 2. Hence, what appears to us to be chivalry is in reality an innate reaction which does, of course, function in the preservation of the species. It also, however, secures the position of the animal which happens to be stronger against those which, for the time being, cannot assert themselves against him and so direct their aggression towards those beneath them. Experiments in social psychology and the reality of envy. Experimental social psychology shows a number of proved results arrived at from experiments with subjects in various cultures demonstrating the degree to which the average man is inclined to mistrust his own senses as soon as he is associated with an actual or fictitious group which, unknown to him, has been instructed to pass on false information. The experiment succeeds not only when the intentionally false observations are reported by conniving participants whom the man being tested holds to be better qualified than himself, or whose feigned rank is such as to impress him. In this case it might be a question of a subordination drive, which may well also be involved. During a military exercise, in industry, in an anatomical laboratory, or in a clinic where X-ray photographs are being examined, for instance, there will always be subordinates who will suppress their own observations or give an interpretation either consciously or semi-consciously corresponding to that of their superior, for fear of a clash with him. These experiments, however, are highly pertinent to our theory of envy avoidance, if they are planned in such a way that the group which deliberately falsifies its observations is either unknown to the experimental subject, indifferent to him, or else completely simulated, but in no case represents a superior. Simulated is now a current social science term for such experiments. For in these experiments it can be seen that the participant, suddenly unable to trust his senses, cannot bear to swim against the social current since he does not wish to seem too clever, a know-all, and so forth. He is afraid of the other's resentment, their envious annoyance, giving him to understand that only a snob or an incurable egghead could reach conclusions that differed from their own. About 10 years ago Stanley Milgram experimented with subjects, first at Harvard and then in Norway and France, to see if their respective national cultures and characters played any part in conformity. The subject, sitting in one of 6 cells, was given the false impression that the other 5 were also occupied. In reality they were empty, and an impression of the presence and cooperation of other people was given by phase-ins on tape. The subject listened through earphones to 2 notes, and had to say which of the 2 was the longer. Before giving an opinion, however, he was able to listen to what was said by the fictitious 5 other people. The experimenter, by use of the tape, could give these fake opinions every kind of distortion. The degree of social control could be increased by angry remarks, indignant murmurs, etc. These experiments generally showed an astonishing conformity, as did the earlier ones by S.C. Ash, who got the subject to estimate the length of lines the individual inclines rather to mistrust his own ears or eyes than to persist in going against the finding of a group. But Milgram was able to increase the degree and frequency of independence by a second experiment in which the subjects believed that their findings would be used as a basis for the design of air traffic control systems. It is not so conclusive for our present considerations that in all his experiments Milgram found a higher conformity drive in Norway than in France, although this finding agrees with other observations indicating more complete social control in the former than in the latter. When the subjects did not have to speak into the microphone, thereby communicating their observations to the supposed group, but simply wrote them down, both French and Norwegian subjects showed greater independence, but the latter again less than the French. Milgram continues. It is very puzzling that the Norwegians so often voted with the group, thus with the incorrect observation, even when given a secret ballot. One possible interpretation is that the average Norwegian, for whatever reason, believes that his private action will ultimately become known to others. One subject said he feared that because he had disagreed too often the experimenter would assemble the group and discuss the disagreements with them. The urge to conform was even more evident in the statement of another Norwegian who, along with the group, had heard incorrectly in 12 out of 15 observations. In the world now, you have to be not too much in opposition. In high school I was more independent than now at the university. It's the modern way of life that you have to agree a little more. If you go around opposing, you might be looked upon as bad. Reminded that he was permitted to disagree on a secret ballot, he declared, "Yes, I tried to put myself in a public situation, even though I was sitting in the booth in private." It would be difficult to think of more striking experimental proof of David Riesman's theory and concept of the other-directed person than the behavior of those Norwegians. Conformism and the fear of envy. The way in which envy is linked with all these experiments becomes apparent as soon as we ask ourselves why a man is not prepared to trust his senses and to defy a group. What is he afraid of? What could the other students, whose identity he does not even know, do to him if he trusted himself and contradicted them? Why is he afraid of being himself? The nature of the sanctions, or alternatively of the unexpressed thoughts about him most feared by the subject, can be recognized from the experiment in Norway and France, where the phased-in remarks increased to the maximum the urge to conform. A faint snicker was one of the milder sanctions. But the phasing in of the sentence, "Skal du stikke deg ut?" Are you trying to show off? Had a decisive effect upon the Norwegian subjects. Conformity with the group rose to 75%. Furthermore, they accepted the criticism impassively. In France the sentence used was "Voulez-vous faire remarquer?" Trying to show off. Its effect on the subject was somewhat slighter. But in contrast to the Norwegians, about half the Frenchmen answered the critics angrily. Incidentally, in a control experiment with 40 Norwegian workmen, Milgram found their behavior very similar to that of the students. What, then, is basically feared by the man who, against his better judgment, conforms to the group, is verbal reprisal, a reproach for wanting to be better, more knowledgeable, cunning, and observant than the group. In other words, an expression of envy of his particular abilities, his individuality, and his self-assurance. But at this point another question arises. Is the misled subject trying to conform to the judgment of the group because to make a wrong observation would embarrass him or put him to shame, or is he, while convinced that his observation is correct, afraid only of seeming a know-all? The effect of the verbal reprisals used by Milgram in his experiment indicates the latter. Where the subject was brought to recant his own observations by taunts such as, "Can't you see or hear, man?" or "Wake up," the shame factor could be assumed. Hence a definitive distinction between the two motives is hardly possible because the group, or another person, more often than not seeks to force the individualist, whose superiority is secretly feared, to conform by denigrating his judgment, although they know he is right. What is perhaps of significance to our general considerations is the comparison made by Milgram between the considerable conformity shown by the Norwegian in the experiment in perception and his calm acceptance of extremely restrictive social measures, in the interests of the welfare of the community. Milgram writes, "I found Norwegian society highly cohesive. Norwegians have a deep feeling of group identification, and they are strongly attuned to the needs and interests of those around them. Their sense of social responsibility finds expression in formidable institutions for the care and protection of Norwegian citizens. The heavy taxation required to support broad programs of social welfare is borne willingly. It would not be surprising to find that social cohesiveness of this sort goes hand in hand with a high degree of conformity." The braggart experiment. Once more we look in vain for any awareness of the fact of envy in an experimental study in social psychology by Albert Pepitone on attraction and hostility, which appeared in 1964. It concerns experiments with small groups in which an interviewer was supposed to anger the subjects by a display of various types of vanity or arrogance. From one experiment to the next, subjects were given fictitious biographical data concerning the supposedly arrogant interviewer, so that in one case his behavior was to some extent justified by his achievements, in another extreme case less so. The series of experiments was commissioned by the U.S. Office of Naval Research and used exact quantitative methods. The author is clearly so completely taken up in the American cultural ethos, which officially does not recognize envy of the successful man, that he does not even take the concept of envy into consideration where its stimuli are manifestly built into the experiment. Thus in one case the interviewer is identified as a well-known professor earning an exceptionally high fee as an advisor to government departments. The question as seen by Pepitone, and tried out on students, who seldom have enough money, was as follows: will the man who, in a tape discussion played back before students, appears especially overweening and self-absorbed be more, or less, unfavorably criticized by the audience if they regard him as a highly paid specialist or as a routine researcher? According to Pepitone's hypothesis, the more highly situated the arrogant man, the more favorable the judgment. But the author completely overlooks the fact that in some subjects, unconscious envy of the successful man would, in fact, counteract such a reaction which might otherwise logically be expected. It is easy to see how a man inclined to envy can more readily tolerate, and dismiss as mere awkward behavior, vain mannerisms in a person he believes to belong to his own level, than he can in another person who, just because his prestige and fortune have set him at the top, should behave modestly. So long as the experimenter disregards this consideration, the whole of his research must, as in the above case, be quite inaccurate. Pepitone discusses a hypothesis according to which the hostility shown by the subjects, the term envy, would often be far more specific, towards the braggart is the result of a feared loss of status, that is, the subject's self-esteem is impaired by the ostensible behavior of the person acting as stimulus. From the final result of this series of experiments, the hypothesis would seem implausible. For as a consequence of the author's blind spot in regard to envy, the hypothesis fails to take into account the fact that the man whose envy has been aroused by another may very easily show symptoms of hostility, as by making derogatory, sarcastic remarks, although in no way feeling his own status, hence his social position, to be threatened or shaken. Pepitone, laudably enough, is concerned with going beyond the frustration-aggression theory of hostility, and it might have been hoped that in a chapter on reactions to the braggart there would be a few findings on the subject of envy. That hope is disappointed, however. Pepitone does, of course, succeed in making the subjects annoyed with the braggart. There are exclamations such as, "No man could be as good as that." But it never occurs to Pepitone to introduce the idea of envy, not even when the braggart in the crassest possible way impresses upon the subject, a student, how much better off financially he himself had been at university. In one sentence only does Pepitone so much as approach the problem of envy. The boaster's self-evaluation also must be believed or considered plausible, for without the invidious comparison, i.e., envious comparison, invidia, there would be no threat to the self-evaluation of the subject. Yet instead of examining the problem of envy more closely, Pepitone coins an elaborate concept of anger which then motivates status-defensive behavior. It is true that a number of earlier writers, Schopenhauer, for example, have clearly realized that the average envious man will expose the object of his envy to spitefully destructive criticism so as to be able to live with himself. Pepitone's experiments served merely to confirm what has long been an everyday experience. Yet it is difficult to imagine why, having so anxiously avoided the concept of envy, he believes, like many another social psychologist, that he has discovered something new in science. The concluding remark in his chapter on the boaster is correspondingly superficial. When all is said and done, at least part of the negative attitudes toward the boastful interviewer, the stimulus in the experiment, could have been due to his egregious, experimentally foreseen, breach of good taste. However, the question as to why etiquette in most cultures regards boasting as a breach of good taste remains unasked. The connection between modesty and the avoidance of envy, so evident to earlier writers, is no longer discerned by Pepitone. In general, Pepitone adheres to those theories of hostility according to which rejection and dislike of another person increase in proportion to the threat to one's own status. The theory is correct in so far as it agrees with the observation repeatedly recorded in this book that envy is chiefly directed against people within the same social group and at the same level, and very rarely at those considerably above us. Schopenhauer said the same thing when he pointed out that composers or philosophers were far more envious among themselves than, for instance, a less famous composer or a very famous philosopher. Basically, however, Pepitone and social psychologists of the same persuasion would have to assume that a lower-placed subject whose self-evaluation is correct, that is, realistic, ought not to react with hostility to a more highly placed stimulus person, as long as the former is convinced that this person is justified in behaving so haughtily because this accords with his level of achievement. Such a theory, however, completely overlooks the fact that in common experience the envious man always manages so to alter his perspective as to make the man he envies appear to have no merit. Pepitone, in accordance with American popular ethics, assumes with considerable naivete that most people feel a strong need to establish the true value of others and to order their feelings accordingly. In the experiment, Pepitone sought to induce situations in which the boastful person would in no way be able to constitute a threat to the subject's status, but the reactions he obtained were still negative. This too he explains merely as college boy culture, where boasting is again a breach of good taste. In my opinion, the basic error in this experiment is the actual concept of the boaster, the swaggerer, the vain man. For in themselves these words mean a man who, from the point of view of society, has a self-evaluation that is objectively false. But what can be made of a person, for instance, a Nobel Prize winner or some other internationally prominent figure, whose behavior corresponds to his position? According to the social psychology which Pepitone represents and which ignores the concept of envy, the subject would feel no hostility towards such people because he would see no discrepancy between behavior and position. In reality, however, men do not behave according to formula. This current American social psychology is, in a sense, itself suffering from the weakness, recently discovered by one or two European critics, of failing to pursue the real and inevitable conflicts in society. Pepitone and others maintain that, in a society where privilege, proficiency and reward were properly ordered, there simply would not be any hostility. They fail to realize how very little envy is concerned with reward and proficiency. Of course, this is small wonder. As recently as 1964, the psychoanalyst Marvin Daniels, in a brief paper on the dynamics of morbid envy in cases of chronic learning disability, remarked upon the curious disregard for this phenomenon in psychological and psychoanalytical literature. Envy lends itself to phenomenal disguises which often confound the teachers, parents, and psychotherapists whom it spitefully confronts. Its basic importance has long been underestimated in psychoanalytic and psychological circles. And, finally, we might well be living in a culture which favors the propagation of envy. And in 1961, Leslie Farber, in a very brief article on the faces of envy, also wondered why psychoanalysts have paid so little attention to envy. The classical Freudian considered envy as just a byproduct of other processes and had little interest in its ramification. To Farber, however, envy is a primary emotional substratum from which emanate specific manifestations that enter into many interpersonal relations as well as in other areas of personal experience. Envy is seen by the social sciences. Mutual and spontaneous supervision exercised by human beings over each other, in other words, social control, owes its effectiveness to the envy latent in all of us. If we were quite incapable of envy and, more important, if we were also convinced that our behavior would not be envied by anyone, that mutual, tentative exploration of the threshold of social tolerance, a constant social process upon which the predictability of social life depends, would never occur. Without envy there could be no social group of any size. The other directed process comprised in this concept consists of emotional, probably also endocrine processes which influence our perceptions as well as our rationalized cognitive acts. Envying is as much a constituent of social existence as it is generally concealed, repressed, and proscribed. Similar denials and repressions in respect of an even far more basic kind of motivational system, the sexual, have been investigated and described in detail since the beginning of the 20th century. It is not uncommon for a behavioral factor essential to our existence to be passed over in silence for a long time. The threat of envy, arising between human beings at almost any time through any deviation from the standard or norm, not only has this in itself necessary function, it also constantly sets the limit of variability in the patterns of social behavior and social organizations. The awareness, conscious or subconscious, of the often only latent or potential envy of others, has the same kind of effect as a gravitational field, are socially relevant, or at least socially visible. Behavior is kept within certain limits and is unable to deviate too far from the center of consensus. In so far as virtually all members of a group or society are endowed with this inhibition, each keeps the other in check and is prevented from displaying arbitrary innovations in his own behavior. This view of the problem would seem to me more enlightening than the usual one, according to which we are at all times so intent on gaining the approval and acceptance of others that we conform. It would be more realistic not to regard this as the primary motive. Often enough we conform whether or not the sympathy of the rest is, or should be, of a special importance to us. We fear what they might do, or not do, if we were to arouse their envy of our courage to deviate from the norm. Individual and group. The fact that modern social psychology always substitutes the motive of acceptance, or wanting to be popular, for the obviously more apt motive of the avoidance of envy, is in itself a symptom of a process of repression. Sociologists, especially American sociologists, have investigated in many variations the repeatedly observable fact of conformity. The members of a group, whether as subgroup or as individuals, exact from every other member, and especially from the newcomer, certain kinds of conformity. They want adaptation and adjustment. They punish nonconformity. These studies, however, never ask whence this tendency comes, and why conformity of behavior is demanded of the individual even in fields having little or nothing to do with the real functions of the group. What is particularly striking and unexplained here are those cases in which a hold is gained over some members by others, usually those who make themselves out to be spokesmen or in some way specially qualified representatives of the group, where no one personally feels that the recommended norm is either pleasant, practical, or rewarding. Indeed, the more unpleasant in practice, the more irrational and awkward the norm to which members have to adhere, for whatever reason, perhaps because the controlling body simply wants it that way, the more fiercely do they watch each other for any laxity or failure. Could it be that in culture and society, man sees himself, often perhaps unconsciously, as so much of an individual that any kind of group membership is inherently repugnant to him? He feels himself robbed of an asset, his very individuality. He has to be a member of a group so as to earn his living, to acquire a certain education, etc., but he feels himself somehow diminished by belonging to a group, even if he prefers that particular group to other possible ones. He can then most easily compensate for his partial loss of individuality occasioned by membership of the group, or mitigate the pain of that loss, by taking an active part in depriving other members of their individuality. It is malicious glee in the torment of the newcomer who has yet to adapt himself to the group, schadenfreude in the sanctions applied to a non-conforming member, that automatically makes of every one of its members a watchdog and a whipper-in. The kind of group is immaterial. It could be a parliamentary political party, a school class, a boarding school, a platoon of recruits, a group of office workers, a group of industrial workers, an age group in a primitive society, prisoners, or simply a sibling group within a family. Despite some influential social theories, it may be that man experiences his membership of a group not as fulfillment but as diminution. Thus membership of the group would be for man a compromise with his true being, not the culmination of his existence but its curtailment. This is a necessary experience for nearly everyone if he is to acquire certain values such as economic security, the acceptance of his children into society, etc. But even in the most socially minded man there is a residue of stubborn, proud individualism, the core of his existence as a human being, which fills him with schadenfreude when he is able to help impose upon others the same loss of individuality that he himself has painfully experienced. Power and conformity. From this we derive a hypothesis of a process of social control that can be decisive in the establishment of a new power structure. This book is not primarily concerned with forms of domination, power, and force, yet the sociology of power and domination should not overlook the factor of envy, since it is always the wish of those who subject themselves to power that others, still able to evade that power, should also subordinate themselves and conform to it. Phenomena such as the totalitarian state and modern dictatorship cannot be fully understood if the social relations between those who have, and those who have not yet conformed, are overlooked. Let us take a typical case. A new center of power has come into being. It may be merely a routine change, it may be usurpation or a party acceding to power by legitimate or illegitimate means, or again it may be a new departmental manager in a plant or officer in a military unit. A previously existing vacuum or balance of power has been altered, a new center of power, whether vested in a group or an individual, exists, and it seeks to expand and to establish itself by bringing under its domination those groups and persons who have not yet submitted to it. At this stage some individuals or groups will already have lined up behind this new power, whether out of greed, cowardice, stupidity, or genuine enthusiasm. But these men who have already submitted to the new power are not satisfied with conforming themselves and almost invariably develop intense feelings of hostility towards those who continue to stand aside, skeptically appraising the new power and considering whether to remain aloof. This behavior, if judged according to an independent system of values, may be altogether laudable. But to the system in question it may very well seem dilatory and subversive. As in Herman Wouk's novel The Caine Mutiny, some of the officers and crew of a small warship dislike the new captain from the start, and sabotage his command. Tension, usually originating with the conformists, then arises between those who conform and those who do not. Why is this? Anyone who has already adapted himself against his will, whether out of cowardice or for the sake of comfort, begrudges others their courage, the freedom they still enjoy. Anyone who has already committed himself to the new leaders, from calculation or from real enthusiasm, sees both himself and his chosen power group endangered by those who obviously prefer, and see it as politically feasible, to keep their distance. Those at the periphery of the power center, though in no way entitled to wield authority, now begin to exert pressure on other people in the course of daily social life, within the framework of local groups and among business or neighborhood connections, with the object of getting them to conform as well. There is a variety of familiar social situations in which a similar ambivalence is apparent. A small professional group, such as a university department, a business, or a small military unit, naturally desires, as a group, to gain the respect, recognition, and support of other groups and institutions. Therefore, every mark of distinction and every special achievement of every member of the group is of intrinsic interest to every other member. And if the group is lucky enough to be given, or is able to choose, as its head someone who is sufficiently sure of his own value, or at least willing to combine it for the sake of his leading role with the achievement of his whole group, he is likely, as primus inter pares, to be able to do everything possible to provide every member of the group with ample opportunity for development. Observation shows, however, that even under such ideal conditions individual members are generally careful, if not anxious, to remain within certain limits. Nobody wants to stand out too much, at least not if his potential achievement is unlikely to be compensated for within a short time by additional prestige or something similar accruing to the majority. At the same time, everyone who sees and has a chance of rapid advancement knows that a success, at present open only to him, would also contribute to the prestige of the group as a whole, and that no one would dare to criticize him officially and in public. But secretly he fears the many small acts of sabotage which might be practiced, sometimes almost unconsciously, by his fellow workers or colleagues who constantly compare themselves with him, because of their envy at his having achieved, or succeeded in, something ahead of them. Envy in the sociology of conflict. The German sociologist Dahrendorf chooses the word envy when explaining why the American sociologist C. Wright Mills, so prominent as a writer, was mercilessly branded a heretic even by those who shared his political opinions, but much more can be read between the lines. They betray the intense mixture of anger, hatred, and envy characteristic of the attitude of the profession towards its successful outsiders. But when dealing with a fundamental theory of social conflict, Dahrendorf stops one step short of the concept of envy. George Simmel's Sociology of Conflict contains a detailed and fascinatingly perceptive phenomenology of envy. Shortly after him, Max Scheler also made a thorough study of the problem. But Dahrendorf writes almost 40 pages about this problem in his essay on social conflict without once mentioning the word envy. In the first place, the very word or concept conflict partly conceals the phenomenon of envy. If I seek to define all hostility between men as conflict, I presuppose a concrete relationship, a mutual awareness, a preying on one another, etc. But the envious man can, in fact, sabotage the object of his envy when the latter has no idea of his existence, and when true conflict exists only in the envious man's imagination and perhaps not even there. Conflict may, of course, sound more decorous, more democratic, or more acceptable to our socially sensitive ears than does the old, starkly unequivocal word envy. If I see two men, or groups, engaged in conflict, I have no need to ascertain which is the inferior. But if I speak of envy, I must assume that one of the two opponents realizes the fact of his inferiority in situation, education, possessions, or reputation. In Dahrendorf and others, envy vanishes from sight, because conflict situations in which the one party's motivation arises unmistakably from his inferior resources are simply subsumed under much more abstract concepts, in which the concept of envy is barely discernible to most people. For example, all other inequalities of rank which may appear as the immediate structural point of departure or as the object of conflict, grades off prestige and income unequal. Distribution of property, education, etc., are only emanations and special forms of the very generalized inequality in the distribution of legitimate power. I would also question whether the term conflict is at all suitable in sentences such as the following. The inequality of rank of one party in general social conflict can mean a great many things. In this case, what is meant may be inequality of income or of prestige, conflict between those on a higher or significantly lower wage scale, conflict between the highly regarded technicians in the printing trade and the lowlier ones in mining. Between income groups and professional groups of this kind, there cannot be any real conflict. At the most, it may arise when envy is generated between unequally paid workers within the same industry, as happened with the British engine drivers who went on strike because the lower-ranking railway workers' wage was too close to their own. For this frictions referred to above, for the mutual jostling between groups that can in fact take place only in the minds of individual members, the only correct word is envy. It may partly be the sociologist's predilection for observable processes, which has led them to substitute the phenomenon and concept of conflict for that of envy. Envy is a silent, secretive process and not always verifiable. Conflict is overt behavior and social action. Between the two, and partaking both of envy and of conflict, one might conceivably place tension. The preoccupation with conflict and conflict situations has led, however, to the neglect of numerous aspects of human and social relations, which are explicable in terms of envy but not in terms of conflict. For envying can take place between the envier and the person reacting to envy without the least sign of conflict. Of course, envy in individuals and in groups may lead to behavior and to actions which could rightly be subsumed under the sociology of conflict. But conflict or aggression should not, as unfortunately happens so often, be confused with envy, which makes researchers eventually pay more attention to conflict than to the primary phenomenon. The sociology of conflict overlooks the fact that between the envious and the envied man no real possibility for conflict need exist. In contrast to jealousy, what is often particularly irritating to the envious man, and conducive to greater envy, is his inability to provoke open conflict with the object of his envy. Conflict without envy. It is possible, though rarely so, for true conflict to arise between individuals and between groups which has nothing or very little to do with envy. Where priorities are concerned, envy is always likely to be present. If, for example, two opponents confront each other in a conflict situation, each holding the other in high esteem but each believing he must adhere to a different rule, envy would not enter into it. Both fiction and history contain instances of close friends, or at any rate characters neither of whom could find anything to envy in the other, becoming firm opponents in an impending conflict because one obeys a universal moral law, the other a more limited, specific law. The conviction that I, from direct and observed experience, am following what I adjudge to be the right law, the proper standard, need not cause me to envy my opponent and need not arouse his envy against me. This could only happen after the conclusion or settlement of the conflict, when the loser was compelled to realize that for some reason he had obeyed the wrong law, wrong not only in pragmatic terms but revealed as false in the light of reappraisal. The consequence may then be intense anger, resentment, envy, against the victor. Why wasn't I clever or experienced enough to see at once that my choice of values was objectively the wrong one? But so long as both opponents in the conflict situation believe unhesitatingly and firmly in the absolute, or at any rate overwhelming, rightness of the accepted law upon which they take their stand, the entire conflict can be played out in circumstances that are completely devoid of envy. And even when both opponents voluntarily recognize the same rules in a contest, or in business competition, they can remain untouched by any feeling of envy while the conflict is still in progress, as long as neither side knows who is going to win. Sociological ambivalence. In 1965, an American sociologist, Robert K. Helmut, published an essay in which he grappled laboriously with new concepts on the subject of sociological ambivalence, in which problems of envy were patently involved but were left untouched. Merton speaks of the ambivalence produced by the social structure between teacher and pupil when the pupil who has finished his education is unable to find a position comparable to that of the master. Later, Merton investigates the hostile feelings which society appears to harbor towards self-employed professionals, despite their manifest contributions to the general welfare. Here again he introduces the concept of ambivalence, coined by Eugen Bleuler in 1910, and shies away from the much simpler primary notion of envy. What is even more striking is the fact that when, in present-day European investigations as to why working-class parents are reluctant to send their children to grammar school, envy, and the schadenfreude of neighbors, mentioned in so many words in the answers to the questions, are disguised by the sociologists with elegant flourishes like affective distance or traditionalism buttressed by social sanction, our neighbors think we're too big for our boots and are just waiting for things to go wrong. My buddy said, don't go and get ideas into your head. They think we're stuck up and are just waiting for him to drop out. They say, look at the show-off. Perhaps contemporary sociology is so ready to overlook the phenomenon of envy, a sensation which arises primarily in the aggressor, because it looks predominantly for interaction, for social interrelation. Anyone who concerns himself principally with social contacts and interaction is all too likely to neglect the behavior of those who keep aloof and regard with envy and resentment the very people with whom they are not in social contact. But again, in applauding healthy and regular social interaction, we must not forget that this may occur between persons one of whom is intensely envious of the other. As various criminal cases show, envy may be a very well-concealed and well-disguised form of behavior whose victim discovers it in friend, servant, colleague, nurse, or relative only when it is already too late. Shakespeare depicted a character of this kind in Iago. As a rule, envy is partly the result of social proximity, although this may be replaced by memory or imagination. The man who is marooned on an island, in the depths of the country or in prison imagines what he is missing, and what others, whether he knows them or not, are at that moment enjoying. He envies them without any social contact. One has only to recall the Count of Monte Cristo. Today the social scientist is constantly being asked for a formula for the ideal society. But if envy is taken to be one of the chief causes of social friction, conflict, sabotage, minor and major, and various forms of crime, it is very difficult to determine whether it will best be diminished or relatively contained in a society having a maximum or a minimum of points of social contact. George Simmel on envy. In Chapter 4 of his Sociology, which is concerned with conflict, George Simmel investigates the phenomenon of envy, which he sees as contained within the concepts of hatred, jealousy, and ill will. Like so many authors, Simmel is immediately confronted by terminological ambiguity. Finally, there is a fact, apparently of merely individual importance, yet in reality very significant sociologically, which may link extreme violence of antagonistic excitement to close proximity, jealousy. Popular usage is not unequivocal in regard to this term, often failing to distinguish it from envy. As we have already seen, Simmel here underrates the precision of the German language, as also of English and French. The big dictionaries, already available in his day, could have given him a clue. Simmel continues. Both affects are undoubtedly of the greatest importance in the formation of human relations. In both, an asset is involved whose attainment or preservation is impeded by a third party either truly or symbolically. Where attainment is concerned, we should speak of envy, and where preservation, rather of jealousy. In this the semantic differentiation of the words is in itself, of course, quite meaningless and of importance only for the distinction of the psychosociological processes. Here I would not agree with Simmel unconditionally. The use of the words is not incidental, as we have already shown in Chapter 2. Proverbial lore, as well as the literature of different cultures, has, over the course of centuries, ranged so much precise knowledge under the distinct concepts jealousy and envy that we should retain the existing terminology. On the whole, Simmel, too, adheres to tradition. It is peculiar to the man described as jealous that the subject believes he has a rightful claim to possession, whereas envy is concerned not with the right to, but simply with the desirability of, what is denied. It is also a matter of indifference whether the asset is denied him because a third party owns it, or whether even its loss or renunciation by the latter would fail to procure it for him. Jealousy or envy. Simmel's definition needs greater precision. The expression in jealousy should be restricted to an asset upon which there is a legitimate claim, even if the jealous man is subjectively mistaken about his possible loss of that asset. A child in a family undoubtedly has a true a priori claim to its parents' kindness, help and love, yet it may be tormented by jealousy of its siblings if it only believes it isn't getting enough. Conversely, the husband whose wife is estranged from him has a right to claim her affections even though, seen objectively, her alienation is genuine. Simmel's final observation is wholly correct, namely, that the envious man, in certain circumstances, does not even want to have the coveted asset, nor could he enjoy it, but would find it unbearable that another should do so. He becomes ill with annoyance over someone else's private yacht, although he has never wished to board a ship in his life. Simmel clarifies this further. Jealousy is determined in its inner direction and tone by the fact that a possession is withheld from us because it is held by another, and that were this to cease, it would at once become ours, the feelings of the envious man turn rather upon the possession, those of the jealous man upon the possessor. It is possible to envy a man's fame without oneself having any pretensions to fame, but one is jealous of him if one believes that one is equally or more deserving of it. What embitters and corrodes the jealous man is a kind of emotional fiction, however unjustified and senseless, that the other has, so to speak, taken the fame away from him. To continue with the example of fame, there is a further distinction to be made. If there is only one foremost literary prize and one poet has missed getting it, he may be jealous of the prize winner, but the chemist who, contrary to his expectations, has not received the Nobel Prize for his discovery can only envy his colleague the physicist who does get it. In other words, in the case of jealousy there must be real competition, but as soon as parallel attainment of the coveted asset is or could have been factually possible, envy alone is involved. Finally, Simmel says of jealousy that it is a feeling so specific in degree and kind that, having arisen as the result of some exceptional emotional combination, it aggravates the situation which gave rise to it. This observation is very important. But it is also true of envy. For the envious man, too, by use of his imagination will often aggravate a real situation to such an extent that he never lacks cause for envy. Begrudging others their assets. Simmel arrives at an interesting clarification of terms, distinguishing him from nearly all other writers on the subject, in his description of ill will, of begrudging, which have always been central aspects of envy. Approximately halfway between the clearly defined phenomena of envy and jealousy there is a third, belonging to the same scale, which might be termed begrudging, the envious desire for an object, not because it is of itself especially desirable to the subject, but only because others possess it. This emotional reaction develops two extreme forms which mutate into the negation of the subject's own possessions. On the one hand there is the passionate form of begrudging which prefers to renounce the object itself, would indeed rather see it destroyed than allow another to have it. On the other, there is complete personal indifference or aversion to the object, and yet utter horror at the thought that someone else possesses it. Such forms of begrudging permeate human relations in every degree and variation. That great problematical area where human relations to things turn into cause and effect of their personal interrelations is largely covered by this type of effect. These few sentences of Simmel's contain an observation of great importance. He does not give specific examples, yet what he has indicated here is the psychosocial dynamic, the source of numerous socially or culturally derived regulations usually known as sumptuary laws. Sociology of sexual jealousy. The American sociologist Kingsley Davis analyses jealousy and sexual possession as examples for his functional theory of society. He thinks it may seem surprising that an individual emotion, something purely psychological, might contribute to an understanding of culture and social organization, yet he attributes to jealousy a function not only in the individual's emotional state, but also in his immediate linkage to social organization. The manifestations of jealousy are determined by the normative and institutional structure of the given society. This structure defines the situations in which jealousy shows itself and regulates the form of its expression. It follows that unless jealous behavior is observed in different cultures, unless a comparative point of view is adopted, it cannot be intelligently comprehended as a human phenomenon. The same applies to envy. Curiously enough, Davis concerns himself with it only incidentally, seeing it, in contrast to jealousy, not as the attitude of a possessor but as that of an observer or potential rival who would like to have what another has without envisaging any possibility of getting it away from him. Envy, he says, cannot assert itself simultaneously with jealousy in the same person, since the latter emotion presupposes a certain right. Other authors, as we have seen, believe in the possibility of a blend of jealousy and envy, each intensifying the other. Davis sees in envy an inevitable phenomenon of all social life. Anyone who has not got everything that he has been led to regard as desirable will be envious of others. But since envy usually goes contrary to the established distribution of this world's valuables, it is frowned upon by the group as a whole. Davis shows in detail how wrong those writers were who have seen in sexual jealousy the expression of a completely physical state of affairs. Because there are instances among a number of primitive peoples in which it is permissible for a man, apparently without any feeling of jealousy, to put his wife at another's disposal, it should not be concluded that these are cultures or types of personality devoid of jealousy. Closer investigation almost invariably reveals that the favors of the wife are shared only with certain others whose right to share them is prescribed by the culture, while within the same society unauthorized adultery may immediately evoke jealous reactions. Even non-sexual jealousy follows the patterns of intimacy prescribed by the relevant culture. In our own culture, for instance, an uncle would not normally be jealous were his nephew to have a very tender and close relationship with his own father. In societies with matrilineal descent, in which it is customary for the relationship between uncle and nephew to be unusually close, a very jealous uncle is sometimes known to object to the nephew loving his natural father more than his uncle. Davis saw the social function of jealousy as being mainly to stimulate defensive behavior whenever an interpersonal relationship, sanctioned by the culture and regarded as a property relationship, is threatened or disrupted by a trespasser not admitted by the culture as a legitimate rival. When several men are seeking the hand or the favors of a girl who belongs to none, this is denoted as true rivalry which, pathological excesses apart, turns into indifference or friendship, in accordance with the norms of most cultures, as soon as the girl has chosen one of them. In other forms of possession, besides that relating to the object of value in a personal bond, human societies generally distinguish between, on the one hand, the socially desirable and sanctioned activity of rivalry and competition, in which all participants must play the game with a good grace, and a trespass, on the other. Trespass arouses jealousy and thus evokes protective measures in the form of laws. The blind spot in regard to envy in the present-day behavioral sciences. How well modem experimental social science and psychology, in fact most behavioral sciences, have succeeded in skirting the phenomenon of envy, so precisely described in pre-scientific literary and philosophical experience, is apparent from the latest encyclopedic work representing those disciplines. Human Behavior, an Inventory of Scientific Findings, by Bernard Berelson and Gary A. Steiner, was published in 1964. In 700 pages we are presented with all that is verifiably known of human behavior to date, arranged according to categories such as child psychology, perception, learning and thinking, motivation, and small group behavior. The book is intended as an inventory. The authors write, "Our ambition in this book is to present, as fully and as accurately as possible, what the behavioral sciences now know about the behavior of human beings, what we really know, what we nearly know, what we think we know, what we claim to know." The subject index fails to mention either envy or resentment. Jealousy is mentioned once. Turning, then, to page 54, we find a diagram giving the approximate ages at which different emotions are felt for the first time. According to this, jealousy, as a derivative of distress, is felt for the first time between the 18th and 24th months of life. This, the only mention of the phenomenon in the entire book, refers to an article published in 1932. At this point we would recall the vast literature of cultural anthropology dealing with the phenomenon of superstition in innumerable human groups, which never fails to deal, in full and exact detail, with the function of envy. But Berelson and Steiner mentioned superstition once only, in the entry on learning and thinking, an experiment with pigeons, reported by Skinner in 1953, on the reinforcement of conditioned reflexes, which is said to explain why the most glaring evidence fails to convince people that their superstitious rites are ineffective. This, if we are to go by the pigeon experiment, is because the more often our superstitious action fails to produce the desired result, the less we are discouraged by its failure, and because it is in the nature of things that, say, a rain dance will rarely be followed by rain, the principle is valid that superstition persists with such obstinacy because it so seldom works, not in spite of the fact that it so seldom brings success. We look in vain in the index for irrationality or irrational behavior. Nor is anything to be found about competition, rivalry, and imitation. Nothing, in fact, that could in any way lead to the periphery of the phenomenon of envy. A single reference to sibling jealousy cites a psychiatric essay of 1951, 6 lines of which are quoted, informing us that sibling jealousy observed by a mother in her own children may reactivate her own childhood experiences. The most productive of the entries in the index are those under aggression and social conflict. Here, perhaps, we shall find something about envy, the more so since the stock answer of American researchers, when asked about envy, is nearly always that this represents a minor variant of the phenomenon of aggression. According to this compendium, the modern behavioral sciences tell us about aggression. Severely punished children tend to become aggressive men. Next comes the hypothesis, against which the authors have placed a large question mark, that societies like Germany, in which children have a disciplined upbringing, tend in consequence to have authoritarian political systems. On page 258 we are informed, in a paltry couple of lines, that there is apparently something called need aggression, the need for aggressive behavior, which may assume such forms as murder or sadism. Envy is not mentioned once. On pages 267 to 70 the frustration theory, according to which the cause of aggression is not the attacker but the man who thwarts his drives, is described in some detail. Experimental proof is offered. In a summer camp for boys, half of them were deliberately deprived, or given too little of something. The disappointed boys vented their displeasure on an ethnic minority, meaning that after the deprivation experiment they answered a questionnaire on Japanese and Mexicans more unfavorably than before the experiment. The classic aggression-frustration hypothesis put forward by John Dollard, and others, in 1939 states that the occurrence of aggression always presupposes the existence of frustration, that is, the thwarting of aspiration. Berelson and Steiner comment on this with a question mark. But whatever may be thought of this hypothesis, it does seem a little strange that not even at this point is envy so much as considered. The few remaining allusions to aggression refer chiefly to behavior discriminating against ethnic minorities. In various works it is claimed that economically underprivileged people have a tendency towards discrimination. This observation could, of course, be extended to include envy, but it is not. Even the inventory's relatively numerous passages on conflict, and social class, however, entirely fail to mention the envy motive. Other expressions such as revolution, justice, and equality, where a discussion of our problem might conceivably have been expected, are simply not listed. Although Berelson and Steiner found themselves greatly restricted by the meager fare provided by a social science, dependent as it is on evidence drawn chiefly from rats, cats and pigeons, these authors nevertheless do not hesitate now and then to draw upon animal experiments for analogies and comparisons which might illuminate everyday situations in human existence. One such example shows once more how people stop just short of discussing the motive of envy avoidance. First, there is an account of animal experiments concerned with approach avoidance conflict, where the issue is as follows, where a goal possesses both pleasurable and frightening aspects, thus being at once attractive and potentially painful, there is a point on the way to the goal at which the organism becomes irresolute, and begins to waver. If it then proceeds further towards the goal, it reaches a point just short of it where avoidance behavior becomes more marked. This is called approach avoidance. In human existence, according to Berelson and Steiner, this can mean, for example, that a man will approach an attractive but dangerous sport in which, at the last moment, he will not engage. Or else someone would like to buy a luxury article, approaches it repeatedly, visits the shop window more and more frequently, takes hold of the door handle, even goes into the shop, but at the last moment avoids making the purchase. Why? Perhaps because the pain or guilt associated with the expenditure rises more sharply as the point of commitment is approached than does the attractiveness of the item. If it were realized precisely what part envy and envy avoidance play in purchases of this kind, one might assume, from this example of Berelson's and Steiner's interpretive method, that it would have been entirely appropriate within the framework of their book to describe obvious forms of behavior related to envy, hypothetical and incapable of proof though they might be. But nowhere does this occur in all the 700 pages of an inventory dated 1964 that purports to convey our present state of knowledge about man, especially man in his social context. Were an imaginary inhabitant of another planet to seek information from this book about Homo sapiens, the idea would never occur to him that anything like envy existed on this planet. Theories of hostility. Though exponents of modern social sciences, sociology, social psychology, cultural anthropology, have concerned themselves exhaustively with the phenomenon of hostility, they have managed to write whole chapters about this subject, even in recent works, without ever asking what it is that underlies hostility. Neil J. Smelser, a sociologist, in 1962 put forward a comprehensive theory of collective behavior, by which he means group behavior such as panic, mob action, riot, fanatical sects, etc. There is a detailed discussion of hostility, with references to literature on the subject, but not a single mention of such phenomena as envy, resentment and malevolence. Hostility is the only term. Even when he is investigating hostile belief and hostile outbursts, the envy which can only too easily be shown to underlie it never comes into view. It is vain to look in Smelser's index for envy, resentment, jealousy, egalitarianism, or the sense of justice. Perhaps unconsciously, he carefully evades every phenomenon and every concept that could lead him even indirectly towards anything to do with these aspects of human nature. We find little here even about aggression, which, as we have seen elsewhere, is a favorite form of evasion for those refusing to face the fact of envy. In Smelser's analysis of a hostility, we do in fact discover why modern social science is so apt to overlook envy. There is repeated discussion of theories of hostile behavior according to which such behavior is the consequence of a perceived threat to a person's real economic, sexual, professional, or social position. The authors admit, of course, that the possessor of these hostile feelings incorrectly assesses, exaggerates, or actually invents the ostensible threat. American literature is concerned chiefly with hostility towards minorities such as Negroes and Jews, the subject feeling threatened in his own sphere by minority claims, power, etc. But the point of departure is invariably that hostility is aroused when the subject imagines a real threat to his own real position. The guilt of the attacked. According to this view of the hostile man, ill feeling can never really arise if the subject does not see himself in any way effectively threatened by the object of hostility. It is a view that obliterates the age-old familiar and precisely formulated phenomenon of envy and envious hatred, which can, indeed, exist when the object of envy does not or cannot in any way constitute a threat to the envious man. It is far more true that men in all cultures feel threatened primarily by the envious man. Modern social science thus entirely reverses the situation. The primary threat issues from the person who is potentially enviable. But the social scientist ignores that envy. Hostility thus becomes a secondary phenomenon that will disappear as soon as all groups in a society are placed in a situation where everyone is equally secure and free from threat. It is, of course, right to suppose that a white lower class which fears unemployment is specially prejudiced against its Negro equivalent in the same country, or that a middle class with diminishing wealth and prestige can easily be stirred up against a prominent well-to-do Jewish minority in its midst. But the hope, implicit or explicit, that all substantial hostilities will disappear as soon as a group or individual in a society ceases to worry about livelihood or position, is just as unrealistic and unfounded as the rather more extreme theory that there would be no more envy or resentment in a truly egalitarian society. It is immediately apparent that these two assumptions about a peaceable society have different models in view. One can imagine a very stable society in which everyone had an absolutely assured and adequate place, but in which at the same time there were a distinct hierarchy, marked social stratification, and considerable inequalities. Those sociologists who believe that only the threatened man is hostile would see such a society of total social security as free of hostile feelings. But to sociologists who recognize the existence of phenomena such as envy and resentment, that society would still be prone to disturbance as a result of provocative inequality. Only a permanently equal society would offer freedom from envy and hence from aggression, a state of mutual friendship between its members. As we have been able to show repeatedly in this book from many different angles and cultural viewpoints, neither of these utopian societies, even if they were to approach their ideal, would be able to turn human beings into contented and peaceable sheep, as a progressive of social science promises. Once the process of envying has begun, the envious man so distorts the reality he experiences, in his imagination if not actually in the act of perception, that he never lacks reason for envy. The same applies to the man who feels insecure. Everyone in his lifetime must have had an experience such as the following. Against the advice of some onlooker, one sets to work on something difficult, carpentry, say, which one insists on doing in one's own way. Suddenly the malice of inanimate objects asserts itself. Things begin to go wrong. How often do we then exclaim, "You wanted that to happen"? Yet we know perfectly well that the annoyance of our companion whose advice has been spurned cannot possibly affect the natural course of things. For primitive man there is never any question of the other man's guilt in such a case, he is always convinced of it. But this archaic magical way of interpreting our environment, in seeing our neighbor's evil eye on it, as it were, has not been so completely discarded by modern man that in most of us it cannot recur. It still persists in rural areas, and subliminally. In practical terms, this means that if there ever were a society in which the individual or every group was guaranteed absolute economic security, and hence where no one could really threaten or objectively harm another, there would still remain plenty of unpleasant personal and group experiences which would still unerringly be attributed to other people's malevolence. Why a society of unenvious equals? The blind spot in regard to the problem of envy in the social science of this century, and particularly in human behavioral science, in the United States, cannot be fortuitous. It can be plainly shown how authors shy away from the concept or phenomenon of envy, how they veil it in euphemism, how, if they are very brave, they mention it briefly as a peculiar hypothesis, to discard it at once with an expression of pitying scorn. Many different observers, including some of the most progressive sociologists, have noted, often with approval, the resentment and sense of defiance to be found in the personality of many modern social scientists: Ruth Benedict, M. Tooman, C. Wright Mills, George Simpson. In American sociology and anthropology, it is almost proverbial that the majority of professionals are men who are discontented with their place in society and culture, former members of some kind of underprivileged group or class of men, in short, rebelling against their own society. The proof is easy to find, and the sources are so numerous that they can hardly be questioned. See, for instance, Edward Shills. Professor S.E. Wright Mills implies that sociology has more to gain from a hostile attitude toward the existing order than from uncritical incorporation into it. It is true that, in taking this position, he stands in a distinguished tradition. Nonetheless, neither his viewpoint nor its opposite is correct. Neither the unqualified hatred of the outsider nor the uncritical affirmation of the patriot opens the path to truth about society. The common denominator for this discontent, this unrest, is the egalitarian impulse. Most of the problems experienced or imagined by such minds would theoretically be solved in a society of absolute equals. Hence the constant and strangely tenacious preoccupation of Anglo-Saxon social science with models and programs for a society of absolute equals. The utopian desire for an egalitarian society cannot, however, have sprung from any other motive than that of an inability to come to terms with one's own envy, and/or with the supposed envy of one's less well-off fellow men. It must be obvious how such a man, even if only prompted by his unconscious, would carefully evade the phenomenon of envy or at least try to belittle it. It is true that certain American sociologists have repeatedly encountered the problem of envy and have actually named it. Kingsley Davis, for example, in his textbook of sociology, or Arnold W. Green. But what is significant is that the greater the currency of other hypotheses, such as the frustration theory, the more consistent is the neglect of every approach, even in contemporary specialist literature, to a recognition of envy. Practically never has envy as an hypothesis been raised in order to be refuted or subjected to criticism. Instead, it has been ignored, as too embarrassing. Envy touched too painfully on something personal which it was preferable to keep buried. This silence within the wider professional fraternity of behavioral scientists and psychologists about a central problem of man's social existence has had the result, however, of making their younger colleagues, who themselves might have had no grounds for repressing the phenomenon, less than fully perceptive of its existence. A disinclination to concern oneself with envy may also be connected with the following. Almost without exception, all research concerning man has, when faced by envy, seen it as a serious disease. The latent ubiquity of this ailment is known, but it is also known that no society could exist in which envy was raised to the status of a normative virtue. Invariably, it is emphasized that envy, once having taken root, is incurable, although it is not part of our normal endowment. Even superstition, the primitive anthropology of simple societies, sees envy as a disease, the envious man as dangerously sick, a cancer from which the individual and the group must be protected, but never as a normal case of human behavior and endeavor. Nowhere, with very few exceptions, do we find the belief that society must adapt itself to the envious man, but always that it must seek to protect itself against him. Crimes of envy. Murder from envy. As we have already observed, one function of private property is to protect people against the envy and aggression of the physically less well endowed. For a society in which everyone owned an equal amount of property, or where property was shared out by the state, would not be an idyll devoid of envy but a hell in which no one could feel physically secure. Even in present society there are frequent cases of crimes whose motive is obviously envy of some physical superiority. In 1963, after a basketball game in New York City, a drab-looking day laborer drove his car at the good-looking hero who had won the game and who was standing on the pavement with his parents and friends. The murderer, who had no interest whatever in the losing team, declared that he just could not stand seeing the glamour of that handsome athlete. Arson prompted by envy of more gifted fellow students may end in murder, as a story which appeared in the New York Times on June 1, 1967, strongly suggests. It may even happen at an elite university, with a very high academic standard, should it dare to offer an exceptional opportunity to the favored few. During 1967, buildings housing Cornell University students were the victims of 3 fires, all very similar. In the worst fire, on April 5, 8 students and a professor died in the blaze. On May 23 a second fire broke out in a building housing students, and a third occurred on May 31 in a building occupied by some of the students evacuated from the house burned on April 5. All 3 fires involved dormitories housing students who were enrolled in a special program for exceptionally brilliant students. It is a program that may lead to a Ph.D. in 6 years instead of the usual 10 or more years of undergraduate and graduate work. Only 45 of Cornell's more than 13,000 students are enrolled in that special program. 4 of the 8 students who died in the April 5 fire were members of the special Ph.D. group. Most of the students who were threatened by the fire on May 23 were also enrolled in the special program, as were 7 of the 9 students who were driven out by the fire of May 31. Neither the district attorney nor the county coroner believed that it was all due to coincidence. The fires could have been started only by human agency. The coroner did not use the word envy but spoke of a human malice, a term often enough used in place of the envy, as we have seen in Chapter 2. By November 24, 1967, the Department of Police, City of Ithaca, New York, informed me that no arrests had been made, and the coroner's hypothesis had been neither eliminated nor substantiated. In 1953, a middle-aged spinster in Munich took her friend's baby out for a walk in its pram. Suddenly she pushed baby and pram into the Isar River. The investigation, in which the psychiatrist Ernst Kretschmer took part as expert witness, disclosed that the culprit was suddenly overcome with envy of her friend's happiness, which the child symbolized. In May 1959, American daily papers carried an account from Swannanoa, in North Carolina, under the headline, "Co-ed chopped in envy may be disfigured." According to the account given on May 21 by United Press International, this is what happened. An attractive 20-year-old student, Rose Watterson, was attacked and mortally wounded while asleep in her room in Warren Wilson College. The hatchet struck her 4 times between her left eye and her throat. The culprit was her former roommate, Patricia Dennis. The newspapers carried pictures of the 2 girls. Before the attack, Rose was undoubtedly pretty, though not exceptionally so, Patricia distinctly less attractive, a bit on the chubby side, and, even in the photograph taken before the deed, her expression almost hostile. At the first hearing she stated her motive to have been jealousy and envy of her prettier roommate. In August 1959, 36-year-old Stephen Nash was executed in San Quentin, in California. He spent the last 2 years of his life in solitary confinement because his fellow prisoners could not stand his constant boasting about having murdered 11 people, among them several boys. Nash, who refused spiritual consolation before his execution, even at the trial, clearly reveled in giving detailed descriptions of how he stabbed the victims. When the judge announced the verdict with the remark, "You are the most wicked person who has ever appeared in this court," Nash smiled. According to his own statements, he committed the murders for the following reason: "I never got more than the leavings of life, and when I couldn't even get those anymore, I started taking something out of other people's lives." The court psychiatrist declared Nash to be not responsible for his own acts. As a result of his many previous convictions, Nash had already been examined by court psychiatrists in 1948 and 1955, but he had always been declared not dangerous to the public. Although it is barely hinted at as a hypothesis in the Warren Committee's report, the letters and reported remarks of President John F. Kennedy's assassin leave little room for doubt that Lee Harvey Oswald's central motive was envy of those who were happy and successful, and whose symbolic representative he murdered in the person of the young president, a man truly favored by fortune. If one endeavors, in the light of available biographical material, to understand Oswald's frame of mind, one is forced to conclude that he would not have raised his gun against an older, less handsome president, married to an inconspicuous wife, and one whose style of life, constantly reported in the press and on television, had not been that of modern royalty. Various press commentaries, without using the word envy, came close to this interpretation. For instance, Kennedy was Oswald's victim because the young prince at the White House was and had everything that Oswald, the perpetual failure, never could be or have. On March 15, 1960, American papers published an Associated Press story from Victorville, California. Jealous of woman's wealth, boy says in iron rod killing. 17-year-old David Mars, son of a worker in a dry cleaner's plant, killed the mother of a school friend. The motive he gave the authorities was explicitly envy of the family's prosperity. David was often invited to use the family's private swimming pool and became more and more envious because, as he explained to the judge, the Hodge family had a lot of things his own family couldn't afford. David had no previous police record. Mr. Floyd Jones, detective of the Homicide Division, in charge of the Mars case, supplied me with the following information. David's parents and the victim had been close friends since David's infancy. One thing David mentioned during our conversations was that one of the victim's sons, who is in his class at Victorville High School, was going away to a scout camp for the summer, and the funds were being donated by his estranged father and grandfather and other members of the Hodge family. The subject did sincerely want to go on the same summer camping trip, but his parents could not afford it, and there was no one close to his mother or father who could provide the necessary funds. While he refused to admit that the camp trip was one incident which aroused his envy, investigating officers felt it had a great deal to do with his feelings toward the Hodge family at this particular time. The plans for the camping trip were made by the Hodge boy only a few days prior to the murder of his mother. When first interrogated, David Mars steadfastly refused to admit any knowledge of the brutal beating. After approximately 1 hour's conversation with David, which was recorded on tape, David interrupted officers while the tape was being changed with the remark, "There's no use wasting any more tape. I did it." Then he gave a detailed account of how he had burgled the Hodges' home and another house on the same property during the evening before the murder, both houses being empty at the time he prowled through them. Following the burglaries, he returned to his home, where he was sleeping on a camp bed near the swimming pool. Significantly, the pool cement was cracked and the pool could not be used by his family. He lay there about 2 hours without falling asleep, and at approximately 1:30 decided to return to the Hodges and hit Mrs. Hodge on the head. When questioned about his motive for wanting to strike Mrs. Hodge, David was at a loss to explain. He said, "I don't know," several times. Then he finally said, as tears came to his eyes, that he didn't know, but he guessed it was because other women always had so much more than his mother. Although pressed for more specific information, David was unable to put into words any better explanation for his actions. The similarity of this motive to the one attributed by the French novelist Eugène Sue, as we shall see in Chapter 10, is astounding. Later, in an interview following the reenactment of the crime, on March 15, 1960, David stated in a conversation with an officer that if his reason for committing the crime were to be expressed in one word, it would probably be jealousy, but, as before, he was unable to explain why the mother of his friend was the victim. In 1963, a 17-year-old Negro in Georgia, USA, shot a school friend. The alleged motive was jealousy of the victims being elected head of their class. Before this, it was stated, the culprit had out of envy torn down several of his victims' election posters. In the spring of 1957, in the neighborhood of Detmold, West Germany, a Turkish music student was murdered by a Greek music student. Of this case, a journalist wrote, "What was the motive?" Detectives groped their way blindly until they received the following information. Both young men were studying singing at the Detmold Academy of Music. The murdered man was the more gifted and successful. Socially, too, the Turk had shown himself to be superior. The envious murderer, whose motive should not be confused with that of the armed robber, is widely encountered in ethnological literature dealing with primitive peoples. For example, intense envy might arise among members of a South Sea Island canoe crew if, during a long voyage undertaken for barter trade, one of their number did better than the others. Poison and black magic were often his lot. It cannot be said too often that there is no sign that any primitive community, however simple or however tightly knit, has ever inspired its members with that spirit of collective ownership which eliminates envy by eliminating private property, as Western utopia mongers would have us believe. Again, envy has always been among the motives of those who accuse others of some crime and who, as witnesses, will actually distort their observation and information until they finally persuade themselves of the accused man's guilt. Modern criminology records what is called the persecution of a beautiful woman, suspected of murder, for whom things are said to be little better than at the time of the witch trials. Before the First World War, Karl Kraus, for example, wrote about this subject. His essays have recently been reissued by Heinrich Fischer under the title Sittlichkeit und Kriminalität, Morality and Criminality. The purest form of existential envy manifests itself during a catastrophe when people, through envy of others with possibly better opportunities for survival, select one among several different means of escape, and seek to destroy the alternative possibilities of flight or rescue. In his book The Boat, Walter Gibson tells what happened during the Second World War after the torpedoing in the middle of the Indian Ocean of the Dutch ship Roosboom, carrying 500 evacuees from Malaya. Gibson, one of the 135 survivors, states that in one lifeboat not only did 5 soldiers band together one night to murder and throw overboard 20 of the survivors, but even those who were driven by hunger and thirst to jump overboard seemed to envy the fact that others, who wished to remain in the boat, still had a chance of survival which they themselves had surrendered. Gibson recalls, "That was a strange feature of every suicide. As people decided to jump overboard, they seemed to resent the fact that others were being left with a chance of safety. They would try to seize the rations and fling them overboard. They would try to make their last action in the boat the pulling of the bung which would let in the water. Their madness always seemed to take the form that they must not go alone, but must take everyone with them." Vandalism. Vandalism is a well-known concept in the criminal law of English-speaking countries, being the senseless and malicious damage to, or destruction of, private or public property without any material gain to the perpetrator, although it often necessitates considerable effort on his part in order to wreck something. German law does not recognize this offense as a special concept. Thus, when one March morning in 1966 20 private cars parked in a street in Wiesbaden were found to have had their tires painstakingly slashed, the police made the following statement to the press: "We're puzzled as to the motive. It's not, of course, the problem that we've had before, when somebody has been annoyed or cheated, perhaps deported from country A, later in country B pulls his knife on all cars with the number plates, leaving them with slashed tires. The detective can understand mere vengeful acts, however irrational they may be, but when there is no ostensible reason for revenge, vandalism appears to him as inexplicable. Yet it is simple enough to put oneself in the position of a young lout or someone less well off, or even in that of the man who has several times failed his driving test and is driven into an envious rage by the mere sight of a car waiting for its lucky owner. The repression of envy as a comprehensible and, anthropologically speaking, obvious motive is so fundamental in most of us that even an experienced detective appears unwilling to go into the matter either with the accused or privately, in his own mind. The word vandalism, designating wanton destruction, usually of an asset that is culturally, i.e., aesthetically, over the head of the culprit, has been used since 1794, when Bishop Henri Grégoire of Blois first coined the term in connection with the alleged destruction of works of art in Rome, during its occupation by the Vandals in 455. The few belated works on vandalism available from 20th-century German sources are concerned exclusively with showing that the Vandals did not behave in Rome like Vandals. To us, the point under dispute is irrelevant. Like arson, though its victim is usually someone known to the envious man, mere vandalism, which may of course be arson, is an act that can best be accounted for by resentment or envy. Vandalism is a recurrent, everyday phenomenon of American life, and is practiced more especially in new schools for the children of the poorest classes, particularly those of minority groups. On November 20, 1959, a leading article in the New York Times expressed indignation at the fact that architects of new schools were compelled to take account of possible vandalism. New school buildings in New York City were to have fewer and smaller windows, and these were to be protected by wire netting, steel bars, and fences, thus making schools look like prisons. This influence of vandals upon school architecture was a result, according to the Times, of the huge number of acts of vandalism in New York. After the opening of a new school in East Harlem in February 1959, 589 windows had been broken by November. In 1958, the New York Department of Education had to replace 160,000 windows and make good the damage done by 75 cases of arson. Various observers believe that one reason for the increase of vandalism in the United States is the authorities' reluctance to make a direct approach to the culprit's parents for compensation. It would seem to us that the frequent acts of vandalism, particularly in new, modern, and well-equipped American schools built for the underprivileged, are evidence of the envy motive behind the criminal act. To the slum child, the daily contrast between his home and the school's air-conditioned chrome and glass luxury is an irritant. If he is also burdened with learning difficulties, he sees school as a world to which he will never belong. He knows that when his school days are over there will be no comparable place of work waiting for him. What, then, is more probable than that he should give free rein in vandalism to his rage and resentment? Revealingly, the chronic acts of vandalism by high school students, typical of the mid-50s, have now, 10 years later, reached the colleges. The emotional roots, in many cases, appear to be the same. It is true that in the United States cases of vandalism involving children of the middle and upper classes are also becoming more frequent. Even here, however, the culprits may be turning against too perfect an environment which they did not themselves help to create. They are trying to see how much grown-ups are prepared to stomach. The increasingly broad-minded, understand-all, forgive-all attitude of judges in juvenile courts where near-adult youths may appear might well, I believe, have some bearing on the increase of acts of vandalism by children from good homes. Typical vandalistic behavior is manifested by the culprit who, in November 1952, in Bridgeport, Connecticut, set fire to 8 cars and said to the police, "I couldn't afford to own an automobile, and I didn't want anyone else to have one." This seemed to him more satisfactory than stealing a car. An almost tragicomic variation of the envy-motivated delinquent was the English trade unionist who habitually started wildcat strikes in his factory. When called to account by his union, he explained his action, "I shut the works down on several occasions because it was a nice day and I wanted to go fishing. I did not want the other fellows to have more money in their pay packets than I did." Envious building. Early German legal terminology actually recognizes the case of the envious man, who, in certain circumstances, is prepared to incur expense in damaging another person. Grimm's dictionary quotes the following definition from the Augsburg Building Regulations. It is held to be envious building, Neidbau, when a prospective building is planned clearly to the detriment of a neighbor and without pressing need, or where such a building has little or no purpose, while representing great damage, and loss of light and air, to the neighbor. The self-destructive element in envy is plainly apparent. Just as the envious man often does not wish to possess, but merely to see destroyed the property he covets, he may begin by hurting himself, or at least by incurring unnecessary expenditure, simply in order to torment the man he envies. The concept of envious building must have been very widespread. Thus G. H. Zink's Ökonomisches Lexikon, 2nd edition, 1744, defines it as a building forbidden in many places by law being erected not so much in the interests of the builder as out of malice, to the disadvantage and annoyance of a neighbor. Vengeful violence. Erich Fromm has little new to offer beyond the overworked frustration theory of envy. He sees hostility based upon jealousy and envy as analogous to the aggressive behavior of animals, children, and neurotic adults. Envy and jealousy are special forms of frustration, i.e., a wish thwarted or denied. According to Fromm, envy results from the fact that a not only fails to get what he wants, but that B has got it. He cites the Bible stories of Cain and of Joseph as a classic versions of envy and jealousy. Following a very brief discussion of these two emotional states, Fromm introduces the concept of vengeful violence. This is found mainly among the impotent, naturally, not only in cases of sexual impotence, and among cripples. The destruction of self-confidence in such people is said to produce but one reaction, lex talionis, or an eye for an eye. Fromm correctly interprets vengeful violence, as encountered today, more especially in the United States and in certain population groups, as the consequence of an experience of weakness, and he is also right in stressing that men who lead a full, productive life seldom meditate or resort to revenge, even if offended or disappointed. More questionable is his belief that it would be possible to establish by means of a questionnaire a direct connection between economic need, depressed circumstances, and the degree of such vengeful feelings among, say, the lower classes of the industrial countries. Fromm recalls here the nationalism of the lower middle class. He refers in this connection to the intensive and often fully institutionalized revenge mechanisms among the primitive peoples, explicable on the one hand by the Freudian concept of narcissism, which Fromm expands, and on the other by psychic scarcity in the primitive group. From this, Fromm proceeds to compensatory violence, a substitute activity for what is productive, hence itself a result of impotence. The sadist, the wantonly destructive vandal, is explicable in these terms. Sadistic pleasure in destruction as a substitute for positive activity either denied or of which the subject is incapable, is seen by some as the necessary outcome of an unlived and crippled life. Yet this does not explain why throughout history so many people have become famous who were undeniably handicapped or crippled in one sense or another, and did not take the way of compensatory violence but chose instead the available means to positive achievement, their original handicap more often than not acting as a spur. The very low rate of crime, so often noted during the post-war years in West Germany, among refugees and their children, an indubitably underprivileged group whose members could not fail to notice plenty of differences to give them cause for envy, would seem to lend probability to the following hypothesis: envious crime, a concept which embraces most juvenile crime and vandalism in the United States, will occur chiefly in those societies whose official credo, constantly recited in school, on the political platform and in the pulpit, is universal equality. The less the individual can explain realistically the visible difference between himself and his neighbor, the more likely certain types of people are to lose self-control and to have recourse to crime motivated by envy. In contrast to this, every refugee was aware of a reason for his present deprivation that was quite unconnected with his new environment, since he, along with millions of others, had been driven out of his homeland. Such feelings of aggression as may have existed were mostly directed against forces and persons which had little connection with the relative well-being of the new environment. Sheldon and Eleanor Glueck, two American criminologists specializing in juvenile crime, asserted in a study of the subject in 1952. Turning next to the feeling of resentment or frustration, envy or dissatisfaction, this emotional attitude is far more frequent among the delinquents than among the boys within the control group, 74%. 51%. Persons in whom this attitude is strong are not so much concerned with the positive attempt or hope of bettering their own situation as with the desire that others should be denied the satisfactions and enjoyments which they feel are being withheld from themselves. Resentment, in other words, is different from mere envy or the wish to have what somebody else has got. It should be recalled here that there is a tendency in English to speak of envy as if in a sense harmless, as though nothing was involved but wanting something to the fulfillment, without resentment, of further desires. When it is thus disguised, many Americans, as I discovered by questioning them, are able to conceal from themselves the true nature of the phenomenon of envy. Apart from that concession to usage, however, the Gluecks recognized exactly what envy involves: the consuming desire that no one should have anything, the destruction of pleasure in and for others, without deriving any sort of advantage from this. A great many observations would seem to indicate that this tendency plays a significant role in the criminal personality. The envy of the gods and the concept of fate. In the most diverse cultures and at all stages of man's development we encounter the idea that man is threatened by the envy of supernatural beings. The envy of the gods, to which the Greeks attached such significance, finds an echo in other religions. Often the dead are thought to be envious, the more so if they were closely related to us. This belief is supported by the observation made among many primitive peoples that their fear of ghosts, often amounting to panic, relates only to the spirits of dead relatives. Why was it I who escaped death, is one of those age-old human enigmas which may perhaps lie at the root of one of mankind's most widespread feelings of guilt. Many of the 75 Hibakusha survivors of Hiroshima, for instance, interviewed by Robert J. Lifton and described in his recent book, Death and Life, Survivors of Hiroshima, told of their intensely ambivalent feelings. Pleasure at having survived was overshadowed by the pain of being alive because someone else was dead. It is indeed true that in some cases Hibakusha managed to survive only by ignoring someone else who needed help. This is one of the most basic dilemmas of human existence in any situation that is a matter of life and death, whether in war or in a burning theater. Yoko Oda calls it the shame of the living, perhaps the most fundamental human guilt. I can still hear the words of J. B. Priestley in a BBC broadcast on May 8, 1945, in which he reflected on the painful riddle that posed itself to his fellow Englishmen, indeed to all Europeans: why did I stay alive while so many perished? Lifton writes, the survivor can never, inwardly, simply conclude that it was logical or right for him, and not others, to survive. If others had not died, he would have had to. If he had not survived, someone else would have. Anyone who is alive, who feels or knows himself to be healthier, to eat better, to have a more flourishing crop or herd of cattle, will inevitably feel a faint sense of guilt towards those who have died or who are less fortunate. to restrain himself and to forestall such behavior as ostentatious enjoyment or irresponsible boasting, so that envy could not even raise its head. Man evolved ideas of a god, deities, or powers who pursue him with the eye of envy and who punish him when he exceeds the limits. Clearly, it is very difficult for man in whatever culture, our own included, to localize and to define envy and the envious man. As Nielsen stresses, the ancient Greeks hardly ever attributed envy to one particular god or supernatural being, but rather to a divine principle, a general, vaguely conceived power. There may well have been good reasons for this. It has sometimes been observed, as by Francis Bacon, or in the witchcraft beliefs of some primitive peoples, that envious man becomes really envious and malicious only when he sees that he has been detected by the object of his envy. This fact is due to the shame he feels at the inferiority which the discovery of his envy discloses. Hence the Greeks were careful not to ascribe envy to any particular god, daring to do so only sometimes in the case of Zeus, probably because he was too majestic to be accused of petty envy. His motive was seen to be, rather, a sublime sense of justice. He punished the overpowerful in the interests of compensating justice, and not because he was himself envious. The case of dualistic religions is somewhat different. These have little difficulty in ascribing envy as a motive to the principle of evil, Satan, as can be seen in Manichaeism, in which Satan is moved by envy to pit himself against the light. Among the Persians, demons were believed to be responsible for envy in man. It is surely not far-fetched to suppose that a civilization of unequal citizens was able to arise under the aegis, as it were, of the Christian religion because the latter early condemned envy, which was personified in the devil, whereas God and all the saints were represented as, by definition, utterly incapable of envy towards mankind. Agamemnon's homecoming. Aeschylus impressively illustrates the Greek fear of divine envy in his description of Agamemnon's return. The motive for human envy, as the successful man encounters it, is discovered in his very first speech. Rare are those mortals who a friend arrayed in fortune's smiles with eyes unenvying view. The fateful poison rankling at the heart a double smart inflicts, the sufferer mourns his own peculiar woes, then at the sight of others more successful, sighs again. I know mankind full well, nor need to learn that empty as the shadow of a shade are many who with smiles my presence hail. Clytemnestra, his wife, plotting the murder of her husband, has laid out a purple carpet and seeks to persuade Agamemnon to walk over it into the palace. This is no casual gesture, but, as Ranulph points out, deliberate treachery. The more Agamemnon can be involved in actions which notoriously incite the envy of the gods, the more likely is the murder to succeed. The hypocritical or naively frivolous method of egging on an unsuspecting person, or one acting consciously against his better judgment, to do something provocative of envy so that those who are provoked shall do one's dirty work, obstruction, say, or revenge, may be observed in many cultures. Clytemnestra greets her husband with a fulsome panegyric. Oh! Blessed immunity from threatened woe. Envy, begone, too well we grief have known. Most loved of mortals, from this car descend, but sully not in dust, great king, thy feet which scarce have rested from the glorious work of trampling down proud Troy, ye thoughtless slaves. Why this delay? Forget ye my commands. With trappings to spread your monarch's way. Be his whole path empurpled. Agamemnon at once rejects her adulation. He does not wish to see his path laden with hateful robes. Reserve such honors for the gods, frail man should tremble for himself when he delights with stately mien to tread gorgeous robes. In the ensuing exchange between him and his wife, she seeks to dispel his fear of the envy of the gods. Finally Agamemnon gives way, but he removes his shoes and enters the house over the purple carpet with considerable uneasiness. Let some slave unloose these sandals, for with envious glance some god may blast me should I walk with covered feet. I blush to sully, thus, such precious robes. Objects so costly. This is not enough for Clytemnestra. Again she expresses what no Greek who feared the envy of the gods would ever choose to say, we shall never lack for purple carpets, we have never learnt what it is to be poor. The chorus then takes up the motive of envy with the parable of a ship on a fair voyage which can best succeed in avoiding hidden reefs if a good measure of her cargo is voluntarily jettisoned. The Danish sociologist Sven Ranulph, whose 2-volume work on the Greeks' remarkable concept of the envy of the gods is one of the rare studies to deal with envy in detail, noticed unmistakable distaste in classical scholars, who showed a general unwillingness to assume that the ancient Greeks could ever really have ascribed to their gods anything so monstrous and despicable as envy. Thus the Danish philologist A. B. Drachmann, to whom Ranulf owes the inspiration for his work, cites the subsidiary concept of the Greek sense of cosmic harmony. It is, he maintains, an aesthetic element in Greek thought. The envy of the gods is nothing other than the symmetrical balance of good and bad fortune among men. At this point Ranulf asks whether something is not being read into the Greeks simply because we, today, do not find it deifying that our envy mechanism should come from the gods. As an example of the horror this idea inspires in 19th-century scholars, Ranulf cites U. von Wilhelmowitz Moellendorff, who in his introduction to Agamemnon discusses the envy of the gods. Every child knows a Polycrates a ring, the story told by Herodotus. It illustrates the idea that unalloyed happiness ineluctably turns into great misery. This is but an expression of a far-reaching emotion. Everything that is perfect, beautiful, rich or brilliant is especially threatened because it provokes the envy both of men and of the gods. More especially when one of these things is ostentatiously displayed or openly publicized by one's own praise or that of others, the danger of envious destruction is more likely than ever. For envy need not damage by physical contact, the evil eye can bewitch and compel from afar. Man and God can thus wish evil upon others. Hence the cautious man protects himself by secretiveness or by apparent self-abasement. Now it is certainly a good and just feeling that men should be aware of their own weakness. The admonition to modesty and moderation in all things is also truly Greek. But here it plays only the most minor role. Rather, it is the basest aspects of man's nature which freely manifest themselves, envy which fears harm from its fellows because itself wishing them harm, and unseemly fear that cravenly drags down the gods to its own despicable mentality. Hence the avoidance of the use of a certain divinity's name for such as is deemed harmful. Erwin Rodi was similarly repelled by the Greek idea of the envy of the gods. In the second half of the 19th century, envy as a governing principle was, indeed, almost universally proscribed. True individual thinkers like W. Roscher, Jacob Burckhardt, Friedrich Nietzsche, and Oliver Wendell Holmes in America recognized certain emergent social philosophies which evidently appealed to the envy motive. But generally under the influence of Christianity, with its God incapable of envy towards man, to students of ancient Greece the concept of a divine envy was an absurdity. The Greek concept of fate. Every culture must have an explanation to offer to its members for the varying lots that fall to them. Some cultures have been successful in this task, others relatively unsuccessful. The connection between the concept of fate and human envy may, I believe, be illustrated from Homer's view of that concept. Nielsen describes the social situation which, to many people of the Mycenaean period, represented a problem. Many of those who took part in the great campaigns will have lost their lives, some will have returned laden with booty and riches, others with nothing but their scars. It is revealing that the conception of fate, moira, should be expressed in phrases, all of which mean a part, share, or portion. Nielsen writes, a goddess designated by such words cannot be personal or concrete. The sense of a portion should be adhered to. Each had his share of the booty, or portion of the meal, the size of the share of the spoils being regulated by a binding convention, size and quality of the portions of food by a form of etiquette which we encounter several times. Yet life, Nielsen continues, is full of unexpected events, and these are spoken of simply as man's share in life, his portion of what happens, as he would speak of his share of the booty or his portion of the meal. But even when things go wrong, he will still speak of his share of what happens. Death is the last and final lot of man. Thus the moira of death is spoken of more often than any other. The distribution of portions is governed by custom and convention. If a man takes more than his due, he has to bear the consequences. Order, however, is part of the essence of the conception of the moira. Nielsen considers in detail the contradiction and the difficulties arising from the confrontation of personal gods and ineluctable fate. He believes that in the final analysis the gods are subordinate to the moira. Shares of the booty and portions were distributed by the great. This would suggest the conception that someone distributed the lots, the portions, in respect of individual lives. With the possible exception of Zeus, the distributors are not individual gods, however, but, according to Nielsen, a general regulating power. The above description of the early Greek concept of fate throws important light on our view of envy and the need for a culture to come to terms with it. We know that there is no stronger or more primordial stimulus to envy than the distribution of unequal portions of food. Man is perhaps best able to come to terms with this experience when the distributor, who has the power to distribute unjustly, in the sense of the householder in the parable of the laborers in the vineyard, is seen by the recipient as presiding over an order, and as one against whose word and wisdom no one can rebel. For this reason, social systems governed by a monarchy generally have less trouble with the problem of envy than do democratic ones, where the sharing out of goods in short supply is equally necessary but is not seen as unassailably legitimized. To the Greek of that time it may have seemed very probable that indeed all unequal portions in life were due to the agency of a regulating power that could not be personified. In effect, they felt it better not to visualize too clearly, or imagine in concrete form, the distributor of lots, lest he or a she, through the very fact of our thoughts being directed towards the divinity or the conceptually imagined demon, might notice us and begin to wonder what our lot should be. Man feels safest when the distributor of his lot in life remains anonymous, when his fate is, so to speak, what he draws in the lottery. If the distributor of lots were to be seen in too human a guise, we would necessarily ascribe to him envy, or a closely related book-keeping sense of justice. Thus anyone who has so far drawn really good lots in life is unlikely to believe in a personal distributor who, after a few years, might say, "This man has done well for long enough, now I'll let him draw a few blanks." Zeus alone, as the supreme arbiter of life and death, sometimes appears in the Iliad, for example, as directing the battle in company with fate. Since no one can draw death as his lot more than once, in contrast to the many thousands of portions of good and bad he received during the course of his life, the conception of a particular god who holds the scales of fate, and decides when a man's time has come, is more readily tolerable, perhaps even comforting. Nielsen cites some stories from Porphyry that are characteristic of the endeavor to avert the envy of others found in the Apollonian piety of the Greeks. Invariably, the comparison involves two sacrifices made to the god, one magnificent, such as a herd of cattle, the other meager, perhaps a few handfuls of corn from a sack. Asked which sacrifice was more acceptable, the god invariably indicated the lesser. We are given a deep insight into the underlying psychology, however, when the poor man in the story proceeds to empty the whole of his sack of corn upon the altar, whereupon he is told by the Pythia that he is now twice as abhorrent to the god as he had previously been acceptable. Nielsen concludes, this is a case, not of good or bad conscience, of contrast between rich and poor or pure and impure, but of boasting and vainglory. What is stressed is that man should not pride himself on his piety, nor should it be ostentatious. The consequences of his doing so need only be recalled. In witch hunts, such as those in New England, the victims were often exceptionally pious people, whose show of godliness had drawn down upon them the envy of others. The Christian religion has been able only partially to solve the social problem as to how the believer who is a perfectionist can protect himself against the envy and attack of those who, in their own eyes, are less perfect. For in a monastery, the very place where virtually every cause for mutual envy has been eliminated, envious suspicion is focused upon another's overzealous concern for his religious duties or his religious advancement. Nemesis. The classical conception of a divine power that represents the principle of envy is linked most often with the word nemesis. In Homer, all it means is dislike, a general distaste for what is unjust. The goddess Nemesis is of much later date. She is the guardian of just measure, no one having too much or too little, but she is also the express enemy of too much happiness. Already in Herodotus, Nielsen discovers a tendency to call the divinity envious. He uses the word Thonis, also found in Pindar, as an alternative for Nemesis. However, Nielsen is doubtful about the translation envy, whose connotations, he feels, are too malevolent. The confrontation of man's hubris and its consequence of divine nemesis appears early. In Homer, who used both terms, hubris means presumption, trespass. The underlying conception, in the sense of the Moira, is that of a man who has taken portions in excess of his due. Gradually there grew out of this the idea of justice. Later it was to mean not only equality before the law, but also a fair share of the goods of the state, both spiritual and material. This idea of equality was deep-seated. it was the driving force behind constitutional struggles, and upon it democracy was built. Oddly enough, as Nielsen demonstrates, the conception of hubris and nemesis gradually came to be applied to distributive justice in the life of the individual. The higher a man climbs, the lower he must fall so that a balance is achieved. He is best off whose fortune is modest, since his misfortune will be modest in proportion. In this conception, avoidance of envy is already clearly apparent in the form in which it is found in nearly every culture. Nielsen leaves no room for doubt as to the major part played by envy, and fear of it, among the Greeks. He cites Sven Ranulf's comprehensive account, with one aspect of which, however, he disagrees. Envy is indeed a prominent trait, especially of Athenian democracy, but as Ranulf's examples are mainly those of divine envy, he falls into the error of conceiving the gods individually, as Homer does, whereas in fact envy is ascribed only to the gods in general, and of isolating this conception from that of fate of which it is correlative. Nielsen gives numerous examples from Greek thought, according to which every man must pay for happiness with unhappiness. Sophocles, Pindar, Herodotus and others return to the idea again and again. Its clearest expression is probably Herodotus' story of Polycrates and Amasis, familiar to us from Schiller's poem of Polycrates' Ring. Nielsen selects this particular story to illustrate the point that disproportionate praise brings misfortune in its wake. It must be countered by some form of self-abasement, such as spitting in one's bosom or an obscene gesture. In this the Greeks behaved in the same way as primitive peoples. What we have here is the evil eye complex. Croesus, according to Herodotus, was struck by fate because he regarded himself as the happiest of men. Again and again one finds sayings and warnings such as, God's lightning strikes the largest animals, the biggest buildings, the tallest trees. Whatever excels, God disables. Nielsen rightly supposes that this sort of outlook on life leads to quietism. Since the greatest are most vulnerable to the blows of fate, it is better to be among the lesser ones. Acting in the face of divine envy. This view of Nielsen's corresponds with my basic thesis on the inhibiting effect of envy in all societies. But again, Nielsen asks the significant question as to why fear of hubris and nemesis did not cripple the Greeks' delight in action and achievement. He finds at least part of the answer in the fact that envy had been blunted because no individual god was ever identified with it, but only a very general divine force, in the final analysis a kind of fate. What will be, will be. If I am destined to achieve something that brings nemesis down upon my head, that is part of my lot. Simple fatalism restored to man so much courage and defiance that he was prepared to risk incurring the envy of the gods, not merely to tremble before it. The British Hellenist E. R. I. Dodds's penetrating work, The Greeks and the Irrational, 1951, in discussing Ranulf and Nielsen, attempts a more far-reaching interpretation of divine envy. He makes use not only of ethnological data from other cultures, but also of more recent psychological theories. His view of the phenomenon enables it to be included in my general theory of envy. Aeschylus spoke of the envy of the gods as of a venerable and immemorial doctrine. Dodds points out that the idea that too much success, if boasted about, involves supernatural danger is found independently in the most diverse cultures. Hence it must be deeply rooted in human nature, as can be seen from our own custom of touching wood immediately after making an optimistic or boastful remark which a subsequent event might cause us to regret. Levi-Broll and others have found among many primitive peoples a non-moralizing belief that awareness of one's own favorable position invites danger from some sort of power. This conception appears in a moralizing form in ancient China. If you are rich and of high degree, you become proud and so expose yourself to inevitable ruin. If all goes well with you, it is expedient to keep yourself in the background. Tao Te Ching, 4th century B.C. In this connection it is tempting to recall the song from the American musical Oklahoma. I got a wonderful feeling, everything's going my way. It is no doubt an indication of the relatively carefree American national character and the Americans' relative freedom from fear of divine envy, a fact of decisive importance, that a song of this kind could become popular and even conceivable as a folk song. Most cultures would regard this self-satisfied couplet as a most dangerous challenge to fate. Dodds also cites the Old Testament, in which God's envy is mentioned several times, as for instance in Isaiah 10:12. And believes that the uninhibited boasting of Homeric characters shows that the envy of the gods was not really taken seriously at that time. It was not until late archaic and early classical times that the fear of Thonis assumed the proportions almost of a religious threat. The notion then gradually became a moralistic one. It is not just that the mere sin of too much success incurs the punishment of a divine power simply because the latter is envious. Rather, it is believed that success leads to choros, self-satisfaction, which in turn gives rise to hubris, the arrogance of assured success. And this is punished. Like Nielsen, Dodds is inclined to seek a sociological explanation for the fear of divine envy. Personal circumstances in Greece were frugal and dangerous, class conflict, changes in social stratification, and the general advance of hitherto oppressed elements of the population may have been responsible for the popularity of the idea that the misfortune of the rich, great and famous was willed by God. In contrast to Homer, for whom the rich were also as a rule especially virtuous, a poet like Hesiod, the bard of the Helots, as a king once called him, gives voice to ideas of a divine distributive justice. The most determined attempt at an interpretation in terms of class warfare is that made by Sven Ranulf in the study already mentioned. Dodds allows that Thonis could be regarded simply as the projection of the unsuccessful man's resentment of the successful man, and rightly observes, certainly human and divine envy have much in common, both, for instance, operate through the evil eye. But Dodds then seeks to limit Ranulf's theory by recalling Piaget's remark that children sometimes think the opposite of what they really want, as though reality were scheming to thwart their wishes. Dodds agrees with A.R. Byrne in seeing signs of such ideas in Hesiod. He attributes them to the emotional situation of the young man who, like the Greeks of this period or the children of our Western culture, suffered a very strict parental upbringing which he secretly called in question. Thus the resulting repressed guilt feelings have produced an attitude of such mistrust towards reality that even one's true wishes are, if possible, kept concealed. We would offer a much simpler explanation: the tendency observed in children, as it were teleologically, to keep as a potential what they really long for by thinking the exact opposite, is found in many taboos of primitive peoples who always circumscribe what they fear or desire in order to ward off the one and prevent the loss of the other. But beneath this lies nothing more than the quite general fear that the envy of companions, sublimated in the form of vaguely feared spirits or powers, might thwart the fulfillment of the wish were this to become known. Pleasure is forbidden. Paul Tournier, a Swiss psychotherapist, believes, like other psychoanalysts, it can be assumed that strict parents are largely responsible for instilling in their children the idea that everything that gives pleasure is sinful. Many parents told him that one thing they remembered from their upbringing was the principle, pleasure is forbidden. Thereafter the adult cannot enjoy anything without a bad conscience spoiling his pleasure. People who have been brought up with this idea burden themselves with heavy duties or unnecessary sacrifices, their only object being to allow themselves some subsequent pleasure without a bad conscience. They keep complicated mental accounts, behind which anxiety is always present in some degree. Tournier points out that this compulsive behavior has little to do with Christianity, which in principle does not conceive God as a being who begrudges his children any kind of pleasure, even if it is undeserved. The feeling of guilt is, indeed, regarded as a definite sin, that of melancholy. Here we would attempt a wider interpretation. Anyone who is familiar with the anxiety and fear of various primitive peoples, a feeling to which they always succumb whenever they have been lucky, and who also knows the extreme laxity with which these people are so often brought up, is unlikely to see overstrict parental control as the chief cause of a bad conscience about pleasure and happiness. What is involved is rather the primeval anxiety in man arising from the experience of envy. It has little to do with any particular culture or form of society, or with the type of upbringing, though these may intensify or diminish it. Though strict, puritanical parents may, by their remarks and the values they represent, induce feelings of guilt in their children, they are themselves the victims of their own anxiety about envy. And if this were to be referred back to the parents' parents, we would be involved in an infinite regression. The condition of anxiety, the feeling of guilt, the fear of a retributive catastrophe, Polycrates' ring, all this is a combination of superstition and empirically verifiable, i.e., realistic anxiety about another person's, usually a neighbor's, envy. More precisely, nearly all superstition can be found to derive its dynamic from this particular anxiety about envy, and may be interpreted as a system of ritual environment control directed against envy. It is deeply rooted in every one of us, more or less independently of the actual culture and its level of civilizing technology. This can be demonstrated. A situation of happiness, of assured health, of imminent success is described to someone who is then asked to imagine himself in that situation. Having done this, he is asked, "What is the first thing you'd do?" The answer is nearly always, I'd touch wood, or make this or that sign. On being further pressed, and asked to think back as to why he would have done this, he is likely, for the first time in his life, to discover his fear of the envy of some anonymous other, which he has thus sought to assuage. But as long as the Christian, or at least the man still partially imbued with Christian culture, in his attitude to his fellow men still intuitively models his conduct on a supernatural exemplar, the potential innovator's neighbor, fellow villager, or colleague will, in ideal circumstances, reality being often in default, represent less of an inhibition or threat than would have been the case in the pre- or non-Christian world. Incidentally, agnostic and atheistic societies, as well as states and regimes, have profited by the opportunity for individual achievement made possible by Christianity, because they have often developed a system of incentives which rewards the individual extravagantly but is tolerable to him only because he feels in some measure secure against the envy of his companions, thanks to the persistence, albeit in diluted form, of Christian values. The Hour of Fate in Scandinavian mythology. The heathen mythology of the North also contains ideas which are partly reminiscent of the Greek view of divine envy. These, too, will have helped members of a community to come to terms emotionally with the obvious inequalities of fortune. As Carl Simrock shows, fate makes a personal appearance. In the Regan, the world-ordering, world-advising powers which are the gods themselves and hence not, of course, a power superior to the gods. They impart to man his immodest share, disclosing it in judgment, as we see in the Gotreks, Chapter 7, how Hrossharskrani, horsehair-bearded, wakes his ward, Starkadr, at midnight, telling him to go with him. They go by boat to an island, disembark and find a crowd of people assembled in a forest clearing. They are attending a court of justice. 11 men sit on chairs, the 12th chair is vacant. Thereupon Hrossharskrani takes the 12th chair, being greeted by all as Odin. Now he demands that the judges determine Starkadr's fate. Upon which Thor begins to speak. Alfhild, Starkadr's mother, chose, instead of Asa Thor, a dog of a Jutex, to father her son, therefore I shall cause Starkadr to have neither son nor daughter and to be the last of his race. Thereupon Odin speaks, I shall cause him to live for 3 generations. Thor speaks, in every generation he shall perform a deed of envy, a deed of shame. Odin speaks, I shall cause him to have the best weapons and raiment. Thor replies, I shall cause him to have neither lands nor estates. Odin says, my gift to him is that he shall have much money and goods. Thor replies, I lay upon him that he shall never think he has enough. Odin speaks, I bestow on him victory and skill in battle. Thor retorts, I bestow this upon him, that from every battle he returns wounded to the bone. Odin speaks, I give him the art of the skald, so that poetry is to him as speech. Thor retorts, he shall not be able to remember his poetry. Odin speaks, I shall cause the noblest and best men to honor him. Thor speaks, he shall be hated by the whole people. Then the judges tell Starkadr everything that has been said, and thus the court ends. Thereupon Hrossharskrani returns to the boat with Starkadr. In the same way that Thor qualifies each of Odin's gifts with a codicil, just like the youngest fairy, Norn or wise woman in our fairy stories, so Odin is able to mitigate Thor's harmful impositions and to compensate for the land that he denies Starkadr by a profusion of movable property. It is clear that in this saga an attempt is being made to deal with the problem of fate, and the envy-provoking gifts fortune bestows on man, by explaining one man's actual fate on earth as a dispute between envious and generous powers. Here we have the projection of human envy onto the world of the gods, as with the Greeks. In this connection it is interesting to find the expressions, deed of envy, deed of shame, factors which Odin seeks to eliminate from Starkadr's fate by apportioning to him that which would render him free of envy. As we have seen again and again, it is enormously important for any human community to find some sort of explanation for the disparate fates, fortunate or unfortunate, of its members. This is necessary in order that the man who is favored by fate may not suffer too much from a bad social conscience, that is, from the fear of being consumed by envy of the favored man. Some cultures have not succeeded in achieving this either by psychological, mythological, or religious means. Northern mythology seeks to tackle it by the concept of the hour of fate. Since every individual has his own personal and unique hour of birth, the painful problems that face every community as a result of disparate fates can be solved by coupling fate with the moment of birth. Simrock gives examples of these facts. Otherwise, fate is impersonal, as the following account shows. It is said of the Valkyrie that they set out to work Orlog, to mete out fate, to decide wars. Fates are laid and set, primeval decrees, primeval decisions, which man cannot escape, and to which even the gods are subject. Fortune is predetermined and depends on the hour of birth. Our fortune is sung in the cradle, an expression that alludes to those gift-bestowing Norns or fairies who come to the newly born child to create its fortune. In Old High German the hour itself is called Wille, and the fortune linked with it Wilsalda or Vilselda, no doubt also imagined as personal, since it resembles the gift-bestowing Norns. The influence of the stars is a belief of later date, and refers to the star of the wise men. Those born at a lucky hour were called children of fortune. When it was said of them that they were born with a caul, lucky cap, also known as a helmet, the idea had some connection with nature, since some children are in fact born with a thin membrane round the head. This used to be carefully preserved and buried beneath the threshold. The child's guardian spirit, or a part of his soul, was supposed to dwell therein. Shame and guilt. The psychoanalyst Gerhard Piers has thrown some light on the personality change, which helps to explain the modern creative era of relative freedom from the fear of being envied. Piers distinguishes between two personality types which may be seen as corresponding to two cultural types, the person burdened by a sense of guilt and the person filled with shame. A person who feels guilt is reticent and his character constrained. His early identifications, together with later ones based upon them, relate to non-constructive images. The guilt-laden person is disinclined to act, is passive and turns against the self. Piers writes, guilt-engendered activity is at best restitution, sacrifice, propitiation, atonement, which rarely frees, but brings with it resentment and frustration rage, which in turn feed new guilt into the system. By contrast, Piers sees the shame-driven individual as having better potentialities for maturation and progress. Shame arises when someone fails to attain the goals he has set himself. Guilt frequently results from that very attainment of goals which, for the good of others, it is felt, would have been better unattained. The guilt-ridden person, therefore, is inclined in the first instance to placate the real or supposedly envious, the evil eye of others. Both mechanisms, however, that of shame and that of guilt, are necessary if the child is to become a socialized adult, but these elements may be overcompensated either in an individual or in a culture. Social conformity achieved through a sense of guilt will essentially be one of submission, that achieved through shame will be one of identification. According to Piers, Western culture seems to have undergone a gradual change. The highly patriarchal, feudal and hierarchical society before the Reformation put a high emphasis on guilt. Guilt before God was an accepted and practically unalterable fact. Everyone was essentially equal in this, so that there was no distinction or possibility of achieving any distinction except by degrees of submission. Humiliation before Godfather was of the essence of human existence and no matter for shame. This development he sees as having reached its climax in the Reformation. At the same time, a new trend emerged. This was the emphasis put upon individual responsibility, Luther's on the liberty of a Christian man. According to Piers, the importance attached to an immanent conscience, over and above the allegiance to a transcendental God, reflects the internationalization of guilt, which is absorbed into the self. Piers believes, however, that such a process contains the beginning of a turning away from the irrationality of this guilt concept. Although Protestantism retains the dogma of original sin, it provides the opportunity, particularly in Calvinism with its division into the elect and the rejected, for differentiation and for constructive self-comparison with others. The growing emphasis on rationality, work and success demands aggressiveness without guilt. This trend has been increased by capitalism and technology. Whereas previously work was seen and experienced as a God-inflicted punishment, as drudgery which enables us to expiate the pressing sense of guilt, toil and work now become idealized. They are the road to accomplishment and distinction. Piers writes, the beggar in early Christianity could be God's child, a successful penitent, and even glorified as saint. In Protestant acquisitive status society, he ought to be ashamed. Religion without envy. Max Weber distinguishes between the two basically different attitudes that may be assumed by a supernatural power in a given religion towards the good fortune and well-being of the believer. 1. Its joyful unenvying recognition, or 2. The envy of gods or demons. In spite of, not through, the gods, and frequently in opposition to them, the hero maintains a more than ordinary stature. In this the Homeric and part of the ancient Indian epic is characteristically opposed both to the bureaucratic Chinese and the priestly Judaic historiography, in that in the latter the illegitimacy of good luck as God's reward for approved virtue is far more strongly in evidence. On the other hand, the connection between misfortune and the anger and envy of demons or gods is extremely widespread. In this connection Weber recalls that anyone inflicted with an infirmity, or sorely tried by fate, is regarded in nearly all popular religions, that of ancient Judaism, and in particular that of modern China, as one smitten by divine anger, who may not consort with the godly and fortunate before the face of God. Indeed, in almost every ethical form of religion, the privileged classes and the priest who serves them see the individual's positively or negatively privileged social position as in some way religiously deserved, and only the forms of legitimizing the fortunate position change. To draw the simplistic conclusion from these views, in the sense of Marxism, perhaps, that religion is exploited by the upper classes to provide opium for the lower, would be to ignore what we have repeatedly shown to be imperative in any society, to make discrepancies in status emotionally tolerable to the individual and capable of being rationalized. Systems of belief designed to control envy might be despised as social opium were it possible to demonstrate that the definitive elimination of certain economic conditions relating to property, class, etc. would eradicate mutual envy from this world. But this cannot be done. It would seem more probable that the social need to achieve control over the worst problems of envy in human coexistence has brought about the reorientation of existing systems of religion so as to legitimize noticeable differences in individual circumstances, in the interests of social peace. Thus, as has repeatedly been seen, the American cultural ethos, the popular mentality in the 19th century, created, quite independently of religious conceptions but in conjunction with them, a myth of the successful man which, much to the distress of the social critic, made inequalities emotionally tolerable. It would, however, be wrong to assume that individual authors or other interested parties had conjured up a myth and imposed it upon public opinion in order to legitimize and protect economic inequality. In many cases, rather, the existence of such an ideology alone permitted a mode of behavior leading to inequality of achievement in business. At least it would seem probable that the human qualities and modes of behavior requisite for the settlement and domination of the North American continent had helped to produce an ideology capable of legitimizing a state of progressive inequality. New Testament ethics and the modern world. The ethic taught by the New Testament sought to secure differentiated human existence in a world full of envious people and unlikely to evolve into a society of equals. A society from which all cause for envy had disappeared would not need the moral message of Christianity. Again and again we find parables the tenor of which is quite clearly the immorality, the sin of envy. One should love one's neighbor as oneself, for the very reason that this will protect him against our envy and hostility. Naturally, the avoidance of certain arrogant and ostentatious gestures, such as extravagance, but not of meaningful activity, the feast, excellence of achievement, is essential, if only to appease the envious. In such passages the New Testament nearly always mentions the envious man, exhorting him, inasmuch as he is mature and a Christian, to come to terms with the inequality of his fellow men. In the West, the historical achievement of this Christian ethic is to have encouraged and protected, if not to have been actually responsible for the extent of, the exercise of human creative powers through the control of envy. Yet the envious succeeded in perverting that ethic by adapting the message to their own ends. Killjoy, ascetic morality whispers persuasively to the joyful, lucky, or successful person, feel guilty, feel ashamed, for you're envied by those beneath you. Their envy is your fault. Your very existence causes them to sin. What we need is a society of equals, so that no one will be envious. Thus it is no longer the envious who must discipline and control themselves and practice love of their neighbor, it is their victim who must change, and change for the worse, in conformity with envy's own yardstick. Yet the mere conquest of envy, taught in categorical parables in which the envious man is shown to be displeasing to the Lord and no reasons are given why inequality of treatment, opportunity, and happiness in this life should be accepted and not begrudged, is not the whole import of the New Testament. On the eschatological plane the oppressed, the unfortunate, and the victims of fate are further told, perhaps in order to help them overcome their envy of more fortunate companions and contemporaries. After death there is in store for you, maybe, a kingdom of heaven where all, in so far as they manage to get there, will be equal. All men are equal before God, whether kings or beggars when in this world. Indeed, the poor have an even better chance of going to heaven. But here again the envious have succeeded in usurping the New Testament message. The doctrine, progressively secularized, came to mean a mission to establish an egalitarian society, to achieve a leveling out, a state of uniformity here and now, in this world. The egalitarian utopia is respectably cloaked in the stuff of the New Testament. Since all will be equal before God, and have been created equal ab initio for the purpose of ultimate transcendental equality, all must be as equal as possible in society here on earth. This doctrine cannot, without chicanery, be read anywhere into the New Testament. Nor should the fact be overlooked that the realization of an egalitarian society would render the context of Christian ethics, for a greater part, superfluous. The envious man in fiction. The only literary works with the title Envy seem to be a French and a Russian novel and a German short story. But Herman Melville's last work, Billy Budd, deserves that title. It is perhaps the most profound attempt in fiction to discuss the problem of envy in human existence. Herman Melville. Billy Budd, a big, fair, good-looking sailor on board a merchantman, is impressed into the Royal Navy. His captain complains to the naval officer of the great loss this means to him. In Budd he is losing one of his best sailors and one who, by sheer kindness and availability, has made a peaceful crew of the wild rabble on board. When Budd first arrived, the captain says, only one person took an immediate dislike to him, a bad character whose motive he states precisely, envy of the newcomer because everyone else liked him so much. After picking a quarrel with Billy Budd, however, the envious character was so promptly and thoroughly thrashed that from then on he, also, was one of his friends. The captain fears unrest in his crew if Budd, the peacemaker, leaves it. But characteristically Budd himself voluntarily submits to conscription aboard the warship. Melville depicts Budd not only as an exceptionally handsome and skilled young seaman, we are also told that he is probably a foundling of aristocratic birth. But Budd has a slight impediment, excitement deprives him of the power of speech. Billy Budd's downfall stems from the person of the master-at-arms, John Claggart. Melville intimates by hints about Claggart's origins and his civilian career that this is a man who, on several counts, is seething with resentment against society and life in general. Billy Budd gets on well with his shipmates. He is popular and in addition does his utmost to carry out his duties with painstaking efficiency. Having, at the very beginning of his service, witnessed the flogging of a sailor for a minor mistake, Billy seeks to avoid attracting the attention of his superiors. But he soon notices that minor accidents keep befalling him. His gear, carefully stowed, is in disorder. The malice of inanimate objects constantly thwarts his endeavor to be a perfect seaman. He discusses this with an old sailor who explains that the master-at-arms is down on him. This Billy cannot believe, since his shipmates have told him that the master-at-arms always calls him the sweet and pleasant young fellow. For Billy, Claggart always has a friendly word and a smile. Melville several times describes the petty officer's envious look of hatred when he knows himself unobserved either by his victim or by the other sailors. Melville also muses on the fact that the envious man's chosen victim is seldom able to detect the intentions and feelings of his persecutor from his expression or behavior. Resentment and envy are hostile feelings that are easily concealed, and which it is often essential to disguise if the plot is to succeed. Billy Budd, Melville's embodiment of everything that is innocent, good and harmless, cannot comprehend why Claggart, whom he seeks to please by the exemplary performance of his duties, pursues him with the bitterest envy simply because Billy is the man he is. Thus, before relating the tragic events, Melville interpolates an analysis of envy. After Melville has shown the reader what Billy and a number of his shipmates refuse to believe, namely, that Claggart is down on him, and has confirmed this through the mouth of one of the crew, he looks for possible motives. Several are discussed and rejected before, very cautiously and gradually, Melville advances envy. At first, all he says is, "Yet the cause of Billy's persecution by the master-at-arms, necessarily to be assumed as the sole one assignable, is in its very realism as much charged with that prime element of Radcliffean romance, the mysterious, as any that the ingenuity of the author of the Mysteries of Udolpho could devise. For what can more partake of the mysterious than an antipathy spontaneous and profound, such as is evoked in certain exceptional mortals by the mere aspect of some other mortal, however harmless he may be, if not called forth by this very harmlessness itself? The novelist thus perceives something that the modern social scientist is seldom able to perceive, because the latter seeks the primary cause of evil outside the perpetrator. Envy, hatred and hostility may be provoked in the aggressor, while the man with whom the stimuli originated can in no way prevent this from happening. Only self-disfigurement or self-abasement might prevent envy in the other. With an understanding of the problems of human relations on board a warship, problems which modern small group research, in costly and laborious experiments, claims to have solved anew, Melville describes the social climate in which the drama is played out. Now there can exist no irritating juxtaposition of dissimilar personalities comparable to that which is possible aboard a great warship fully manned and at sea. There, every day among all ranks almost every man comes into more or less of contact with almost every other man. Wholly there to avoid even the sight of an aggravating object one must needs give it Jonah's toss or jump overboard himself. Imagine how all this might eventually operate on some peculiar human creature, the direct reverse of a saint. Many a novelist and most sociologists of our time would be content to cut short the analysis of Claggart at this point. Melville continues, but for the adequate comprehending of Claggart by a normal nature these hints are insufficient. To pass from a normal nature to him one must cross the deadly space between. And this is best done by indirection. So far, Melville has not introduced the concept of envy or resentment. He first recounts a conversation he had once had with a scholar on the subject of worldly wisdom and the understanding of human nature. The scholar seeks to convince Melville that worldly experience does not of itself entail knowledge of the deeper labyrinths of human nature. He concludes with the remark, Schoeck and Blackstone, jurists whose writings are legal classics, hardly shed so much light into obscure spiritual places as the Hebrew prophets. And who were they? Mostly recluses. At first, Melville says, he did not see this. Now, faced with the task of explaining Claggart's antipathy to Billy Budd, he believes he understands his old friend's advice, and says, and indeed, if that lexicon which is based on Holy Writ were any longer popular, one might with less difficulty define and denominate certain phenomenal men. As it is, one must turn to some authority not liable to the charge of being tinctured with the biblical element. Melville is no doubt inferring that the problem of envy is frequently discussed in the Old and New Testaments. Yet he himself goes on for nearly 3 more pages before he lets fall the decisive word. He is set to prove conclusively that the malice in Claggart is something which the environmental theory, later so popular, cannot explain. The evil in Claggart lies, at his very core, quite independent of the world around him. Melville quotes a definition of a natural depravity, attributed to Plato, natural depravity, a depravity according to nature. Melville hastens to warn us against the error of believing that what is meant here is the depravity of the whole of mankind, in Calvin's sense. It is found only in certain individuals. And, not many are the examples of this depravity which the gallows and jail supply. Claggart's depravity, for which Melville is seeking the right word, is always dominated by the intellect. In a brief and masterly paragraph that might have come from the pen of a Schiller or a Nietzsche, the author of Billy Budd takes us into the phenomenological sphere of the envious personality, without having once mentioned the word envy. Civilization, by which Melville clearly means something like the educated, worldly wise, urbane man, especially if of the austerer sort, is auspicious to it. It folds itself in the mantle of respectability. It has its certain negative virtues serving as silent auxiliaries. It never allows wine to get within its guard. It is not going too far to say that it is without vices or small sins. There is a phenomenal pride in it that excludes them from anything mercenary or avaricious. In short, the depravity here meant partakes nothing of the sordid or sensual. It is serious, but free from acerbity. Though no flatterer of mankind, it never speaks ill of it. A man so endowed by nature should, Melville thinks, be altogether subject to the law of reason. In reality, however, such natures are capable of the greatest irrationality, and such a man will, toward the accomplishment of an aim which in wantonness of malignity would seem to partake of the insane, direct a cool judgment, sagacious and sound. Melville sees such people as blinded by their madness, though to the ordinary observer their actions are indistinguishable from the normal. They never announce their true aim, yet their methods and mode of behavior are always completely rational. Claggart was that kind of man, possessed of an inward malice not wholly explicable from his environment, but which, as Melville writes, was innate, in other words, a depravity according to nature. The reluctance to attribute envy. Up to this point the author has not once used the word envy. But in Claggart's characterization there is some evidence of those envious characteristics so often found in literature. He hides behind the mask of negative virtues such as Spartan asceticism, his malignity is not to be bought off, he is unbribable, he never speaks ill of mankind, he appears to be extremely reasonable and yet is capable of the folly of self-injury if he can thus get at the object of his envy. Here Melville interposes the digression on lawyers, experts, and clerics. He asks whether the phenomenon, still not called envy, just described in Claggart, which is always denied, or at least concealed, is not the motive behind the deed for which juries in many a criminal case vainly rack their brains. Surely, then, recourse should be had to men who know about the rabies of the heart, rather than to ordinary doctors? This shows remarkable insight in Melville. There has remained in criminological literature and practice up to the present a noticeable aversion towards express reference to the envy motive, although there is convincing evidence in other sources of its significance in crime. Not till now, 40 pages after the beginning of the story, does Melville introduce the concept of envy, in a section headed Pale Ire, Envy, and Despair, the words Milton uses to characterize Satan. From this point, envy recurs again and again as the motive behind the master-at-arms persecution of Billy Budd. Claggart is himself handsome, but his frequent ironic remarks about the sailor's beauty are explained by the author as envy. Now envy and antipathy, passions irreconcilable in reason, nevertheless in fact may spring conjoined like Chang and Eng in one birth. Is envy then such a monster? Well, though many an arraigned mortal has in hopes of mitigated penalty pleaded guilty to horrible actions, did ever anybody seriously confess to envy? Something there is in it universally felt to be more shameful than even felonious crime. And not only does everybody disown it, but the better sort are inclined to incredulity when it is in earnest imputed to an intelligent man. But since its lodgment is in the heart not the brain, no degree of intellect supplies a guarantee against it. The passion of envy is kept secret by all men, regardless of their culture and language, more fearfully and shamefully than any form of erotic passion or perversion. To become a topic for literature and polite conversation, the latter needed a Sigmund Freud and his school. And it is no coincidence that Melville wrote this novel, in which envy is depicted in all its dangerous ugliness, at the end of his very long life fraught with privation and disappointment, for he must completely have resigned himself to his personal fate and to his lack of success in his own time. In Claggart it was no vulgar envy that the author depicted, not just morbid jealousy which marred Saul's visage perturbedly brooding on the comely young David. Claggart's envy struck deeper. He sensed that Billy's outward beauty was related to a nature innocent of evil and envy. It was this strange moral phenomenon that drove Claggart to extremes of envy. Melville even recognizes the paranoid aspect of such envy, because Claggart found it both inconceivable and intolerable that Billy should fail entirely to return his hatred. He read deliberate insults into chance happenings, like the spilling of the soup, so that his envy of Billy could find nourishment in self-righteous contempt and indignation. The blind spot in Melville's scholars towards the envy motive in Billy Budd. It is not just the social sciences of this century that exhibit a blind spot so far as envy is concerned, but also its literary criticism. When a writer of Herman Melville's standing devotes many pages of his last work to preparing the reader, in exemplary fashion, for the dominant motive of the drama's enigmatic central character, when he provides in addition what amounts to a phenomenology of envy from the standpoint of depth psychology, and when he chooses this concept, in a special series of words taken from Milton's Paradise Lost, as a chapter heading, it might be supposed that Melville scholars, at least when treating of this novel, would be bound to mention, if only once, Melville's attempt to solve the riddle of envy and of crime resulting from it. We look in vain for any such mention. A systematic survey of works on Billy Budd reveals that most of them totally disregard the problem of envy. This is the more surprising in that Melville repeatedly referred to the motive in other works, and was concerned with its metaphysics in discussing John Milton. In some 280 pages of what is now apparently a manual much used by American college students, Merlin Bowen offers an analysis of Melville. It deals exhaustively with Billy Budd, from page 216 to 233, and in 10 other passages in various parts of the book. While there is frequent mention of Claggart as the symbol of evil, there is not one word about the envy motive, so unmistakably stressed and carefully developed by Melville. Bowen avoids the term, stating only that Claggart is filled with malice and evil. His longest section concerns the conflict of motives in Captain Vere. And even when he returns on occasion to the supposed motives of the informer, Claggart, he does not get beyond generalizations, the puzzle of depravity, or mentions only that most superficial motive, shown clearly enough by Melville to derive from envy. Claggart, whose covert hatred, feeding upon a supposed injury, Melville would not have had to construct half the novel upon the envy motive had he merely intended to explain Claggart's hatred of Billy Budd in terms of what Claggart supposed to be insolence on Billy's part. No reader, indeed, could possibly deduce from Bowen's book that in Billy Budd Melville had given one of the most detailed analyses of envy and one, moreover, of crucial importance in the plot. R. Humphreys Melville comprises 114 pages, more than 3 of which are devoted to Billy Budd. The author leaves no doubt as to the importance attached by Melville to the analysis of Claggart's character. Among the finest things in Melville's work is the analysis of Claggart's mixed yearning and malice, real in its strangeness. The analysis is probing, adumbrative, quietly troubled, and more interesting than any sensationalism could be. It presents, one might say, original sin according to agnosticism. There is no mention of envy in Humphreys' work. In a study devoted to Melville's shorter works, Richard Harter Fogel has occasion to mention Claggart only once. All he says is, Claggart, the master-at-arms, who is pure evil according to nature. The nature of this evil, made so plain by Melville, is not mentioned. Tyrus Hilway, in the 176 pages given to the novelist's work, unreservedly considers Billy Budd to be Melville's best and most mature achievement. It is not only his final work, the product of the decade between his 70th and 80th birthdays, but a statement of his philosophy, a novel written without any thought of financial gain, or contemporary readership, a work hastened only by the prospect of premature death. One would have thought that Hilway would, if only in one sentence or phrase, have intimated to the reader that Melville discusses the problem of envy. But the word envy does not appear even once. Claggart is the embodiment of evil, nothing more. Geoffrey Stone's depiction of Melville, more than 300 pages long, is aimed at the general reader. Billy Budd and Claggart are dealt with at length. The latter is one of the only 2 characters in the whole of Melville's opus to be dominated by evil. Yet here, too, we look in vain for an indication that in this novel and Claggart's character Melville is investigating the problem of envy. Stone quotes long passages from the novel on the subject of the master-at-arms motivation, but avoids all those in which Melville uses the term envy. Stone even goes into what he declares to be the modern interpretation of Claggart, according to which he is a homosexual, no less, whose unrequited love for the beautiful sailor turns into ambivalent love-hate and eventually into mortal hatred. This interpretation Stone rejects. Melville constantly addresses himself to the metaphysical implications of Claggart's depravity, and if these are not his chief concern with the matter, we are left with the curious spectacle of a highly intelligent old man devoting the last 3 years of his life to pondering a simple case of thwarted pederasty. Here Stone is right, but there is not a single word to suggest that Melville devoted 3 years of his life to the anatomy of envy. The few authors, however, who have gone into the matter, demonstrate how obvious the chief subject of Melville's concern really is. Milton R. S. Sterne, for instance, devotes 7 pages to a detailed interpretation of Claggart, mentioning the envious element several times. F. O. Matheson puts it most clearly, perhaps, in his work on American literature. Claggart, whose malignity seems to be stirred most by the envious sight of virtue in others, as Iago's was. And elsewhere. To characterize what Claggart feels, Melville has recourse to the quotation, pale ire, envy and despair, the forces that were working in Milton's Satan as he first approached the Garden of Eden. Melville has also jotted down, on the back of his manuscript, some remembered details about Spenser's envy, and in his depiction of Claggart's inextricable mixture, longing and malice, he would seem to be reverting likewise to the properties he had noted in Shakespeare's conception of this deadly sin. Eugene Sue's Frederick Bastian, Envy. Sue's novel about envy differs from other literary treatments of the problem in its psychotherapeutic approach. Long before psychoanalysis and depth psychology existed, Schoeck showed how a mature, experienced man comes to the aid of a family doctor and, by tenacious, detailed work, seeks to find the reason for the patient's psychological distress by putting together his isolated remarks and fragmentary notes, which he had tried to destroy, of his supposed experiences during the critical period. In the novel, the patient's corrosive, personality-destroying envy is successfully overcome and is sublimated into an attitude of noble and honorable competition for objective values with the man he envies. They vie with each other in saving the lives of families threatened by flood. The youth, tormented by envy, gains an insight into his motives. Many readers may find that the way in which envy is eliminated is too simple. Allowing for the relative naivete of the novel, the credibility or otherwise of the subplot and Schoeck's own standing as a writer, we believe that his account of a successful psychotherapy of envy is convincing, and might well stand as a model for a psychotherapist today. It is remarkable, too, that Schoeck should believe in the possibility of liberating a man from envy. Most stories that have envy as their central theme show the downfall of the envious man, who becomes a criminal or, at the end of his unhappy, unsuccessful life, unburdens himself of some great offense committed from envy. In Schoeck, however, the success of the psychotherapy is assumed from the start in that his hero has grown up without sibling jealousy, in close communion with a kindly and infinitely experienced mother. Schoeck gives one of the most accurate clinical accounts of the envy syndrome to be found in fiction. Melville alone, perhaps, excels him in detail. In contrast to some other authors who used jealousy and envy indiscriminately or as alternatives, Schoeck discovers the fundamental difference. He begins with a young person brought up in psychologically ideal circumstances, unaware of the feeling of envy, but yet made sensitive to the material and aesthetic values of life by his gifted mother. Without transition, Schoeck puts his hero in a situation where he is able to compare standards and styles of living and, step by step, we see envy germinating. The diagnosis is not withheld from the reader, but those around the envious boy have the utmost difficulty in recognizing the true motive for the hatred of another that is gradually becoming manifest. It takes them months. This double camouflaging of the envy motive is a consistent feature. The envious man will confess to almost any other sin or emotional impulse. In Schoeck's novel it is intention to murder, before he will confess to his own envy. And to those around a person impelled by envy, this is the very last motive they will think of, and that with great reluctance. Not only does Schoeck depict this circumstance convincingly and with great accuracy, but he uses it to construct a dramatic plot. The extent to which Schoeck concerned himself with envy is evident from the phenomenology of this emotion, which the novel slowly develops before our eyes. The 16-year-old boy whom mounting envy transforms in the course of a few months from being happy and studious into a savage hater, while on the way to becoming a murderer, had a rather lonely childhood, spent on a small farm with his pretty young mother. This woman, who had been married against her will and had rejected her husband, lived apart from him on a minimal income. The misfortunes start when the family doctor obtains permission for mother and son to visit a neighboring chateau and its grounds while its owner, the young Marquis, and his grandmother are away. The son is not only embittered by the chateau servant's high-handed treatment of his mother and the doctor during their short visit, but for the first time becomes painfully aware of the meanness and poverty of his own home. Schoeck then describes his condition as follows: he felt a strange, growing sense of moral unease, a feeling which, although still ill-defined, made him so ashamed that for the first time in his life he failed to confide in his mother, afraid of her perceptivity. A little later, when he sees his pretty mother sitting at home in front of her wretched dressing table, he suddenly recalls the rooms in the chateau. Envy grips him, and he says to himself, "Wouldn't the elegant, sumptuous boudoir which I saw at the chateau have been put to better use by a charming person like my mother instead of that octogenarian marquise?" Frederick's growing envy is concealed from those around him. It can only be guessed at through certain changes in him. A beggar, to whom he had formerly always given something, now gets a mere "you would only laugh at my paltry alms." Ask le Marquis, he should play the benefactor in these parts, he's rich enough. Even before he has seen the Marquis, he envies him for being able to live in such luxury. The gradual exacerbation of this genuine envy is depicted most convincingly by Schoeck. But to bring the youth to the point of planning murder, he introduces some further motives. While mother and son are out for a walk, the Marquis comes riding after them, having picked up the mother's cape which she had inadvertently dropped. Innocently, she remarks on the young nobleman's good manners, thereby adding jealousy to the envy already felt by her son. A little later, while the boy is watching his mother's old carriage horse being unharnessed in front of the house in the village street, a hunt passes by. The old horse tries to join it, but is driven off by the Marquis with his whip. The young man's hatred and envy know no bounds. Sue explains the suddenness and intensity of this envy by Frederick's aesthetic sensibility, derived from his mother, who, with slender means, has succeeded in creating surroundings that are in good taste. The author implies that a young man who had grown up in uncouth or dull surroundings would not have been so painfully aware of the contrast with the chateau. A psychotherapy of envy. The subsequent chapters depict the growing incomprehension between Frederick and his mother, the family doctor and the latter's friend. All have noticed a serious psychological change, the nature of which remains hidden because Frederick, ashamed of his envy, becomes increasingly stubborn and withdrawn. The first period of envy from which Frederick suffered had been, so to speak, passive. The second was active. His suffering then was impossible to express, hidden, concentrated in the depth of his soul. His agony could find no outlet and was constantly and fatally aroused by the sight of the chateau of Pont-Brillant, which he could not help seeing, no matter where he looked, for the ancient building dominated the horizon from afar. The more conscious Frederick became of his bitter affliction, the more he felt the need to conceal it from his mother, persuading himself in his grim despair that such failings as his deserved nothing but scorn and loathing, and that even a mother could not show pity for them. Probably wishing to titillate the reader with yet another sensation, but one which fails to materialize, Sue now stages a scene in a grotto, where Frederick overhears a remark by the Marquis' grandmother to the effect that Frederick's mother would make a good mistress for the Marquis. Envy is teamed with jealousy, and the author describes the progressive deterioration of Frederick's physical condition, jaundiced complexion, hollow cheeks, a bitter smile, abrupt and clumsy movements, an impatient manner of speech. The youth determines to murder the Marquis. Then if I kill him, he will no longer enjoy all the pleasures for which I envy him so. His luxuries will cease to be an insult to the poverty of myself and all those others who have even more cause for complaint than I have. The murder does not come off, but the doctor's friend, David, who has taken on the job of tutor to Frederick in order to help the young man, knows what is afoot. Like a detective, he seeks the motive. He finds the decisive clue in some partly erased drafts of an essay. There David reads, "For people who are fated to drag out their existence in humiliating obscurity, it is their inability to raise themselves up and elsewhere, why, by what right?" And a sentence almost wholly erased, "For, great and holy revolution, the weak have become the strong, vengeance has come at long last, then, terrible, but beautiful in its." At this point, the tutor understands the motive of his protégé. Next Sue gives what amounts to a psychotherapy of envy. David confronts Frederick with his affliction. "The cause of your illness is your envy." Overcome with shame, the boy tries to evade the issue but learns from David that destructive envy can be metamorphosed into what is constructive, into honorable competition. The dialogue in which David persuades his pupil to transform his envy into an incentive, and to try to emulate the Marquis in those fields open to him, expounds a philosophy of life that must be anathema to any social revolutionary. Basically, this is the much-maligned Horatio Alger myth of America, the conviction that all is well with the status quo since the glamour of the privileged and successful has the positive function of providing an example, and of stimulating special mobility in the young person at the bottom of the ladder. Everyone, it informs us, could make something of himself and of his life if he really wanted to. And the mere destruction or expropriation of the upper classes would help no one. Thus it is not surprising to find George Lukács recalling Karl Marx's biting criticism of Eugene Sue, who, he alleges, cravenly adapted himself to the surface of capitalist society, out of opportunism distorting and falsifying reality. A novel which shows, if somewhat naively and superficially, how social envy could be cured must indeed have been a vexation to the socialists of the mid-19th century. Yet this fact is remarkable in itself. While 100 years ago it was a meaningful and rewarding task for one of the most popular French novelists to depict the torment caused by envy of the privileged and its possible cure, in the second half of the 20th century very few people would be interested in reading a modern novel about a young man consumed with envy of the luxuries of a multimillionaire, and eventually cured by a psychoanalyst. To the modern detective searching for a motive, it would seem as improbable that someone should murder a millionaire out of envy as Frederick's motive seemed to those around him. Yuri Olesh's Envy, the Problem of Envy in Soviet Society. In the very short novel Zavist, Envy, by the Russian Yuri Karlovich Olsha, 1899–1960, we have one of the few literary works in which the envy of the hero, who is depicted somewhat unsympathetically by the author as a miserable failure, reveals to us the whole spectrum of envy. The object of envy is a successful, powerful, hustling technocrat, the food specialist Commissar Andrei Petrovich Babyshev. In view of the fact that the feeling of envy derives originally from food envy, and that Olsha, like most others, must have suffered considerably from hunger after the October Revolution, it seems hardly a coincidence that throughout the whole novel the critical eye of envy fastens scornfully, again and again, upon food and the processes of eating and digestion. The story begins literally with the Commissar's colon. Kavalerov, the hero, is the narrator in the first part of the book. He is an angry young man, already enthralled to alcoholism, and he personifies envy, as does the Commissar's brother, Ivan, a romantic failure who hates his brother, as representing not only success but also the new machine age and mass organization, which Ivan tries to sabotage. The novel closes with the utter defeat of the two envious men. But so unmercifully are the Commissar and his world laid bare and caricatured through the eye of envy that Olsha, who became famous overnight as a result of this, his first novel, was allowed to enjoy his popularity for only a short time. Soon he became the object of personal attack, no doubt partly because he was seen in official communist circles as a social critic dangerous to the regime. Olsha has several times admitted that the figure of Kavalerov is autobiographical. He identified himself with that character, and the attacks on his hero's trivial and vulgar nature inflicted a deep and personal hurt. The similarity between the author and the young man in the novel is patent. Olesh's youth was spent in the secure ambience of a middle-class family of officials in pre-revolutionary Russia. He tells us that he valued the world of private property, and this is also apparent from some of the lovingly drawn pictures in his memoirs. The first 10 years of communist Russia were the years of his early manhood, from 19 to 28. During that time he made his living as a journalist. It is not difficult to imagine how the world of new-style party bosses in the Russia of 1925 appeared to him. His hatred and envy are set down on paper, and he had the courage to choose the single word envy for his title. The novel, perhaps to his own surprise, attracted immediate attention. Envy and the Commissar. The plot is simple. Kavalerov is picked up by the Commissar after being thrown out of a bar and is put up in the latter's provocatively fine apartment. He observes all his benefactor's private and professional moves, which he so interprets as continually to exacerbate his hatred and envy. Gradually he becomes aware that he is merely filling a temporary vacancy in the Commissar's favor as in his apartment, occasioned by a visit to the country of another young man, Makarov, whom the Commissar has taken in or adopted as a sort of son. During his short stay with the Commissar, Kavalerov also gets to know the latter's brother, Ivan, as well as Ivan's daughter, Valia, who is engaged to Makarov. In Billy Budd, Herman Melville, fully conscious of the problems involved and of people's general aversion to acknowledging this feeling, hesitantly guides the reader towards the metaphysic and the depth psychology of envy. This common aversion may be linked with the Anglo-Saxon cultural ethos. By contrast, Olsha postulates envy as an accepted phenomenon. Apart from the title, the term is not used by the envious man himself until quite late in the story, when he realizes that his spiteful farewell letter to his benefactor will be interpreted by the latter as envious. But nowhere does Olsha give any intimation of envy's abysmal, uncanny role in human existence, which Melville found so fascinating. That no exception was taken by Soviet literary critics to the naked portrayal of envy scarcely 10 years after the October Revolution is not to be wondered at. Olsha introduces the feeling of envy at the point of demarcation between generations. It is the old, decadent, outdated representatives of pre-revolutionary Russia who envy the new Soviet man, the dynamic, efficient Commissar. Why, then, the excitement? With the extinction of that generation, the problem of envy would also vanish from communist reality. Although Olsha may have known that envy, whose points of view and emotional states he so effectively portrays, is part of man's basic equipment and will exercise a disruptive influence in the very societies that depend upon an eventual utopian state of egalitarianism, this is nowhere hinted at in his novel. Olshaw describes a clash between the envious and the envied man which is devoid of all tragedy because the hero was already consumed with envy and aware of his own impotence in the face of the new society, before meeting the commissar. His envy, analyzed in the novel, of the latter's way of life brings about no change in his total character. At the end of the story he is just where he began, in the gutter. What is notable, however, is this, even the hate-ridden, unrealistically ambitious Duel Kavalerov cannot stand the thought that the commissar might see his letter as an expression of envy, and treat it with contempt. He is ashamed to be recognized as an envious man, for he knows how ineffectual his furious letter would then be. Hence he is glad when he thinks he has got his letter back, although, as it turns out, he in fact has the wrong letter in his pocket. A writer in Russia 10 years after the revolution, admittedly filled with resentment against those who are successful, regards it as a matter of course that envy, if recognized, is something to be ashamed of, and that the envier knows himself to be ineffectual. This is essentially no different from what human beings have felt everywhere and at all times. Since the end of the Second World War, however, a new ethic has, astonishingly, come into being, according to which the envious man is altogether acceptable. Progressively fewer individuals and groups are ashamed of their envy, but instead make out that its existence in their temperaments axiomatically proves the existence of social injustice, which must be eliminated for their benefit. Suddenly it has become possible to say, without loss of public credibility and trust, I envy you. Give me what you've got. This public self-justification of envy is something entirely new. In this sense it is possible to speak of the age of envy. Ithings don't like me. Some of the passages in Olesha's novel are very illuminating for the phenomenology of envy. Kavalerov feels that he is not loved by the things of the world. He always relates the malice of objects to himself, and envies those with whom things cooperate. Things don't like me. Furniture tries to trip me up. Soup, given to me, never cools. And, by contrast, things love the commissar. From other characters in fiction, as also in clinical literature, it is evident that a man tormented by envy feels persecuted by his material surroundings. And as can be demonstrated from primitive man, such as the Dobu Islander or the Navajo Indian, what immediately rouses his envy is that whereas the other man seems to be favored by his material environment, the envious man can only see himself as cheated by it. Gradually Kavalerov becomes aware of the nature of his feelings towards the commissar, whom he often calls sausage maker or grocer. What is it, then? Do I respect him? Fear him? No. I am just as good as he is. I am no bystander. I'll prove it. It is only much later, in the second half of the book, when Olshaw himself is the narrator, that he shows Ivan before an examining magistrate and says, are you interested in his dominant emotion, or in his name? Nikolai Kavalerov, the envious. A little further on there is a conversation between Ivan and Kavalerov, who, they both recognize, bear a resemblance to one another. Ivan says to Kavalerov, my friend, envy is eating us away. We envy the future. It's the envy of senility, if you wish. Let's talk about envy. Ivan then relates a childhood experience. As a 13-year-old schoolboy, he went to a party where a girl did better than he at dancing and parlor games. I couldn't stand it. I caught the girl in the corridor and gave her a going over, scratched her charming features. Ivan's explanation for his rage is significant if we remember that the most acute form of envy is provoked by someone who is almost our equal. I was always used to admiration, to an enthusiastic following. In class, I too was top man, a pace setter. He was sent home from the party. That is how I came to know envy. The terrible heartburn of envy. It is appalling to envy. Envy catches you by the throat, squeezes your eyes from their sockets. Olshaw portrays one of the early and better-known manifestations of envy in Kavalerov's letter to the commissar. You gave me a bed. From the height of your well-being you lowered a cloud bed. You are my benefactor. Just think, a famous man made me his close companion. I want to convey my feelings to you. Strictly speaking, it's all one feeling, hatred. But why? Kavalerov answers this a few lines further on. Why must I acknowledge his superiority? When Olesha's envy appeared in 1927, Soviet critics were at first unanimous in their praise. According to Pravda, Olshaw was the leading author among those who stood closest to the group known as the Russian Association of Proletarian Writers. The novel was also enthusiastically acclaimed by some Russian émigrés abroad. Improbable as it may seem to the present-day reader, Soviet critics did not then see the irony and satire inherent in the portrait of the Commissar. Only by degrees was the extent of Olesha's commitment to individualism realized, then the criticism began. L. P. Hartley's utopian novel Facial Justice. During the post-war years and up to the end of the 50s, perhaps nowhere else was the subject of envy and equality so much discussed as in England. Periodicals such as The Spectator and Time and Tide repeatedly published comments, articles, and readers' letters on the subject of envy, which sought legitimation under cover of various economic and educational measures, taxation, etc., usually in the guise of a demand for equality. The debate was originally stimulated by the Labour government's levelling, egalitarian measures between 1945 and 1951, and subsequently by its demands when in opposition, as well as by the excuses made by the Conservatives, who were afraid to lay a finger on the institutions created in the name of equality. It was almost inevitable that someone should write a satirical novel along the lines of George Orwell's 1984, having as its central theme the political exploitation of equality and envy. Such a novel appeared in 1960 from the pen of the well-known English writer L. P. Hartley, born 1895. It was called Facial Justice. None of the literary works discussed by me and concerned with this subject attack it so frankly as does Hartley in this little book. The title is actually followed by the epigraph, "The spirit that dwelleth in us lusteth to envy." St. James. The action of this short utopian novel takes place soon after the Third World War. It is a satire in the Swiftian tradition on the drive towards uniformity such as the author must frequently have observed in England during the 50s. During that decade, the left wing of the Labour Party demanded, more unequivocally perhaps than any other party, a society of absolute equals. But first let us take a look at Franziska Becker's review of the novel in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung. An invisible dictator, whose voice is audible always and everywhere giving directions, treats his subjects, whom he addresses as patients and criminals, as a strict but just teacher would treat badly behaved louts. He is concerned mainly with uniformity and the elimination of envy. Pretty women are seen as a disruptive element. Thus it is virtually the moral duty of anyone born with an alpha face to undergo an operation in order to acquire a beta face. JL's vanity leads her, though with a bad conscience, to evade that duty. This is the first of other individualistic actions. Eventually she loses her face after all. After this she rebels out of hatred of the dictator, who by pushing people's egalitarian tendencies to such an extreme has unleashed their destructive drives. It ends with Le Roi est mort, vive le roi. The book is a satire. But careful reading is needed to discover what the author is talking about and just what it is that he is attacking. From the very start, there is never any doubt as to what facial justice is about. This new state of the future is founded upon self-abasement and equality. All citizens are criminals, none can be said to be worse than his neighbor. Everyone is dressed in sackcloth, and envy is the sole cause of personal distress and social friction. The novel opens with the words, "In the not very distant future, after the Third World War, justice had made great strides. Legal justice, economic justice, social justice, and many other forms of justice, of which we do not even know the names, had been attained, but there still remained spheres of human relationship and activity in which justice did not reign. The equalization, faces, center." On the very first page of the novel we encounter two girls on their way to the equalization, faces, center. They do not notice each other until they are going into the building. JL, the heroine of the novel, is crying. She recognizes her friend Judith, a nice enough-looking girl, but not particularly attractive. Judith finds herself looking at a pretty girl. She is the first to collect her wits. "I didn't expect to see you here," and then, after looking at the pretty one again, "I might have guessed." JL says, "But you, Judith?" JL cannot finish the hurtful sentence with, "You're not ugly enough to qualify for beautification in this country." Nevertheless Judith replies, "You mean I'm not so ugly? I was gamma minus, you know, at my last board. So I've qualified for a rise. Any gamma is, of course, below gamma plus." It turns out that though Judith is not allowed to choose the model she wanted, her boyfriend still prefers the new face. JL's problem is the reverse. She is aware of her beauty and has an alpha face. Years before, she had scarred her own face so as to avoid debeautification on political grounds. But to no purpose. Envy and equality in utopia. The behavior towards one another of all members of this society living under an omnipresent dictator, similar to Orwell's Big Brother in 1984, who must always be referred to as our darling dictator, is determined by two values, one positive, equality, the egalitarian, and one negative, envy, the abadi. Wherever these two terms are mentioned, speaker and listener must at the time or immediately afterwards perform a ritual. The word equality necessitates a graceful curtsy. The word envy a contemptuous spit. Understandably, people try to avoid these terms and therefore speak either in circumlocutions or in abbreviations. Envy, the bad E, is in any case the most taboo and abominated word in the language. But, and this is particularly perspicacious of Hartley, the contempt is not for the envy or its subject, rather, the whole weight of official disapproval in this society falls upon those who have somehow been able to make themselves enviable to others. The highest value is envy avoidance. In his satire, Hartley draws the logical conclusion from those tendencies of this century, especially prevalent since the Second World War, and stressed by me in this work, namely, the strange endeavor to legitimize the envious man and his envy, raising them to absolutes, so that anyone capable of arousing envy is regarded as an antisocial or criminal element to be treated accordingly. Contrary to all earlier societies that have evolved naturally, contrary, indeed, to all human societies that may be expected to last, what we are shown in the novel is not the envious man rendered innocuous by social controls, who must hang his head in shame, but the man who is envied. Official consideration of the envious man has so inverted all values that only complete de-individualization of every person in the name of equality can find favor in the eyes of the inspectors, who themselves, of course, are subject to somewhat different laws than apply to ordinary citizens. To govern such a society is no simple matter. Thus some motor vehicles still survive from the time before the Third World War, and there are citizens, objects of the full weight of official disapproval, whose hearts still lust after such reactionary, individualistic and enviable things as the pleasure of going for a drive. Needless to say, no one is allowed to drive a car alone, but there are regular state-organized communal bus rides in the neighborhood designed to keep eccentrics moderately contented. Although to go on such a trip is to court suspicion, and not only the fare but a fine has to be paid, the outings become more and more popular and the throng ever greater. This greatly displeases the dictator. He doesn't quite dare to put an immediate stop to state excursions, but he admonishes the people, pointing out that the joys of driving are nonconformist, envy-provoking, and betray a wrong attitude. He then announces that 1 bus in 6 is to have a state-organized accident. No one will know which vehicle it is going to be, but there will always be dead and injured. Against all expectation, this new kind of sumptuary law fails to have the desired effect. Sometime later, therefore, the dictator increases the obligatory accident rate. To his horror, this only increases the number of his subjects who wish to go on excursions. JL is the heroine of the novel. From the start, her nonconformity consists in her refusal to see why people who are better looking or cleverer should de-individualize themselves because of other people's envy. On one of the bus trips she infringes a social taboo. No one is allowed to raise his eyes, by getting her fellow excursionists to join in a round dance, in front of a ruined tower, in the course of which they all happily raise their eyes. On the return journey their vehicle suffers the prearranged accident. While she is in hospital, and before recovering consciousness, she is operated on and given the normal beta face. She is not aware of the punishment until her discharge. The congratulations and compliments of other betas only serve to enrage her. Through the agency of the dictator's personal physician, whom she blackmails, she is able to publish articles in which the demand for equality is taken to absurd extremes. Among other targets for envy proposed to the citizens, she includes a heart-shaped birthmark which one of them is supposed to have on his side, below the heart. JL knows that the dictator, whom she mistakenly believes to be a man, has such a mark. Incited by her, men start demanding to see each other's chests. By degrees the community is reduced to anarchy. The dictator, finally disclosed as an old woman, the key to the statutory envy of the female face, wearily abdicates and, as she dies, makes over her power to Jael. A careful reading of Facial Justice reveals a catalog of all those human qualities that have to be dealt with by the social engineers of a policy in which everything has been so leveled out that the only remaining cause of uneasiness is physical or intellectual discrepancy between individual citizens. Jael, with her alpha face, is officially informed that all the complaints received about her at the Ministry for Face Equality originated from members of her own sex. One woman complained she had lost several nights' sleep just thinking about my eyelashes. She felt they were digging into her, she said. Unfortunately, there were also snobs among beta face wearers. Those born with beta faces considered themselves better than people who had acquired everyman's face by cosmetic surgery. Jael's brother, a model bureaucrat of the regime, he is, as Hartley hints, also motivated to some extent by sibling jealousy, although both were orphans, condemns Jael's refusal to have her alpha face removed. When she declares that it is, after all, her own face, he snorts. You have a right to nothing that is liable to cause envy in the heart of a fellow delinquent, to which Jael retorts that a pretty face might also be regarded as a source of pleasure to others. Her brother replies that, on the contrary, she should think of the envy of those who are angered by the fact that it is her face, and not theirs, that pleases the beholder, etc. Even when the dictator has proclaimed compulsory accidents for pleasure buses, so that people crowd to go on them, those who have not booked their tickets complain that it is unfair and not in accordance with the principle of equality if everyone cannot enjoy the new risk. There are only two kinds of person in this utopia, those naturally engendered by parents, and babies raised by the state. But couples who have children are not held in high esteem because it gives them a suspect sense of identity. It is also forbidden to use the word my, which ought really to be in my care. The gradual extirpation of alpha faces is not enough, however. Below the pleasantly average beta faces are the somewhat less agreeable gamma faces. Thus a new protest movement arises, the League of Facial Disarmament, with the object of abolishing the beta face, which the state has allowed to remain too good-looking. In a significant and pungent satire on actual reformers, Hartley makes the discontented betas turn against the beta face, on the grounds that it isn't fair that there should still be gammas whose presence causes betas to suffer from a sense of guilt. Everyone should look exactly alike. There must be no more facially underprivileged. In her articles intended to bring about the downfall of the system, Jael demands that health should also be equalized, no one must feel too well. And, of course, she soon demands control of language, since no one ought to write better, or use more cultivated prose, than anyone else. In future, only the simplest words should be allowed. The campaign in the Third Reich against the use of foreign words in German, which was compulsory in secondary education, might be seen as anticipating this aspect of utopia. In our discussion of some of the books of Herman Melville, and especially his story Billy Budd, we have already encountered the blind spot of American literary criticism in relation to any work that has envy as its central problem. Exactly the same blind spot is to be found in Peter Bien's monograph on L. P. Hartley. Bien, a young American, spent a year in England for the purpose of this study, and during that time he had discussions with the author and corresponded with him. Bien's account appeared in 1963. Nearly 15 pages of a book less than 300 pages long are devoted to the novel Facial Justice. Now, Bien performs the feat of commenting on and interpreting it without once using the word envy or envious, or giving the reader any idea that this is perhaps the one novel in the whole of literature to investigate and criticize explicitly, page by page, without circumlocution, the role of envy and the problems of a society that seeks to obviate it. Bien confines himself to mentioning fairness once or twice, in the name of which people are de-individualized by the state. But nowhere does the reader learn with what psychological understanding and in what detail Hartley examines and repeatedly illustrates the function of envy in making an absolute of the value of fair. In my view, with which L. P. Hartley agrees, Bien's peculiar balancing feat is best explained by the fact that the moral of this story is an acutely uncomfortable one for the typical American progressive liberal of today, whose social philosophy agrees in many respects with that of the novel's egalitarian dictator. Hence Bien, having chosen L. P. Hartley as his subject, and unable to beat a retreat, could do no better when faced with the subject of the last novel than ignore the novelist's true and obvious intention and select peripheral aspects of the story for his interpretation. Now, in Hartley's novel Cosmetic Surgery Performed on Women's Faces, for the socially desirable purpose of avoiding envy among less pretty women, is simply the most obvious means of de-individualization. The satirist's whole onslaught being against utopian egalitarians who believe they have achieved an envy-free society as soon as they have put all citizens on an equal financial and educational footing. Peter Bien, however, manages to see this as a critical attack on the medical profession. Hartley, he declares, wishes to warn us of the not at all preposterous role the medical profession is already playing as an instrument to abridge our liberties. It is, of course, notorious that doctors and the art of medicine can be misused by dictators and wielders of power, just as other sciences and technology can be misused. And the doctor who obeyed a Fizijl's face, and who is, besides, the dictator's medical attendant, is not shown by Hartley in a very attractive light. The hospital staff in the novel are probably much like all others in average, overworked hospitals throughout the world. But it is difficult to understand how a literary scholar could manage to suppress the work's actual social criticism, which concerns the mania for equality in face of potential envy, and to set in its place an attack on the medical profession. For Bien has occasion more than once to speak of Hartley's political philosophy, which, in a number of novels and essays, invariably involved the defense of the individual against the claims of the collective. Bien quotes, for instance, an autobiographical note of Hartley's which clearly reveals what impelled this particular author to demonstrate in one of his later works that a dictatorship or totalitarian regime could make the duty of non-provocation of envy in others the chief means of social control. Hartley tells of his lifelong aversion to all forms of state coercion. When he was up at Oxford, from 1915 to 1919, Herbert Spencer, Mill and all other champions of individualism had already been proscribed. The writers to be admired were now Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau and others, because they all glorified some form of association, generally the state at the cost of the individual. In Hartley's own words, as I thought that all our troubles came from the state, I was infuriated by this, and the idea of the state having a sort of entity of its own, to which we must sacrifice ourselves, drove me nearly frantic. Chaucer and Milton. Poets have repeatedly stressed three basic facts in connection with envy, and these must be decisive in its sociological study. 1. Envy is a phenomenon of social proximity. Its worst form is directed, not against the prince enthroned at an infinite height, but against one's fellow worker. 2. The envious man is ubiquitous. There is no form of human existence that precludes envy. 3. Envy is an effect of long duration, nourished by the imagination, and generally involving physical, and hence physiological, changes. In Chaucer's works, envy is mentioned more than 80 times, mostly in the Canterbury Tales. The Parson's Tale concerns the 7 deadly sins. Having discussed pride, Chaucer goes on to the foule sin of envy, which, like St. Augustine, he defines as sorrow at another's prosperity and joy in his harm. If a man rails against the favor bestowed by God upon his neighbor, he is guilty of the sin of envy, and in so far as the Holy Ghost is kindly, and envy originates in evil, envy is the worst of sins. But Chaucer also sees envy as the worst of sins because nearly all the rest oppose only one virtue, whereas envy turns against all the virtues and against everything that is good. It denies, as we would now say, every value in the scale or table of values. Because the envious man takes exception to his neighbor's every virtue and advantage, the sin of envy is distinct from all others. Every other kind of sin is in itself pleasurable, to some degree productive of satisfaction, but envy produces only anguish and sorrow. Chaucer holds envy to be a sin against nature because it consists in the first place of distress over other people's goodness and prosperity is naturally a matter of joy. In the second place, envy consists of joy in the ills and suffering that befall others. This envy is like the devil, who always rejoices in human suffering. Envy, according to Chaucer, breeds malice. If attempts to annoy one's neighbor fail, there are plenty of ways of doing him harm, such as burning down his house or poisoning or stabbing his cattle. In Milton's Paradise Lost, the function of envy is clearly evident in the story of man's creation. Who first seduced them to that foul revolt? The infernal serpent. He it was, whose guile, stirred up with envy and revenge, deceived the mother of mankind. Satan, so call him now, his former name is heard no more in heaven, he of the first if not the first archangel, great in power. In favor and preeminence, yet fraught with envy against the Son of God, that day honored by his great Father, and proclaimed Messiah King anointed, could not bear through pride that sight, and thought himself impaired. Now Satan speaks. Revenge, at first thought sweet, bitter ere long, back on itself recoils. Let it, I reck not, so it light well aimed. Since higher I fall short, on him who next provokes my envy, this new favorite of heathen, this man of clay, son of despite. Who must the more to spite, his maker raised from dust, spite then with spite is best repaid. Adam says to Eve, for thou knowest what hath been warned us, what malicious foe, envying our happiness, and of his own despairing, seeks to work our woe and shame by sly assault, and somewhere nigh at hand watches, no doubt, with greedy hope to find his wish and best advantage, us asunder. Hopeless to circumvent us joined, where each to other speedy aid might lend at need. Whether his first design be to withdraw our fealty from God, or to disturb conjugal love, than which perhaps no bliss enjoyed by us excites his envy more. Envious intrigue among literati. It is in no way due to certain peculiarities of our own time that the majority of the so-called intelligentsia, especially men of letters, have adopted towards their own society a somewhat malicious attitude of defiance. This goes back even further than the 18th century. The tendency of many writers to become the spokesman of social resentment, to appeal, that is, for envy directed against all those who have in any way succeeded by conventional means, must rather be understood in terms of the psychological situation of genius, above all, of unrecognized genius. We find an example of this in the section of Edgar Zilsel's book on the origin of the concept of genius devoted to L.B. Alberti. As a young man in the late 16th century, Alberti enviously compares, in his writing on the advantages and disadvantages of the sciences, his lot as a man of letters with professions that are economically more rewarding, and adopts an attitude not often found until the 18th century. Alberti begins by listing all the hardships that await devotees of the sciences, such as all-night study, lack of time for pleasure and so on, and goes on to ask why so many men of learning are forced to live in wretched circumstances. He even provides figures, according to which only 3 out of 300 literati can ever achieve any success, while knaves have no difficulty in reaching the summit. He maintains that only 3 kinds of brainworker grow rich: lawyers, judges, and doctors. Zilsel points out the tendency in other writers around the middle of the 16th century to paint a gloomy picture of the brainworker's life. According to Vasari, the ingegni had to produce their precious results in poverty and without hope of reward. The blame lay with those who might have helped, but who took no interest in men of letters. Poets in the age of humanism and the early Renaissance must have suffered quite exceptionally from the envy of those around them. For this there was a very concrete, sociological reason which is put forward by Zilsel in his exemplary history of the concepts of genius, in the section dealing with envious intrigue. Unlike later times, including the present, the struggle for existence of Renaissance writers was not the struggle of the individual against a vast flood of books. He did not have to defend himself against a compact mass of competitors personally unknown to him. The struggle for existence of Renaissance writers was confined to a very real game of intrigue between relatively few competitors, all very well known to each other, and found expression in a web of envy, petty jealousy, bickering, slander and polemic, in the growth of perpetually changing cliques, when everyone was fighting everyone else. This game of envious intrigue was frankly admitted by Renaissance writers, generally without metaphysical interpretation. This kind of unembarrassed and straightforward discussion of envy, so unlike the convention of the 20th century, is shown by Zilsel in the greatest detail in his section on Petrarch, who devotes a whole chapter of his consolatory essay De Remediis to envy, calling it a pestilence against which no man of parts is proof. But Zilsel also finds remarks in Boccaccio, Alberti, Verini, and Giovio which show that these men took for granted that they would be persecuted by the envious. Again and again intrigue, malicious actions and discontent are depicted as being the obvious machinations of the envious man. Thus Verini was long uncertain whether to include living celebrities in his poem in praise of Florence. If he included them, he was afraid of seeming a flatterer; if he left them out, of seeming filled with envy, the reciprocal ironies of men of learning. Envy is also seen as the inevitable accompaniment of fame other than literary. For instance, Zilsel tells us that about the middle of the 15th century, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini mentions as perfectly natural the fact that the condottiere Pisanino should forthwith begin to envy his celebrated confer Sforza. Zilsel also recalls the role of envious intrigue as encountered in Cellini's autobiography or Bramante's intrigues against Michelangelo. This Zilsel sees as in part a consequence of the institution of patronage. It seems perfectly clear that competitors dependent on capriciously distributed and limited patronage are subject to particularly intense envy. For they do indeed experience the prototype of a closed economy, as understood by socialism in the 19th and 20th centuries, where envy was invoked as a principle of distribution. Socialists were unable to believe in the possibility of a steadily rising national income that would eliminate poverty, and therefore laid emphasis on redistribution. Increasing taxation of the prosperous would put money into the pockets of the poor, a method which, had it been logically applied, would have made impossible the improvement that has taken place during the last 100 years in the standard of living. But within a group dependent on a few patrons, the most gifted man who attracts the patron's favor, and hence his commissions, does in fact deprive all the less gifted artists and writers of real assets. Their envy is objective and rationally justified. With the rise of institutionalized patronage in the 20th century, specifically, the foundations in the United States and more recently in some European countries, envy would appear once again to have been provoked among similarly situated groups of potential beneficiaries. Envy as the subject of philosophy. Until about 30 years ago, philosophers quite often dealt with the problem of envy as one of the inescapable questions of existence. They sought to define its terms and to establish its phenomenology. This chapter does not aim at a complete account of the problem of envy in the history of Western philosophy, but rather is concerned with demonstrating the regularity with which this subject has been considered. Aristotle. In his Rhetoric, Aristotle perceives plainly the degree to which envy is felt only towards those who are themselves our equals, our peers. What is decisive is that we do not ourselves really wish to have what we envy, nor do we hope to acquire it in the course of our envy, but would like to see it destroyed so far as the other person is concerned. The more nearly we are equal to the man with whom we compare ourselves, the greater is our envy. Equality may be that of birth, of kinship, of age, of situation, of social distinction, or of material possessions. A sense of envy results, in effect, when what we lack, by comparison with the other, is small. Aristotle quotes Hesiod, Potter against Potter. We envy those whose possessions or achievements are a reflection on our own. They are our neighbors and equals. It is they, above all, who make plain the nature of our failure. Aristotle goes on to discuss emulation, a feeling often mistaken for envy. Francis Bacon. Bacon's 9th essay, which is also one of the longest of the 58, is entitled Of Envy. In some of the other essays, too, he stresses the role of envy in human activity, against which he warns us, advising us how best to guard against it, as in the essays on ambition, bodily deformity and seditions and troubles, for example. As many of Bacon's biographers and commentators on his essays have pointed out, there is no doubt that he himself suffered the effects of other people's envy and observed it among his fellow courtiers. His discussion of the problem of envy, which he saw as one of the most ineluctable and fundamental factors of social life, contains rules of great importance concerning envy and its avoidance, while with unerring sociological vision he lays bare the essentials. Bacon begins by discussing the evil eye, which may stem from envy and can be synonymous with it, and draws attention to the relationship between envy and witchcraft. It is improbable that Bacon believed that envy was based on witchcraft, as nearly all primitive peoples do. He simply recalled this primal motive for sorcery. Whether this is meant to be ironic or serious is irrelevant. Since the envious act contains an element of witchcraft, the only way envy can be averted is by the method used in a case of sorcery or an evil spell. Thus, he says, the wiser sort of great persons bring in ever upon the stage of life somebody upon whom to derive the envy that would come upon themselves, sometimes upon ministers and servants, sometimes upon colleagues and associates, and the like. And for that turn there are never wanting some persons of violent and undertaking natures, who, so they may have power in business, will take it at any cost. Tactics to counter envy. While the tactics recommended by Bacon for countering envy are always applicable, they have seldom been as clearly discerned as here. His conviction that the only way to assuage envy is by propitiation or providing a substitute is illuminating. Yet Bacon suggests one other form of envy avoidance, which is deliberate self-harm or abasement, whereas wise men will rather do sacrifice to envy, in suffering themselves sometimes of purpose to be crossed and overborne in things that do not much concern them. Nevertheless, Bacon goes on to suggest that the man who carries his greatness in a plain and open manner will attract less envy than one who does so craftily and hypocritically. The man who seeks, but clumsily, to conceal his greatness, his luck, reputation, etc., or to belittle it, seems to be saying what he does not himself truly believe, that fate is to blame for treating him better than he deserves. Such a man gives the impression of being conscious of his unworthiness and lack of desert, thus truly arousing the envy of others. Elsewhere Bacon suggests that what especially inflames the envious man's animosity is the observation that his envy has rendered its object unsure of himself, so that he seeks to conciliate the destructive feelings by half-hearted gestures. Why is this? An indirect answer is found in Bacon's phrase for the clumsy avoidance of envy, to disavow fortune, which gives the appearance of casting doubt upon good fortune itself. It might be further added that if those who ought to benefit thereby, if those, that is, who are favored by fortune, reproach fortune, for the benefit of the envious, with unjustified partiality, they shatter the convention implicit in the concept of fortune or luck which is acknowledged by both the well-placed and the less well-placed in society, so that envy is given free rein. From the start, Bacon distinguishes between two kinds of envy, public and private. Public envy is not merely envy that is openly admitted, but more exactly it is envy for the benefit of the public weal. This concept is similar to E. Riga's indignation envy. Bacon could not have guessed that 2 centuries later a few social philosophers would succeed in so camouflaging or repressing private envy as almost always to present it in the guise of advocacy of the common weal. What since the 19th century has been called democratic envy is most often, though by no means necessarily always, the presumed aggregate of the elector's private envy. Public envy manifested in the public interest is a form of which no one need be ashamed, and by contrast with private or secret envy, as Bacon quite rightly recognized, there is something to be said in its favor. For public envy is as an ostracism, presumably the source of Bacon's insight, that eclipseth men when they grow too great. And therefore it, the fear of envy, is a bridle also to great ones, to keep them within bounds. This envy, being in the Latin word invidia, goeth in the modern languages by the name of discontentment, of which we shall speak in handling sedition. Bacon is probably wrong in believing that invidia, literally a hostile look, is concerned only with envy expressed in public opinion and not with the private person's spiteful envy. At any rate, the current words in Spanish that derive from invidia all have the meaning of private envy. And by equating public envy with discontentment, Bacon circumscribes it. As is observable in a modern democracy, this form of envy, which keeps a check on politicians who have grown overpowerful, is also manifested in times of prosperity and by people who are far from having any cause for complaint. Bacon devotes most space, however, to private or personal envy, which is a constituent of the public form of envy and which probably plays a greater role in all societies. First he presents us with a typology of the envied and the envying man. The man devoid of virtue, who lacks all hope of ever attaining virtue, enviously causes the downfall of his more worthy fellows. His next observation is more interesting sociologically. Men of noble birth are noted to be envious towards new men when they rise. For the distance is altered, and it is like a deceit of the eye, that when others come on they think themselves go back. Here Bacon is describing what might be called the envy of kings, which operates from the top downwards. One might call it the envy of aloofness, and it is a form that will be encountered repeatedly. This, perhaps, is absolute envy, because the man at the top truly has nothing to lose should others, through their own attainments, begin emulating his luxury and his wealth. A mortgage with the World Bank of Fortune? Bacon observes that those who are particularly envy-ridden are often the deformed, the lame and eunuchs, in his own words, persons who cannot possibly mend their case and hence attempt to impair another's. Yet he mentions heroic exceptions who by their selfless deeds have ennobled their very defects. But those whom Bacon regards as peculiarly liable to envy are persons who have endured temporary setbacks, catastrophes or deprivations, for they are men, who think other men's harms a redemption of their own sufferings. An instance that exactly fits this case is the one given by the ethnologist Karsten concerning South American Indians, see page 54. This is extremely revealing. It is easy enough to understand that someone imprisoned in a vale of tears should look enviously upon those who are more fortunate. But why does Bacon lay so much stress on people who are recovering from a calamity? After the First World War there were, for instance, certain people who came back unscathed and, on the grounds of the privation they, and more especially others, had suffered, set themselves up as the strictest of moral arbiters at a time when privations were virtually a thing of the past. It might be supposed that a person who has emerged in good fettle from a bad spell would gratefully and gladly demonstrate his goodwill towards those whom fate has favored. Perhaps, in fact, Bacon discovered a motive of decisive importance. For it might be that one who has escaped calamity, uncertain as to why fate has spared him, and filled with guilt towards those of his companions who were not spared, will take out a retrospective mortgage with a Fortune's tribunal, the World Bank of Fortune, not only by doing penance himself but by insisting that others should do so too. One might interpret in the light of this hypothesis some of the ill-tempered, exigent, pseudo-ascetic character of many Central European, English and American writers since the Second World War. In his catalogue of men especially prone to envy, Bacon mentions those in close proximity, near kinsfolks, and fellows in office, and those that have been bred together, are more apt to envy their equals when they are raised. For it doth upbraid unto them their own fortunes, and pointeth at them and cometh oftener into their remembrance, and incurreth likewise more into the note of others. Bacon also gave some thought to those who are not as a rule so readily envied. Among these are persons whose advancement takes place when they have already achieved eminence. They appear to have earned their luck, and no one, Bacon believes, envies a man the settlement of his debt. What is of significance for the sociology of envy is that envy is ever joined with the comparing of a man's self, and where there is no comparison, no envy, and therefore kings are not envied but by kings. Bacon is also aware of the subjective time element in envy, which is a function of the awareness of time in one who observes another's good fortune. Unworthy persons are most envied at their first coming in to an exalted position, and afterwards overcome it better, whereas contrariwise, persons of worth and merit are most envied when their fortune continueth long. For by that time, though their virtue be the same, yet it hath not the same lustre, for fresh men grow up that darken it. In this, as in the ensuing instances, Bacon chiefly has in mind the life at court where people may gain or lose the monarch's favor for a variety of reasons. Thus he thinks that those of low degree, partly because their reputation is already such that little can be added to it, and envy is as the sunbeams, that beat hotter upon a bank or steep rising ground, than upon a flat. And for the same reason those that are advanced by degrees are less envied than those that are advanced suddenly and per saltum, at a bound. The only antidote to envy named by Bacon is pity. Hence those who have earned their honors by great travail, perils and cares are less exposed to envy. They are sometimes pitied. Pity ever healeth envy. It is therefore wise and prudent in politicians, having attained greatness, to lament continually their toilsome existence. Not because they themselves find it so, but in order to take the sting out of envy. Yet caution should be observed, the toil must stem only from those duties that devolve upon them. Self-imposed, superfluous cares might rather intensify envy. Adam Smith. In his Wealth of Nations, after considering envy, malice and resentment, Adam Smith leaves no room for doubt that only the containment of this motive by a society founded upon law and order will permit inequality of property, and hence economic growth. Men can, indeed, coexist with a fair measure of public safety even without any authority to shield them from injustice arising out of these passions. But not in a society with great disparity of property. Wherever there is great property, there is great inequality. For one very rich man, there must be at least 500 poor. The affluence of the few supposes the indigence of the many, who are often both driven by want, and prompted by envy, to invade his possessions. It is only under the shelter of the civil magistrate that the owner of that valuable property, which is acquired by the labor of many years, or perhaps of many successive generations, can sleep a single night in security. He is at all times surrounded by unknown enemies, whom, though he never provoked, he can never appease, and from whose injustice he can be protected only by the powerful arm of the civil magistrate continually held up to chastise it. The acquisition of valuable and extensive property, therefore, necessarily requires the establishment of civil government. Where there is no property, or at least none that exceeds the value of 2 or 3 days' labor, civil government is not so necessary. Adam Smith is quite definitely wrong, however, in believing that there could exist any property so small that the owner would be safe against envious aggression. Immanuel Kant. In his late work, The Metaphysic of Morals, 1797, Kant discusses envy, which he regards as belonging to the abhorrent family of ingratitude and schadenfreude. These he calls the vice of human hate that is the complete opposite of human love. It is a hate that is not open and violent, but secret and disguised, so that baseness is added to neglect of one's duty to one's neighbor, and thus one's duty to oneself also suffers. Kant gives full expression to the philosophical doctrine and ethic of values, according to which envy is the very antithesis of virtue, the denial of humanity. His is one of the most complete definitions of envy. Envy, liver, is a tendency to perceive with displeasure the good of others, although it in no way detracts from one's own, and which, when it leads to action, in order to diminish that good, is called qualified envy, but otherwise only ill. When, in videncia, it is however only an indirect, malevolent frame of mind, namely a disinclination to see our own good overshadowed by the good of others, because we take its measure not from its intrinsic worth, but by comparison with the good of others, and then go on to symbolize that evaluation. In more primitive societies, as we have seen, for instance, among the Pacific Dabuans or the North American Navajo, it is held that another person's good is factually the cause of a man's own ill. A certain degree of rationality and maturity, or at least complete freedom from a magical view of things, is required before the envious man can fully realize that the man he envies does not possess something which, but for the possessor's existence, he, the envious man, might otherwise have. Kant goes on to discuss an expression that neutralizes envy. It is so current today, particularly in America and England, that one may assume that it serves to repress the knowledge of envy's true nature and function in human relations. Kant writes, "It is no doubt for this reason that the harmony and happiness of a marriage, family, and sea, is sometimes described as enviable, as if it were permissible in certain cases to envy a person." It is a turn of speech often used today, as it was used apparently in Kant's time, to give expression to genuine envy but in a socially acceptable form, sometimes, even, to warn the envied man against one's own envy or that of others. This may, indeed, represent a social control whereby influence is gained over another person's style of life, or over the pleasure he takes in life. The following sentence of Kant's introduces 3 further fundamental insights into envy which are valid for any society. The impulse for envy is thus inherent in the nature of man, and only its manifestation makes of it an abominable vice, a passion not only distressing and tormenting to the subject, but intent on the destruction of the happiness of others, and one that is opposed to man's duty towards himself as towards other people. It is therefore natural for man to feel envious impulses. He will always compare himself with others, generally with those who are socially not too remote, but the vice that threatens personal relations, and hence society as a whole, becomes manifest only when the envious man proceeds to act, or fails to act, appropriately, by deliberate failure to warn or help, to the detriment of another, or at the very least gives enough play to his envy to cause himself harm. Because envy is a purely destructive passion, quite unproductive of any positive value either for the individual or for society, Kant declares it to be an infringement of duty, both of the envious man towards himself and of the envier towards the envied man. Kant could scarcely have guessed that out of the roots of the French Revolution, of which he himself was so attentive a witness, there would within 100 years arise for all mankind a new version of his categorical imperative, whose wording would be, "Envy others so fiercely that the appeasement of your envy, impossible though that be, will become the foundation of all lawgiving." Or more precisely, envy others in such a way that your envious demands become the yardstick of all lawgiving. Only one word has been changed in Kant's phrasing. The word envy has been substituted for the word act. The psychology of ingratitude. With an insight into psychological correlations that is scarcely available to us now, Kant presents his psychology of ingratitude. The word envy does not appear in this particular section, but Kant counts ingratitude among the horrid family of envy. Almost 100 years later Nietzsche gave a very similar interpretation of ingratitude, but our own age, obsessed by the desire to do good to the most distant nations and peoples, is unwilling to admit that the recipients of its welfare, for reasons that are obvious, deeply envy and hate the givers and, in extreme cases, live only in the hope of the latter's destruction. Kant then goes on, ingratitude towards a benefactor which, if taken to the point of hatred of that benefactor, is qualified ingratitude, but otherwise is termed thoughtlessness, though it is generally held to be a very dreadful vice. Yet it is so notorious in man that to make an enemy as a result of benefactions rendered is not regarded as improbable. How can this discovery have been lost from sight so completely that, since 1950, the West has supposed that foreign policy could be superseded by development aid to the Third World? One mentions this simply in order to show that we cannot afford to ignore the problems of envy. What is significant in Kant's description is the remark that, indeed, in the public view it is a vice greatly abhorred. No one admits publicly, and hence public opinion does not admit, that ingratitude is the norm. It is astounding that countless benefactors allow themselves to be persuaded over and over that ingratitude with the resultant hatred is a rare and special case. It could be that by ignoring ingratitude many benefactors are able to repress in themselves a consciousness of their own envy of someone else. If a person were to admit that the recipients of his welfare were in fact envious of him, he would be forced to recognize that his own ambivalent feelings towards benefactors might be something as contemptible as envy and hatred. Since most people are both recipient and benefactor, they retain a memory of earlier benefactions, which may cause the benefactor to harbor ambivalent feelings throughout his life. How, then, does Kant explain the constant recurrence of ingratitude? The reason that such a vice is possible lies in the misunderstanding of a man's duty towards himself, in that he imagines, because the benefactions of others subject him to an obligation, that he does not need them, nor will he ask for them, but bear the burdens of life alone, rather than put them upon others, and thus become indebted to them, for he fears that by doing so he will sink to the level of client in relation to his patron, and this is repugnant to true self-esteem. Thus, according to Kant, uninhibited gratitude is possible only towards those ancestors, parents, whose benefactions cannot but precede our own. But our gratitude towards our contemporaries is but meager. Indeed, in order to conceal the inequality that lies between us and them, it may well become the very opposite, namely, hatred and animosity. To Kant, ingratitude is a reprehensible vice not only because its example may cause men to desist from benefactions and hence diminish the amount of mutual human aid, which no social system can dispense with entirely, but also because it is as though love were turned upside down and a mere lack of love further debased into an urge to hate the person who loves us. Kant believes, however, and experience has repeatedly proved him right, that a display of ingratitude will not necessarily bring about a decrease in benefactions, because the benefactor may well be convinced that the very disdain of any such reward as gratitude only adds to the inner moral worth of his benefaction. However, I would add, benefaction in the face of hostile ingratitude only serves to intensify the passion and the principle of ingratitude, the giver having proved himself so much bigger, better and more unassailable than he previously appeared. Most of the observations made between 1955 and 1965 in areas receiving aid from the major industrial countries provide what is tantamount to experimental proof of Kant's maxims. This large-scale example of international benefaction is peculiarly clear because in the age of the Cold War only sovereign governments as opposed to private recipients could afford to show immediate and ostentatious ingratitude, an ingratitude almost proportionate to the benefits received. Before Kant's discussion of the family of envy, and hence of ingratitude, he also examined the duty of gratitude, and in doing so he indirectly touched on some of the problems of envy. That gratitude is a moral obligation essential for a peaceful society is deduced by Kant from the ineluctable fact, arising from our existence in a time continuum, that no requital of a benefaction received can ever absolve us of the debt. The recipient can never catch up with the giver because the latter, from the viewpoint of merit, has the advantage of having been first in the field of benevolence. Significantly, some primitive peoples have succeeded in evolving a practice and ethic of giving that eliminates the problem of priority in giving. Kant considers that gratitude is not a mere opportunist maxim to secure a further benefit, but that the respect due to a person on account of his benefaction to us is a direct requirement of the moral law, in other words, a duty. But he goes even further. But gratitude must be seen as a sacred duty, as one, that is, whose infringement may destroy the very principle of the moral desire to do good. For that moral object is sacred in respect of which an obligation can never be fully redeemed by an equivalent act. If Kant sets so high a value on gratitude, because it is not humanly possible ever fully to requite the benefactor, it is surely because he sensed the social discord, the chronic envy and resentment, that must arise in a society where envy, and hence ingratitude, came to be sanctioned as the accepted response. The moral obligation of gratitude thus indirectly inhibits envious feelings of aggression. Without such an inhibition, exerted upon the individual by the cultural ethos, by the axioms of decency and by religion, there would be a danger that unconsidered benefactions in a society might have altogether unexpected consequences. Kant also shows the frame of mind in which the duty of gratitude should be performed and the manner of its performance. The lowest degree is to render equal services to the benefactor, should he be able to receive them, if still living, and if not, to extend them to others, not to regard a benefaction received as a burden of which one would be glad to be relieved, because the recipient stands one step below his patron, so that his pride is wounded, but to accept the occasion of it as a moral blessing, i.e., as a given opportunity to pledge this virtue of human love for gratitude, which represents both the sincerity of the benevolent mentality and the tenderness of benevolence, attention to the finest nuance of this in the concept of duty, thus cultivating human love. Most of us know people who find it almost impossible to accept help, a kindness, a present or a benefaction. Psychiatry has described extreme forms of such pathological modesty. What is in fact involved is not the virtue of modesty, but the idea of even the smallest obligation, i.e., the duty of gratitude, being so intolerable to some people that they would rather make themselves ridiculous, or hurt others' feelings, than accept anything from anyone. Are such people afraid of their own envy, or of the vice of ingratitude? Do they realize that they are simply incapable of gracefully accepting a natural benefaction without suffering from a corrosive sense of inferiority towards the benefactor, a feeling that will develop into hatred and ostentatious ingratitude? Schopenhauer on envy. In Schopenhauer we find an analysis of human wickedness, which concludes with an inquiry into envy. This philosopher believes that everybody has within him something that is morally altogether bad, and that even the noblest character will at times display a surprising streak of evil. Schopenhauer recalls that, of all animals, man alone torments his own kind for entertainment. For truly, in the heart of each one of us there is a wild beast that only awaits the opportunity to rant and roar, to hurt others, and, should they seek to bar its way, to destroy, it is here that all lust for war and fighting originates. This leads Schopenhauer on to an analysis of envy. The worst trait in human nature, however, is schadenfreude, for it is closely related to cruelty, generally, appearing where compassion should find a place. In another sense, envy is opposed to compassion, since it stems from an opposite cause. In his chapter on judgment, criticism, applause, and fame, Schopenhauer describes in detail the manifestations of envy. If the acerbity of his language betrays his disappointment and bitterness regarding contemporary philosophical criticism, some of his observations still remain valid and significant for the sociological study of literature. Envy he describes as the soul of the alliance of mediocrity which everywhere foregathers instinctively and flourishes silently, being directed against individual excellence of whatever kind. For the latter is unwelcome in every individual sphere of action. Schopenhauer believes, for example, that it was the envy of German musicians that had caused them for a whole generation to refuse obstinately to recognize the merit of Rossini. Even more remarkable, however, is what Schopenhauer has to say about modes of behavior to avoid arousing envy. The virtue of modesty was only discovered as a protection against envy, and he quotes Goethe's saying, "Only scoundrels are modest." Envy, Schopenhauer believes, has two favorite methods: to praise what is bad or, alternatively, to remain silent about what is good. For everyone who gives praise to another, whether in his own field or in a related one, in principle deprives himself of it. He can praise only at the expense of his own reputation. Among his remarks, Schopenhauer includes a quotation from an article in the London Times of October 9, 1858, a passage which gives the most unadorned and strongest expression to the fact that envy is irreconcilable in regard to personal advantages. There is no vice, of which a man can be guilty, no meanness, no shabbiness, no unkindness, which excites so much indignation among his contemporaries, friends, and neighbors, as his success. This is the one unpardonable crime, which reason cannot defend, nor humility mitigate. When heaven with such parts has blessed him, have I not reason to detest him, is a genuine and natural expression of the vulgar human mind. The man who writes as we cannot write, who speaks as we cannot speak, labors as we cannot labor, thrives as we cannot thrive, has accumulated on his own person all the offenses of which man can be guilty. Down with him. Why cumbereth he the ground? Søren Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard's deep concern with envy is exceptional. His biographers seek the reason for this not only in his personal destiny, but also in the Danish environment, which was especially prone to envy. At one point Kierkegaard writes, "Anyone who wishes to understand the nature of offense should make a study of human envy, a study I am offering as a luxury item and which I believe I have done thoroughly." Kierkegaard's discussion of envy is found throughout his work. By contrast with many authors of the mid-20th century, he uses the ascribed motive of envy in many passages as a self-evident explanation for certain human modes of behavior, and especially to explain sudden reversals of feeling. Kierkegaard frequently speaks of the envy of the gods, or of the deity, of the envy of ostracism and the argument of the potsherd which prevails above all better ones. He regards envy and stupidity as the two great forces in society, prevalent above all in the small town where the repellent lust of envy is one of the favorite pastimes. Like Nietzsche a few decades later, Kierkegaard constantly points out the envy motive concealed in apparently harmless and generally current turns of speech. Great men are defeated by the trivial things ordinary men take in their stride. How strange it is. Is it not odd, really something for the psychologist to ponder, the way in which it could justly be said that life envies the distinguished man, mockingly intimating to him that he is a man like any other, like the least of men, that the human element demands its rights. And elsewhere we read, "Envy is concealed admiration. An admirer who senses that devotion cannot make him happy will choose to become envious of that which he admires. He will speak a different language, and in this language he will now declare that that which he really admires is a thing of no consequence, something foolish, illusory, perverse and high-flown. Admiration is happy self-abandon, envy, unhappy self-assertion." According to Kierkegaard, mistrust also belongs to the same genus as envy, as do schadenfreude and baseness. He writes, "And there is envy, it is quick to abandon a man, and yet it does not abandon him as it were by letting him go, no, it hastens to assist his fall. And this being once assured, envy will hasten to his dark corner whence he will summon his even more hideous cousin, malicious glee, that they may rejoice together, at their own cost." Kierkegaard sees, too, envy's role in drawing unenvious people into class conflict. Who does not envy with us is against us. His aversion to envy as a legitimate weapon in social reform naturally causes him to be reproached with conservatism. Yet he correctly recognizes the difficult position, doubtless acute in any society, of the man who either cannot or will not envy. And should one of the humble folk, whose heart was innocent of such secret envy of the power, honor and distinction of the powerful, the honored and the distinguished, and who refuses to succumb to corruption from without, should he, without craven obsequiousness, and fearing no man, modestly, but with sincere delight, give due honor to those above him, and should he sometimes be happier and more joyous even perhaps than they, then he too will discover the twofold danger that threatens him. By his own kind he will, perchance, be rejected as a traitor, despised as a servile spirit. By those who are favored he may be misunderstood and perhaps reviled as a presumptuous man. Kierkegaard's writings provide not only a running commentary on envy in human existence, but in some places a step towards a philosophy of envy, which is one of the most profound treatments of the subject. Kierkegaard depicts his era. It is a revolutionary but passionless and reflective age, performing the dialectical feat of allowing everything to remain intact, but craftily robbing it of its meaning. Instead of culminating in rebellion, it enervates the inner reality of things in a reflexive tension which allows everything to remain intact and yet has changed the whole of life into an ambiguity. Thus there is no intention to do away with royal power, to tear down what is excellent, to abolish Christian terminology, but secretly they desire the knowledge that nothing decisive is meant by it. And they want to be unrepentant, for they have indeed destroyed nothing. They would no more like to have a great king than a hero of liberty, or someone with religious authority. No, what they want is to let what exists continue to exist in all innocence, while knowing in a more or less reflective knowledge that it does not exist. The age of leveling. From here, Kierkegaard proceeds to the principle of envy. In the same way that enthusiasm is the unifying principle in an impassioned age, so in a passionless and strongly reflective age envy is the negative unifying principle. Yet this should not be immediately understood in the ethical sense as a reproach. No, the idea of reflection, if one may speak thus, is envy, and envy is therefore a twofold quality, being the selfishness of the individual and then again that of others against him. Thus to Kierkegaard envy is primarily, as one might say, a social or psychological factor, condemning the individual to a false self-image. Selfish envy in the form of the wish demands too much of the individual himself, and thus becomes an obstacle to him. It pampers him as would the predilection of a yielding mother, for envy of himself prevents the individual from surrendering himself. The envy of others in which the individual participates against others is envious in the negative critical sense. The reflective envy then becomes changed into ethical envy, like enclosed air which always develops its own poison, and this is then detestable envy. Kierkegaard here gives a detailed analysis of the incipient age of leveling. According to a Kierkegaard expert, this was instigated by abuse in the humorous paper The Corsair, which had highly disagreeable consequences for him. First, Kierkegaard sees a playful outlet for envy in the so-called age of enthusiasm. There can, as it were, be envy with character, as when, for instance, ostracism in Greece could also bring honor to the man who was banished. And when one of the voters told Aristides that he was voting for his banishment because his reputation as the only just man was intolerable to him, this was far from being a slur on Aristides' honor. But it is an altogether different thing if envy becomes clandestine and featureless, and by concealment implies its non-existence, yet endeavors in a multitude of ways to organize society for envy's benefit. The envy which establishes itself is the process of leveling, and while a passionate age spurs on, lifts and casts down, raises and lowers, a reflective passionless age does the opposite, it strangles and inhibits and levels. Leveling is a silent mathematical abstract activity that avoids all sensation. Kierkegaard at once highlights what is sociologically characteristic by his remark that rebellion, but never leveling, may be led by one individual. For then he would become the ruler, and would have eluded leveling. The single individual in his own small circle may help towards the leveling, but this is an abstract power, and leveling is the victory of abstraction over individuals. Leveling in modern times is the equivalent in a reflective age of fate in antiquity. A few pages further on there is an observation that is very pertinent. In order that leveling can really take place, a phantom must first be brought into being, its spirit a monstrous abstraction, an all-embracing something that is nothing, a mirage. That phantom is the public. In seeing the public, a vast nonentity, as the true instigator of the leveling process, Kierkegaard anticipates Heidegger's concept of them. Hence the censorious catchphrase, "One just doesn't do such things," usually implies a warning that to do them in fact is to display an individualism that might attract the envy of the less independent. In his Christian Discourses of 1848, only a few years after his discovery of the approaching age of leveling, of which he saw the first signs a generation before Nietzsche, there is a strange application of the envy concept whereby the blame appears to be shifted to the envied man or what is enviable. He writes, "All earthly and worldly property is, strictly speaking, selfish, envious. Its possession, envious or envied, is bound either way to impoverish others. What I have, no one else can have, the more I have, the less can anyone else have." Even entirely lawful possession or acquisition, and even a man's readiness to share his earthly goods with others, could not obviate the fact that possession is of itself envious. This does not apply, however, to possessions of the mind. Because their very concept involves communication, possession of them is without envy and is beneficial. There are, however, other, more imperfect intellectual possessions, such as insight, knowledge, ability, talent, which are not in themselves communication. By possessing these a man may provoke the envy of others, and hence be a selfish person. Thus the clever man becomes ever more clever, yet in the envious sense, in such a way that he seeks to derive advantage from the very fact that others become increasingly simple by comparison with the growth of his cleverness. It may at first seem strange that Kierkegaard should here designate the owner of a possession or of a skill, against which others can measure their relative inferiority, as the envious man. But if we reflect, and the view is also that of this book, that envy's inevitable presence in this world is due to the fact that one person owns something, of whatever nature, which makes another feel the want of it, this use of the word is comprehensible. Friedrich Nietzsche. Like Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard, Nietzsche also recognized the function of envy in human society. The force of his observations must be attributed to countless experiences of being envied. His entire opus, from first to last, contains references to the problem of envy, but they are most abundant in his middle period, of which the central work is Human, All Too Human. As a classical philologist, he was familiar with the Greek idea of the envy of the gods. He had, however, a tendency to idealize this and, like Kierkegaard, to underestimate the full import of envious manifestations in Athenian democracy. This realization came only much later, with the Dane, Sven Ranulf. The concepts of envy and resentment are frequently to be met with in Nietzsche. There is no periphrasis, and they are invariably understood in the sense of those authors we have already discussed. Nietzsche does not confuse the concepts jealousy and envy as unfortunately so many of his predecessors and successors have repeatedly done. In his Anthropology, Nietzsche proceeds from ever-latent envy, one of man's deepest tendencies, which is aroused as soon as he finds himself in society. Yet Nietzsche hardly perceived the inevitability of envy, even in cases where the difference between the individuals under comparison is infinitesimal. No doubt Nietzsche focused too much on considerable and startling differences between the great and the small, the high and the low, to notice how little the intensity of envy depends on the objective margin between the envious man and his object. Nietzsche, the philosopher, postulates a man who has finally succeeded in overcoming the envy within him. To Nietzsche, the French Revolution and all subsequent revolutions, the idea of equality and certain conceptions of social justice were all equally abhorrent, as they had been to Goethe, on whom he here draws for support. Yet here and there we find in Nietzsche thoughts which suggest the view that the social dynamic of these motives and ideas is indispensable, that the roots of social control lie in the desire for equality and justice, or in other words the envious impulse, and that without them human society as we know it is barely conceivable. Notable, too, is the clarity with which he perceives the need for every group, herd, to provide a safety valve for the envy of its members so as to divert it from destroying the group. In one of his aphorisms, he declares that this function has been taken over by the priest. With uncanny insight he foresaw the manner in which the envious and resentful would succeed, during the 20th century, in making people feel that happiness was a disgrace. He literally anticipates the problem with which Paul Tournier has to struggle. Envy among the Greeks. In December 1872, Nietzsche discusses in Greek Philosophy and Other Essays what he describes as Homer's contest. He suggests that nothing so much distinguishes the Greek world of antiquity from our own as its recognition of the agonistic element, the fight and joy in victory. This serves to explain the difference in tone between individual ethical concepts, for example those of Eros and of envy. The whole of Greek antiquity shows a view of resentment and envy entirely different from our own, hence the predicates resentment and envy were not only applicable to the nature of the wicked Eros, but also to the other goddess, good Eros. Nietzsche writes, "The Greek is envious and conceives of this quality not as a blemish, but as the effect of a beneficent deity. What a gulf of ethical judgment between us and him! Because he is envious, he also feels, with every superfluity of honor, riches, splendor, and fortune, the envious eye of a god resting on himself, and he fears this envy. In this case, the latter reminds him of the transitoriness of every human lot, he dreads his very happiness, and, sacrificing the best of it, he bows before the divine envy." Nietzsche next supposes that this conception did not lead to estrangement between the Greek and his gods, but rather only to his renouncing all competition with them, so that he was impelled into jealous competition with every other living being, and even with the dead whose fame alone could excite consuming envy in the living. Nietzsche's interpretation of the institution of ostracism is almost the same as the argument used in America in the 20th century to justify antitrust laws, an institution, that is, which, by banning or silencing the greatest, safely restores competition among a number of the less great. The original sense of this peculiar institution, however, is not that of a safety valve, but that of a stimulant. The all-excelling individual was to be removed in order that the contest of forces might reawaken. The basic assumptions of these aphorisms in Human, all too human devoted to envy might be summed up as follows: envy and jealousy, the private parts of the human psyche, adopt the strangest disguises. Whereas ordinary envy clucks as soon as the envied hen lays an egg, and so is mitigated, there is another and deeper form of envy that in such a case becomes dead silent, desiring that every mouth shall be sealed and always more and more angry because the desire is not gratified. Silent envy grows in silence. Schadenfreude. There is a brilliant analysis of Schadenfreude, which, according to Nietzsche, came into existence only after man had learned to see other men as belonging to his own kind, in other words, since the founding of society. Malicious joy arises when a man consciously finds himself in evil plight and feels anxiety of remorse or pain. The misfortune that overtakes B makes him equal to A, and A is reconciled and no longer envious. If A is prosperous, he still hoards up in his memory B's misfortune as a capital, so as to throw it in the scale as a counterweight when he himself suffers adversity. In this case too he feels malicious joy, schadenfreude. The sentiment of equality thus applies its standards to the domain of luck and chance. Malicious joy is the commonest expression of victory and restoration of equality, even in a higher state of civilization. Nietzsche believed that where equality is really recognized and permanently established, we see the rise of that propensity that is generally considered immoral and would scarcely be conceivable in a state of nature, envy. This sentence is at once right and wrong. Nietzsche is right in believing, like de Tocqueville 50 years earlier, that a society thoroughly imbued with the idea of equality will become increasingly envious as this principle becomes institutionalized. Contrary to what its champions since the French Revolution have maintained, equality is, in fact, the expression of envy and is very far from being the one and only way of curing it. But Nietzsche is wrong in assuming that there had been a primitive state of nature where men had not been envious of each other. However, he brings out clearly the connection between envy, the idea of equality, and the conception of social justice. The envious man is susceptible to every sign of individual superiority to the common herd, and wishes to depress everyone once more to the level, or raise himself to the superior place. Hence arise two different modes of action, which Hesiod designated good and bad eris. In the same way, in a condition of equality, there arises indignation if A is prosperous above and B unfortunate beneath their deserts and equality. These latter, however, are emotions of nobler natures. They feel the want of justice and equity in things that are independent of the arbitrary choice of men, or, in other words, they desire the equality recognized by man to be recognized as well by nature and chance. They are angry that men of equal merits should not have equal fortune. In a relatively short aphorism in Dawn of Day, Nietzsche points out the connection between envy and nihilism. Under the heading The World Destroyers he writes, "When some men fail to accomplish what they desire to do, they exclaim angrily, 'May the whole world perish.' This repulsive emotion is the pinnacle of envy, whose implication is, if I cannot have something, no one is to have anything, no one is to be anything. Because magnanimous behavior is more enraging to a man's enemies than is unconcealed envy, this being of a plaintive variety of modesty, Nietzsche suggests that envy is sometimes used as a cloak by those who are themselves not at all envious." Resentment. In his Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche describes resentment. All men of resentment are these physiologically distorted and worm-riddled persons, a whole quivering kingdom of burrowing revenge, indefatigable and insatiable in its outbursts against the happy, and equally so in disguises for revenge, in pretexts for revenge. When will they really reach their final, fondest, most sublime triumph of revenge? At that time, doubtless, when they succeed in pushing their own misery, indeed all misery there is, into the consciousness of the happy, so that the latter begin one day to be ashamed of their happiness, and perchance say to themselves when they meet, "It is a shame to be happy. There is too much misery." There can be no doubt that Nietzsche here forecasts one of the most momentous developments of the 20th century, which alone made possible effusions such as Paul Tourneure's on the subject of true and false guilt feelings. Or again, one need only recall the innumerable masochistic writings in which Westerners indulge in shame and self-indictment because of the inequality between them and the so-called developing countries. Nietzsche sees this development as the biggest and most fateful of misunderstandings. The world in which the happy and successful begin to doubt their right to happiness, he regards as a world turned upside down. Nietzsche follows this by writing about what he calls the tremendous historic mission of the ascetic priest in a society. The priest acts as a deflector of resentment by telling the sufferer searching for a cause, an instigator or, to be exact, a guilty instigator, of his suffering, that certainly there is a guilty person, but that person is the sufferer himself. Nietzsche believes that even if this were objectively false, it would still deflect resentment from action dangerous to society. A Marxist would here reproach Nietzsche with accepting religion solely as an opiate for the people in order to avoid class war, but seen against the background of this book, Nietzsche's view, devoid of religious sentiment, may have been realistic in that fundamentally no society can be effective or even attain a tolerable social climate if it does not possess that kind of belief that will bring the underprivileged man to see, if not himself, then the effect of blind chance as a cause of his condition. We have already seen the dead ends in which primitive peoples stagnate as a result of conceiving that every misfortune or loss of asset experienced by the individual is deliberately engineered by a fellow tribesman. Nietzsche examines resentment in many forms, and also its physiological manifestations, as a reactive and enduring mode of behavior. Resentment overcomes those people who are denied the proper positive reaction and who can find indemnity only in imaginary revenge. Such resentment is slave morality, and the slave rebellion in morality begins when resentment itself becomes creative and produces values. But significantly, Nietzsche opposes attempts to seek the origin of justice, in his sense of the term, in the area of resentment. Some of his contemporaries, whom he calls anarchists and anti-Semites, themselves filled with resentment, made an attempt to sanctify, in the name of justice, their own thirst for revenge, as though justice, in the last analysis, were only the sense of injury carried to a further stage. He writes, "And that to which I alone call attention is the circumstance that it is the spirit of revenge from which develops this new nuance of scientific equity, for the benefit of hate, envy, mistrust, jealousy, suspicion, rancor, revenge, As opposed to this, Nietzsche maintains that a man is inspired by true justice when, and only when, even under the onslaught of personal injury, contumely, aspersion, the just man's deep and tolerant objectivity, his clear and lofty vision, remain unclouded. And even the man who attacks is closer to justice than is the man who reacts resentfully. Zarathustra mocks the detractors and snivellers to whose envy his happiness is intolerable. How could they endure my happiness, if I did not put around it accidents, and winter privations, and bearskin caps, and enmantling snowflakes? Here we have the same thought as that already encountered in Francis Bacon, that because of the envious it is often necessary to simulate misfortune. Max Scheler. Scheler presented a detailed analysis of the problem of envy in a study published between 1912 and 1914, Das Ressentiment im Aufbau der Moralen, Resentment in the Structuring of Ethics. He devotes about 100 pages to a phenomenology of the envious man, whom, following Nietzsche, he sees as the resentful man. Like Nietzsche before him, he stresses the subjective time factor necessary to the development of the sense of impotence. There is, of course, the expression impotent anger. Resentment arises when a man is forced by others or by circumstances to remain in a situation which he dislikes and feels to be incommensurate with his self-evaluation. Here Scheler anticipates by several decades the frustration theory of aggression, so dear especially to American social psychologists. Scheler's approach was necessarily limited because he worked exclusively on the hypothesis of so-called resentment types to which, by definition, woman belongs since she is always subordinate to man. Scheler does not recognize envy's universal role in human existence, and more important still, he knows nothing of the conclusively significant body of data on envy among primitive peoples. He touches on envious crime, an example being the murderer who, in the early days of motoring, satisfied his hatred of motor car drivers by fastening a wire between two trees across a main road outside Berlin, thus neatly decapitating a passing motorist. Scheler examines in detail the role of envy and resentment in political parties and in the demand for equality. Since he published his work before the First World War, it is not surprising that he felt able to make some very tart comments on the envy inherent in democracy. Resentment and revenge. Scheler begins by explaining that the French word ressentiment is untranslatable, and further that Nietzsche had made of it a technical term. As such it must be retained. He believed the elements of the usual meaning of the word in French to be significant. Ressentiment implies living through, and reliving, over and over, a certain emotional response reaction towards another, whereby that emotion undergoes progressive deepening and introversion into the very core of the personality, with a simultaneous distancing from the individual's sphere of expression and action. The term further comprises the meaning that the quality of this emotion tends towards hostility. Scheler then quotes at length from Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morality, stressing, as the work does, that resentment is a form of self-poisoning which culminates in the vindictive impulse. What is involved is a group of emotions and affects, to which hatred, ill will, envy, jealousy and spite also belong. Scheler then distinguishes between a counterattack, a defensive gesture, such as a physical blow in immediate response to an insult, and the act of revenge which presupposes a certain lapse of time during which the reactive impulse is inhibited or controlled, a postponement, that is, of the counterreaction till later on, in the sense of next time I'll show you. But when, under the influence of this inhibition, a person is able to predict that next time, too, he will be the underdog, resentment begins. The stressing of the time factor is important. Scheler writes, impulse and emotion, as it were, progress from vindictive feelings through rancor, envy and jealousy, to spite, approximating to genuine resentment. Revenge and envy represent types of hostile negation usually directed towards some definite object. They require definite causes for their manifestation, and their progress is determined by definite objects, so that, with the cessation of the cause, the emotion also disappears. Scheler implies here that my envy will disappear when the envied property becomes my own. This is probably an over-optimistic view. He regards begrudging as a more dangerous feeling than mere envy because it seeks out those value factors in things and people from which it can derive painfully angry satisfaction. To the begrudging man, systematic destruction is, as it were, the structure of the individual concrete experience in social life. He neither sees nor experiences anything that does not correspond with his emotional situation. In the case of spite, the detractive impulse is even deeper and more internalized, while at the same time always ready to pounce, betraying itself in some uncontrolled gesture, a way of smiling, etc. Now Scheler continues. None of these, however, amounts to resentment, but all are stages in the development of its points of departure. Vindictive feeling, envy, begrudging spite, schadenfreude and ill will become components of resentment only in the absence either of its moral subjugation, as, for example, genuine forgiveness in the case of revenge, or of action, e.g., a shaken fist, and where that absence is due to the fact that such behavior is inhibited by a pronounced awareness of impotence. Resentment types. Scheler distinguished various resentment types of those, for instance, which can be understood from the historical situation and others again from socio-biological differences, such as the generation gap which, he says, is usually fraught with the danger of resentment. Further, he cites the mother-in-law, especially the husband's mother, who appears in the folk literature of every nation, as a wicked, malignant figure. Scheler does not regard the active criminal as a true resentment type, only the one who commits certain kinds of crime, here characterized as malicious, coming within this category. One such is the murderer of motorists mentioned earlier. Scheler detected less cause for resentment in the industrial proletariat of his time, insofar as it was not infected by the resentment of certain leader types, than among the progressively declining craftsmen, the lower middle classes, and the lower civil service. Within the framework of this study, however, Scheler does not examine more closely, from the viewpoint of class sociology, the causes of these kinds of resentment. He believes that the structuring of ethics is affected by resentment only insofar as this brings about the collapse of an immemorial scale of values. True, he does not think that genuine or true moral value judgments are ever based on resentment, but only false ones arising from fallacious values. This, the ethical relativist and skeptic, Nietzsche, failed to distinguish properly, although he had himself spoken of the distortion of the scale of values by resentment. The resentful man's whole perceptual mechanism is concentrated, Scheler believes, on abstracting from, and perceiving in, reality only that which is able to feed his malice and begrudging, hence the resentful man is drawn as if under a spell towards manifestations such as joie de vivre, glamour, power, happiness, riches, strength. Scheler stresses repeatedly the distorting influence of resentment on the very structure and process of the perceptual act, a factor we have already shown as being applicable to envy generally. At one point Scheler remarks, impotent envy is also the most terrible kind of envy. Hence the form of envy which gives rise to the greatest amount of resentment is that directed against the individual and essential being of an unknown person, existential envy. For this envy, as it were, is forever muttering, I could forgive you anything, except that you are, and what you are, except that I am not what you are, that I, in fact am not a you. This envy, from the start, denies the other person his very existence, which as such is most strongly experienced as an oppression of, as a reproach, to the person of the subject. Nikolai Hartmann. In his comprehensive ethics, and under Scheler's stimulus, Nikolai Hartmann discusses envy a number of times. He recognizes the function of envy in the social revolutionary and eudaimonistic theories and movements since the end of the 18th century. In contrast to the individual eudaimonism of antiquity, the modern era has produced, in connection with a reassessment of the problems of social living, this form of a social eudaimonism, which he terms a truly practical ideal of life on an altruistic basis. No longer does the happiness of the individual person constitute its comfort, but the welfare of all. Bentham called it, more concisely, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. But if the happiness, which really means the comfort, of the greatest number becomes the standard, a strange perversion arises, as Hartmann shows, so many and so varied are the things that may be regarded as useful for the widest possible dissemination of comfort, that the final goal is lost from sight in questions of distribution, and ends up as utilitarianism. Unfortunately, this switching of concepts is not only theoretically confusing, it also leads to distortion in the social sphere itself, where, according to Hartmann, it gives rise to a move towards negativism or absence of content. Social eudaimonism is rather a cramping and impoverishment of the sense of value, and in its extreme form it is, as regards values, pure nihilism. A few pages further on, Hartmann stresses the function of envy in this remarkable ethic for modern times. He speaks of the danger of false values, particularly in social existence. The oppressed man, the laborer, he who is exploited, or he who so regards himself, lives unavoidably under the belief that the man of means is the happier. He imagines that the rich have everything which he himself yearns for in vain. In the other conditions of life he sees only the hedonistic value. That there are in reality other values which are hidden, education, taste, knowledge, and that these are dearly paid for in effort, he does not see. He is not acquainted with the difficulty of mental work and the burden of great responsibilities. Social eudaimonism. In his critique of social eudaimonism, Hartmann points out the irresponsibility of short-sighted social leaders who abuse this falsification of values, that is, envy of those supposedly more happy, in order to hold up before the crowd a general happiness near at hand, and to incite them thereby to action. Such a vision, when it succeeds, is the means of setting the sluggish masses in motion. He has envy in mind when he goes on to say that this misrepresentation appeals to the lower instincts in man, to the crudest sense of values, and liberates passions which afterwards cannot be checked. But the tragedy is that even this arousing of passion rests upon an illusion. Hartmann's concluding critique, evidently having in view the times during which his ethics was written, points out the inevitable corruption of eudaimonistic social movements because their only momentum was derived from envy. If an ordinary man is under such an illusion, it is quite natural. If a demagogue makes use of the illusion as a means to his own ends, the means becomes a two-edged sword in his hand, but it is valuable, as seen from his point of view. If, however, the philosopher allows himself to be misled into justifying and sanctioning the illusion, this is due either to unscrupulousness on his part or to the deepest moral ignorance. Nevertheless, the social theories of modern times have trod this fateful course ever since their first appearance, and it must be regarded as the misfortune of the social movement up to our own day, that this kind of sanction has been set upon it and handed down to us. Here as in so many other departments of our moral life, the principal work still remains to be done. Hartmann breaks off at this point. What he doubtless had in mind was a social philosophy capable of showing how certain altruistic tasks can be done without exploiting envy. This is, perhaps, an impossible task, because the feeling of envy is much more constitutive of our interindividual evaluations than he ever realized.